Chapter 1250. In the first layer flame area of Lu Yen sand field, Yang Kai strode out as a pale blue light bloomed from his chest. This light dispelled all the threats around him, and even the heat waves and fire toxins of the flame area were unable to penetrate his body. Yang Kai didn't even need to use his Saint Qi to protect himself. At this time, more than half a year had passed since Lu Yen sand field closed, and during this time, Yang Kai had been staying in the sixth layer. It wasn't that he was looking for treasures, as all the valuable things in the loft had been taken away by him, so there was nothing left to search. Yang Kai had only stayed there to chop down a few stalks of bamboo. His original plan was to chop down a few stalks and then leave, but how could he have known that these stalks of bamboo were far tougher than he had expected? Using his space blade, Yang Kai spent a full 20 days cutting down a single stalk of bamboo the thickness of a thumb. During these 20 days, because he had constantly used his space blade, Yang Kai found that his understanding of it had improved greatly and the power of his space blade had also increased. Overjoyed, Yang Kai no longer cared about the time he had spent. For the next 6 months, Yang Kai spent his time in the bamboo forest, competing with the stalks of bamboo. After such a long time, he was only able to chop down 20 stalks of bamboo. If it weren't for the fact that he had delayed for so long and worried about yang inflammation and Wuxia, Yang Kai wouldn't have come out so early. A month ago, Yang Kai had left in a hurry and it had taken him an entire month to reach the first layer of Lu Yen sand field. During this time, Yang Kai had kept the 2-star Emperor tokens close to his body, not daring to leave them for even a moment. After the flowing flame sand field was completely closed, the dangers it contained had become countless times more ferocious. The second and fourth layer treasure areas weren't so bad, but the third and fifth layer flame areas had more than 10 times the intensity of the heat they contained. Yang Kai estimated that even his own cold flames would not be able to resist the scorching heat. Fortunately, he had the Star Emperor token to protect him, allowing him to travel without any worries. He didn't know why the Star Emperor token was able to restrain the environment of the flame area, but he vaguely felt that this Lu Yen desert should be related to the legendary Star Field's great emperors. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a second Star Emperor token on the 6th floor of the loft. If someone were to enter at this time, they would indeed die. No wonder the cultivator on Shadowed Star chose to enter when the power of the Lu Yen sand was weakened. That time was undoubtedly relatively safe. At this moment, not far in front of him, there seemed to be a thin layer of dark red energy shield blocking him. That dark red energy shield contained a terrifying burning power. Anyone who approached it would be melted into a pool of blood in an instant. When Yang Kai saw this thin layer of dark red energy shield, not only did he not panic, but instead showed a look of joy as he rushed forward to meet it, as if he didn't know the difference between life and death. However, just as his body came into contact with the dark red energy shield, the energy shield seemed to sense something and split open on its own, allowing Yang Kai to pass through it calmly. After Yang Kai passed through, the energy shield healed itself and returned to its original state. After Yang Kai passed through the dark red energy shield, the scenery in front of him changed. Although the surroundings were still filled with a scorching heat and the ground beneath his feet was still dry and cracked, the scenery in the distance was different from the flame area. Finally, he was out. This Lu Yen desert was really big. Yang Kai had been using his wind and thunder wings all the way here, but it had still taken him an entire month to reach the outside from the innermost layer. Yang Kai estimated that the entire Lu Yen desert covered an area of at least a few 100,000 kilometers. No one knew about it before because no one had been able to reach the third layer and beyond, so it was impossible to guess. The moment he came out, Yang Kai put the 2-star Emperor tokens he had been hiding in his sleeve into the black book space for safekeeping. But in the next moment, Yang Kai felt a little awkward because he didn't know where he was now. Although he had the Yuan magnetic compass to determine his direction when he came out, it only pointed towards the center of Lu Yen desert. As long as he walked in the opposite direction, he would be able to leave Lu Yen desert. But now, he couldn't tell where he was. After all, he was still on Shadowed Star, so Yang Kai felt a little relieved. Just as he was about to release his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, he suddenly frowned and looked to the side. Not far away, a figure was quickly flying over, and when their eyes met, this person showed a look of astonishment. Because it had been half a year since Lu Yen Desert closed and all the large and small sects had evacuated half a year ago, this man had not expected to meet someone alive here. However, at a glance, this man let out a soft cry of surprise, seemingly recognizing Yang Kai's appearance. Yang Kai was also speechless. This person had recognized him, but how could he not recognize him? Although he didn't know this guy's name, Yang Kai had indeed met him once. It was the cultivator who had invited Yang Kai to cooperate with him when Lu Yen Desert had just opened. At that time, 2 people had been sent to Yang Kai's vicinity. One was a disciple of Dawning Moon Hall and the other was this cultivator. However, at that time, Yang Kai had flatly refused this man's invitation. The moment he saw Yang Kai, a look of joy appeared on this man's face. He immediately turned around and rushed straight towards Yang Kai, but before he could get close, his face changed and he hurriedly came to a halt. Another figure quickly passed by this cultivator and intercepted him. Immediately after, another figure appeared behind him and formed a pincer attack with the cultivator in front of him, trapping him in the middle. This man's face couldn't help but sink as he glanced over at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't. The 2 people who were blocking this cultivator saw that he had finally been intercepted and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They secretly used their divine senses to investigate Yang Kai not far away and found that he was just a second-order Saint King, so they didn't take him too seriously. One of the cultivators, who looked like a tall man, chuckled meaningfully as he looked at the person who had been stopped and said, "Junior Brother Deng, I was wondering why you had come to the periphery of Lu Yen Desert, but it turns out you had a helper lying in ambush here. What, do you think a second-order Saint King cultivator can eat us 2 brothers?" The other cultivator, who was wearing a purple robe, sneered and mocked. It seems that Junior Brother Deng Ning has been very favored recently and was confused for a moment. Otherwise, how could he have come to this kind of place? Brother Yi, there's no need to lower yourself to his level. Caught in the middle, Deng Ning's face sank, but he didn't try to defend himself, nor did he want to admit it. Instead, he quickly said, "Yiyang Rong and Zhigong, just for a mere blood fusion pill, you're willing to kill all of us without any regard for your brotherhood?" The tall cultivator named Yiyang Rong laughed when he heard this. Brotherhood? In Demon Blood Temple, this kind of thing is very luxurious. Brother, I don't expect to have such a thing. As for the blood fusion pill, Junior Brother Deng, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently hand it over. Everyone here is from the same bloodline, so I don't want to be too ruthless. You don't want to? Deng Ning snickered and sneered. You're afraid I'll fight back before I die, right? Don't think the 2 of you can eat me. Even if I have to drag one of you down with me, I can still do it. Hearing this, both Yi Yang Rong and Nji's faces changed, revealing a look of dread. Obviously, they knew the other party wasn't lying. Nji frowned, suppressing some of his murderous intent as he tried to persuade Deng Ning. Junior Brother Deng, you obtained a lot of good things in Lu Yan's desert last time. It was because of this great harvest that the elders decided to reward you with this blood fusion pill. And as far as I know, you received more than just this blood fusion pill, right? The sect's secret scriptures are much more open to you and you were even given a powerful artifact. So why bother arguing with us over a single pill? We don't want anything else from you, just that pill. If we can't, Brother Yi and I will each compensate you with 30,000 Saint Crystals. He thought that if he gave Deng Ning a way out, the other party would compromise. After all, it wasn't worth it to lose his life for a single pill, but how could he have imagined that Deng Ning would actually sneer? 30,000? As disciples of Demon Blood Temple, don't you know how precious this weapon fusion pill is? You want to make up for my loss with a trivial 30,000? Don't even think about it. Nji's face went cold and was about to say something when Deng Ning sneered, but Brotherin, don't blame me for not reminding you as a junior brother. What kind of person Brother Yi is, I'm sure you know better than anyone else. There is only one blood fusion pill, so even if I give it to you, how are you going to split it? Don't say something stupid like Brother Yi will give it to you. I don't think your future will be any better than mine. As soon as these words came out, Nji's expression immediately became complicated. How could he not have thought of this? But now that he was riding a tiger, he could only join forces with Xianxia to obtain the blood fusion pill first. As for how they would distribute it after snatching it, that was another matter altogether. Seeing Enji's expression change slightly, Xianxia quickly shouted, "Junior brother, and don't be so gullible as to believe his words. Now that the two of us have joined forces, whoever grabs the blood fusion pill from him will get it. If Big Brother wins and obtains the divine pill, Big Brother promises to compensate you." Hearing what he said, Enji's expression relaxed slightly as he forced a smile and said, "If Junior Brother is lucky enough to obtain it, he will do the same as Big Brother." Both of them had their own ulterior motives, but now they had reached an agreement. Seeing that his plan to sow discord had no effect, Deng Ning's expression became gloomy as he reached out and wiped his space ring, summoning a crimson pill that contained an astonishing amount of blood qi into his hand. Blood fusion pill. As soon as they saw this pill, Xianxia and Enji both showed greedy looks as they stared at it, as if it was something extremely precious to them. Chapter 1251. This is the blood fusion pill given by the elders. It can help the disciples of Demon Blood Temple refine their blood and break through bottlenecks. Do you want it? A dangerous smile appeared on Deng Ning's face as he threw the blood fusion pill towards Lu Yan's sand and laughed wildly. "If you want it, go in and pick it up. Let's see if you can come out alive." He knew that he couldn't keep the blood fusion pill under the joint attack of his two brothers, so he didn't want to give it away to others. "Stop him!" Xianxia shouted, seemingly about to attack Deng Ning to stop him, but in the next instant, his figure flickered and he turned around to chase after the blood fusion pill. Enji also made a feint as he chased after the blood fusion pill, the two of them surprisingly having the same goal at this moment. However, Deng Ning had used all his strength to send the blood fusion pill flying extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had rushed into Lu Yan's dark red energy barrier and disappeared. By the time Xianxia and Enji chased after it, they were already at their wits' end. For a time, both of their faces went pale as they turned their heads and glared at Deng Ning in anger, murderous intent bursting from their eyes. No longer were they trying to persuade him, the two of them now wished they could tear Deng Ning into 10,000 pieces. Once the blood fusion pill was thrown into Lu Yan's sand field, it was impossible to retrieve it. Neither of them had any confidence that with their third order Saint King cultivation, they could enter this forbidden zone. On top of that, at this time, Lu Yan's sand field was extremely dangerous. Entering it now meant certain death. The moment Deng Ning threw out the blood fusion pill, his figure had already fled in a hurry, wanting to leave this place. However, Xianxia let out a fierce shout. His figure suddenly swayed and turned into a blood cloud. He flew above Deng Ning at an extremely fast speed and then wrapped around Deng Ning. Inside the blood cloud, an evil aura filled the air and a nauseating bloody smell filled the air. In an instant, Deng Ning's horrified voice rang out from the blood cloud. "Demon body blood transformation. When did you cultivate it?" He seemed to be shocked by the method Xianxia had just displayed. His voice began to tremble. In the next moment, the sound of intense fighting and Deng Ning's muffled groans came from within the blood cloud. Xianxia sneered, "Brother, I'm not that talented, but I've already started on the path 3 years ago." This was the first time he had used it against an enemy. "Junior brother Deng. Let's see where you can run to this time." As he spoke, he instructed, "Junior brother, and kill that eyesore." Although the blood fusion pills are gone, as far as I know, Junior brother Deng still has the secret technique demonic blood thread in his hands. If you want it, then hurry up and do it. Originally, when Enji saw Xianxia transform into a blood cloud and envelop Deng Ning, his expression sank. He never thought that his brother Yi would be so cunning. He had cultivated this secret technique 3 years ago but had never exposed it. Enji couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear on his face. Now that the blood fusion pills were gone, Enji had some thoughts of retreating. After all, even if he joined forces with Xianxia to kill Deng Ning, he wouldn't be able to reap much benefits. But now that he heard Enji say that Deng Ning actually had the secret technique demonic blood thread, Enji was greatly tempted and hesitated. Didn't Xianxia know what he was afraid of? Immediately, Enji shouted, Junior brother and brother's demon body blood transformation consumes a lot of Saint Qi. Using it to deal with junior brother Deng is already quite difficult. You don't need to worry about me attacking you afterwards. What's more, with junior brother An's means, big brother won't go looking for trouble. And Ji pondered for a while with a gloomy expression, as if he had come to a decision, his expression immediately becoming firm as he nodded. Good, then junior brother will join forces with big brother once more. Saying so, he turned around and stared at Yang Kai coldly. At that moment, a flame rushed out from Lu Yen's sand and into Yang Kai's chest, causing Ji, who saw this scene, to frown and ask, "What was that?" "Nothing." Yang Kai sighed lightly, thought about it for a moment, and said, "If I said that I had nothing to do with that junior brother of yours and that I wasn't his helper, would you believe me?" "Do you think I wouldn't believe you?" And Ji coldly snorted. "If it were me, I wouldn't believe you either," Yang Kai said helplessly. Without mentioning Deng Ning's happy expression when he saw him and the fact that the two of them seemed to know each other, this was the Lu Yen sand field. Although it was still in the periphery, it was still extremely hot. For Yang Kai to appear here, if he wasn't Deng Ning's helper, how could he have come here to play? Except for when the Lu Yen sand field was open, no one was willing to approach this place at any other time. If Yi Yangrong and Ji weren't chasing Deng Ning this time, how could they have come to this place? As for Deng Ning, he was also at his wit's end, so he came here hoping to get away from his two senior brothers. How could he have known that the temptation of the blood fusion pill was too great for them to give up? By chance and coincidence, Kai Yang had been drawn into this dispute. "Do you want to end it yourself, or do you want me to do it for you?" And Ji didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all and glanced at the battle inside the blood cloud, not in a hurry to attack Yang Kai. On the contrary, the more intense the battle was, the better it would be for him. He couldn't wait for Deng Ning and Yi Yangrong to fight each other so that he could take advantage of the situation. "What's the difference?" Yang Kai grinned, not showing any fear. "The difference is very big. If you end it yourself, you can die a quick death, but if you want me to do it, heh, I don't think there's any difference." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a trace of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, "You're going to die anyway." And Ji was startled, but after understanding what Yang Kai was saying, his expression suddenly became fierce. "You talk big, no wonder Deng Ning asked you for help. I want to see how you're going to kill me." As he spoke, a blood-red light burst from his body and his originally ordinary aura began to fill with a bloody smell. Yang Kai frowned. Although he had never dealt with this demon blood temple cultivator before, judging from the Saint Qi fluctuations coming from Yi Yangrong and Ji, he could tell they both cultivated some kind of evil secret art, otherwise, there wouldn't be such an astonishing amount of malevolent qi. When this kind of aura was cultivated to the extreme, once it was released against an enemy, it would cause one's soul to tremble. Those with weak minds were likely to be affected by this kind of malevolent qi, causing them to lose their will to fight. It could be said that this kind of aura was a great advantage when fighting. But at the same time, this kind of malevolent qi could be easily restrained. As long as one's Saint Qi was strong enough to suppress it. The unyielding golden skeleton in Yang Kai's body used to store this kind of evil qi, so he naturally had some understanding of this kind of thing. After Ji released his aura, he didn't attack and instead just stared at Yang Kai with interest, as if he wanted to see how frightened he would look under his own malevolent qi. The other party's cultivation was lower than his by a minor realm, so Ji was naturally confident he could suppress him. Once he made his opponent lose their will to fight, he could play with him like a cat playing with a mouse and kill some time. Contrary to his expectations, the young man's expression didn't change at all after he gathered his evil qi and blasted it at the young man opposite him. Instead, he revealed a disdainful expression. He didn't have the comical expression of those people he had met before. Ji couldn't help but be surprised. He nodded and said, "Good, good, good. You really have some skills. I underestimated you." As he spoke, he withdrew his aura and a bloody light burst out from his body, as if blood was gushing out from his body. Soon, it condensed into a blood mist that twisted and transformed into a bloody hand that pushed straight towards Yang Kai. Azura blood hand. a secret technique of Demon Blood Temple that only disciples of Demon Blood Temple could cultivate. Although its power wasn't great, the malevolent chi contained in this bloody hand was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Once infected, one's blood would boil, making them suffer a fate worse than death. All the secret techniques of Demon Blood Temple generally had this kind of effect that was difficult to guard against, so on Shadowed Star, an average cultivator who encountered someone from Demon Blood Temple would either be too lazy or afraid to fight them, because there was no telling when they would suffer a big loss. At the same time as the Azura blood hand was pushed out, Enji flicked his 10 fingers and sent out a red beam of light that transformed into a blood red, all hidden behind the bloody hand, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Enji didn't expect to be able to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. From the other party's performance just now, it was obvious he wasn't weak, so Enji's plan was to test Yang Kai's depths. As the bloody hand flew towards him, Yang Kai simply threw out a punch, the black flames surrounding his fist giving off a scorching aura. When the two collided, the bloody hand was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, instantly being broken apart by the black flames. Even the blood-red light was suppressed by the black flames. The blood-red alls that followed the bloody hand also failed to hurt Yang Kai and were easily blocked by the several grand heavenly shields he condensed. Seeing this situation, Enji's expression froze for a moment before he immediately realized that the combat power of this second-order Saint King was not inferior to his own. Not daring to hesitate, he immediately waved his hand and summoned out a blood-red short axe. This short axe had a strange shape, somewhat resembling an axe but more like a machete. It was red in color and gave off an astonishing murderous aura. With the short axe in hand, Enji's aura soared as he swung the weapon in his hand forward fiercely. A blood-red light shot out from the short axe and transformed into a blood-red blade that rushed towards Yang Kai. Immediately, Enji waved his short axe again and again, sending out blood-red blades one after another. In the blink of an eye, a large number of blood-red blades had gathered together and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he knew that his opponent was using his true strength. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, he directly took out his purple shield and placed it in front of him. Although the purple shield had lost a great deal of its spirituality when Yang Kai subdued the artifact spirit, its defensive capabilities were still there, it was just unable to use its sandstorm function. Chapter 1252. As soon as Yang Kai summoned his shield, the countless blood blades had already arrived in front of him. The crescent-shaped blades slammed into the shield with earth-shattering sounds, the force of the collision even forcing Yang Kai back. Seeing this, Enji's expression not only did not show the slightest joy, but instead became much more dignified. Because his opponent's purple shield looked dim, but it was actually able to block his blood blades, it was obviously a high-grade origin-grade artifact. Seeing this, Enji began swinging his short axe even harder. As he swung his short axe, there seemed to be a mysterious force emanating from it, pulling the blood blades blocked by the purple shield back towards Yang Kai from all directions. Yuan control? Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but he quickly rejected this idea, because this Enji obviously didn't understand any Yuan control techniques. The fact that this blood blade could be manipulated by him to change direction should be the power of an artifact. Understanding this, Yang Kai sighed softly. Yang Kai had been defending all this time because he wanted to see what kind of shocking means this Demon Blood Temple disciple had. After all, he still had to live on Shadowed Star in the future and would have to fight against these native cultivators in order to prepare himself if he ever encountered a cultivator from one of these forces in the future. But how could Yang Kai have known that although this Enji was a third-order Saint King, his Saint Chi was impure, and although the methods he used were somewhat strange, they didn't pose any threat to him? Immediately, Enji lost all interest in probing and put away his purple shield, exposing himself to the countless blood blades. Seeing this, Enji was overjoyed. Although he didn't understand why Yang Kai had given up on defending, he knew that this opportunity was now or never, so he waved his short axe fiercely, directing the countless blood blades to surround Yang Kai in an attempt to inflict serious damage. Yang Kai stared at him indifferently. The moment the blood blades touched his body, a jet black demonic flame burst from his body. This demonic flame was extremely hot, and as soon as it appeared, the temperature within a radius of several dozen meters rose sharply. As soon as the blood blades touched the demonic flame, they immediately melted. It couldn't cut into the demonic flames at all. And Ji was shocked, but before he could make a move, Xianxia had already rushed to his side like a bolt of lightning. For a moment, the power of the pitch-black demonic flames surged. It directly wrapped Ji in it. Sounds of fighting and screams could be heard, and Ji's screams were mixed with panic and fear. This opponent's dark flames seemed to restrain his evil Saint Qi. Being shrouded in his opponent's aura, Xianxia couldn't display much of his strength. If it weren't for his 1 to 2 defensive artifacts, Xianxia would have been killed in an instant. A second-order Saint King? And Ji was completely dumbfounded. Could this be a return to Void Stage Cultivator in disguise? While Xianxia and Ji were fighting, Yiyangrong and Deng Ning were also engaged in a life-or-death battle. Deng Ning was wrapped in the blood cloud and using all of his means, he was barely able to protect himself, but he could only delay his opponent for half a stick of incense worth of time. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Deng Ning felt that he was doomed. His junior brother's demon god transformation blood secret technique had reached an extremely high level and was not something he could resist. Just as Deng Ning was panicking, Yiyangrong suddenly withdrew some of the power of the blood cloud, greatly reducing the pressure on Deng Ning. Overjoyed, Deng Ning immediately used all of his means to regain some of his momentum. At the same time, Yiyangrong's voice passed through the blood cloud. "Junior brethren, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill that man and come help." Although he heard Ji's shouts, Yiyangrong thought that Ji was deliberately stalling for time so that he and Deng Ning would both suffer heavy losses. What he didn't know was that Ji didn't even have time to answer his question at this moment, his face extremely pale as he was being beaten by Xianxia. It was precisely because Yiyangrong was so suspicious that he didn't use his full strength to deal with Deng Ning, instead saving some strength to compete with Ji for Deng Ning's inheritance. For a time, a strange atmosphere filled the two battlefields. One side was unwilling to use their full strength while the other side was sweating profusely. But soon, the situation became clear. After Ji and Xianxia fought for half a cup of tea's worth of time, Ji let out a pitiful cry and his figure was sent flying backwards as if he had suffered a heavy blow, vomiting a mouthful of blood midair, his face ashen as his eyes filled with horror. The moment Ji flew backwards, Xianxia's figure also followed closely behind, not waiting for him to fall to the ground before punching him in the chest. Ji only had time to let out a heart-wrenching scream before his chest caved in and his eyes gradually lost their light. Soon after, his body exploded in midair. On the other side, after hearing Ji's scream, Yiyangrong's heart skipped a beat and he looked over, just in time to see Ji's body explode, crying out in alarm, "How is this possible?" The moment of shock caused his blood cloud to tremble, but Deng Ning took this opportunity to escape, standing to the side in a sorry state, panting as he looked at the blood cloud and then at Xianxia, who was drawing back his fist, with a touch of disbelief, joy, and fear in his eyes. Ji had died and Deng Ning had escaped, so Yiyangrong also knew that something was wrong. The blood cloud he had transformed into wriggled and revealed his body, frowning as he looked at Xianxia in silence. "If you dare move, I'll kill you." Xianxia shook off the blood on his hand, raised his head, and glanced over at Yiyangrong faintly, like a butcher staring at a lamb in a pen, causing Yiyangrong to feel a chill run down his spine, as if he had been plunged into an ice cellar. Although the other party had only said a few threatening words, Yiyangrong inexplicably felt that he really had the ability to do so, so he really didn't move. Opening his mouth, Yiyangrong wanted to say something, but before he could, he was interrupted by Deng Ning. Deng Ning cupped his fist to Xianxia and squeezed out a smile. "This friend, many thanks for saving me." His expression was sincere. Obviously he was sincerely thanking Xianxia. After all, even if he was a disciple of Demon Blood Temple, having his life saved would still be grateful. "It's none of your business," Xianxia replied indifferently. He didn't have much of a good impression of this Deng Ning. After all, when this guy was being chased by his two brothers, He had still flown over to him, obviously trying to drag him into this mess. Moreover, before, Yi Yangrong and Enji suspected that Yang Kai was a helper arranged by Deng Ning, and Yang Kai didn't deny it. If it had been any other second-order Saint King, how could they have survived? They would only have died unjustly. However, thinking about it from Deng Ning's perspective, Yang Kai would likely have done the same if he had been in Deng Ning's shoes, so although he didn't like Deng Ning's approach, he didn't intend to pursue it. The other party was only trying to save his own life, so how could he have cared so much at that time? Being choked by Yang Kai's words, Deng Ning's expression became somewhat awkward, but he didn't continue to dwell on this issue and instead said with a solemn expression, "Friend, can you help this Deng to the end? If you help this Deng kill this heartless and unscrupulous person, this Deng will definitely repay you generously." As soon as these words came out, Yi Yangrong's face changed greatly as he realized that this second-order Saint King really wasn't a helper arranged by Deng Ning, causing his intestines to turn green with regret. If he had known this would happen, how could he have asked Enji to use him to deal with Yang Kai? Yi Yangrong would have preferred to send him away sooner, but regretting it now was useless. Enji had already been killed by him, and the other party was still glaring at him with a disgruntled look, clearly annoyed that he had been involved in this inexplicable dispute. Seeing how this young man was able to kill Enji in half a cup of tea's time, if he had really joined forces with Deng Ning, how could he have survived? Yi Yangrong's heart suddenly became uneasy as he stared nervously at Yang Kai, secretly worried about what kind of answer he would give him. To his pleasant surprise though, Yang Kai just rolled his eyes and glanced at Deng Ning before shaking his head and saying, "I have no interest in intervening in the grievances between you brother and junior brother." Yi Yangrong's expression relaxed. Just as he thought he had escaped this disaster, Deng Ning suddenly said, "Friend, we are disciples of Demon Blood Temple. You killed my brother and so if you let Yi Yangrong go back, this matter will inevitably be exposed. At that time, I'm afraid you will be in some trouble. Do you want me to kill you all to silence you?" Yang Kai grinned, his eyes sweeping over Deng Ning and Yi Yangrong a few times, a look of malicious intent appearing on his face, causing both of their hearts to beat wildly. At this moment, Yi Yangrong was already cursing Deng Ning in his heart, hating him for speaking without thinking, but hearing the other party say this made him happy, so he quickly said, "Junior brother Deng, this friend doesn't seem to be easy to talk to. How about we temporarily put aside our internal grievances and join forces to deal with him?" Deng Ning sneered and refused without even thinking about it. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in joining forces with people like you." After refusing Yi Yangrong, Deng Ning turned to Yang Kai and said solemnly, "It's not an exaggeration to say that you want to silence me, but if this friend wants to kill me as well, then I have nothing to say. After all, if you hadn't intervened, I would have died this time as well, but even if I die, I won't let this person off so easily." Deng Ning stared at Yi Yangrong with a ferocious grin, as if being forced to abandon the blood fusion pill had driven Deng Ning crazy. "You're crazy!" Yi Yangrong was shocked and retreated again and again. But just as he took a step back, a divine sense pressure that caused him to pale suddenly descended from the sky. At the same time, the defenses of his knowledge sea were instantly broken and a spiritual energy attack penetrated his knowledge sea. Yi Yangrong instantly began sweating profusely, knowing that if he moved again his knowledge sea would definitely be attacked. The strength of this divine sense was not inferior to that of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and was not something he could resist. Immediately, Yi Yangrong no longer dared to move and instead stared at Yang Kai in fear, his eyes trembling violently, unable to believe that such a divine sense attack could be sent out by such a person. After tearing apart the defenses of this man's knowledge sea and giving him a warning, Yang Kai didn't rush to kill him but instead looked at Deng Ning with interest and suddenly said, "It's not impossible for me to take action, but what kind of reward can you give me?" Chapter 1253. Yang Kai understood the principle of cutting weeds and pulling up roots better than anyone else. If possible, he wanted to kill this Deng Ning as well, but Deng Ning's declaration that even if he died, he would drag Yi Yangrong down with him had somewhat moved Yang Kai. A guy who didn't even care about his own life and death could be trusted. Asking Deng Ning for a reward was just an excuse. After all, Yang Kai didn't want to act for no reason. Just now, he had killed Ji because someone else had attacked first. As for what Deng Ning wanted to pay, whether it was expensive or cheap, Yang Kai didn't care. However, after hearing Yang Kai say this, Deng Ning's face lit up and he thought about it carefully for a moment before quickly saying, "Demon blood thread secret technique? I wonder if this friend is interested?" Deng Ning. Before Yang Kai could answer, Yang Rong roared like he had lost his mind, his face filled with disbelief. "You dare spread our temple's secret technique? Do you know what will happen to you if the elders learn of this?" Deng Ning turned his head and smiled coldly at him. "It's nothing more than refining one's soul. What's there to make such a fuss about?" Deng Ning's indifferent expression left Yang Rong speechless for a while. Deng Ning shook his head again and sneered, "Besides, as long as Brother Yi dies here, who will know I spread our temple's secret technique?" Yang Rong's face suddenly went pale as he realized how much Deng Ning hated him, even going so far as to violate Demon Blood Temple's rules and use his Demon Blood Thread secret technique to lure this person into helping him. If the other party really agreed, he wouldn't have any chance of survival. Thinking quickly, Yang Rong hurriedly turned to Yang Kai and said, "Friend, don't believe Deng Ning's words so easily. Although our temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique is extremely powerful and only core disciples can cultivate it, you have never cultivated our Demon Blood Temple's secret technique, so it is useless to you. Moreover, if you obtain this secret technique, our temple's elders will definitely not sit back and watch. Once news of this leaks out, at that time, you will have no road to heaven or door to earth and will die." Saying so, Yang Rong's mind flashed. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. His face became even paler. Looking at Deng Ning, he said in a trembling voice, "So this is what you were planning?" Deng Ning chuckled. When he saw that Yang Rong had finally understood, he no longer concealed it. Instead, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Friend, I don't know your name, nor do I know your background, but I only want to kill this person right now. Although revealing the Demon Blood Thread secret technique is risky for you, it is also the same for me. Once this matter is exposed, I will only suffer thousands of times worse torture than you, so I will never betray you. Friend, can you rest assured now?" This Deng Ning's mind was extremely sharp and he seemed to have long since seen through Yang Kai's evil intentions of killing them all, so he used the Demon Blood Thread secret technique to bind himself to Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai agreed, he wouldn't betray Yang Kai, because betraying Yang Kai was equivalent to courting death. This could be considered a disguised gesture of goodwill. As for the fact that the Demon Blood Thread secret technique had no effect on Yang Kai, how could he not have considered this? Seeing Yang Kai's hesitant look, Deng Ning steeled his heart and increased the price. "If friend is still not satisfied, I can. No need, the Demon Blood Thread secret technique is fine." Yang Kai interrupted him. He also saw through Deng Ning's intentions, but he didn't care about such a small trick. He didn't comment on Deng Ning's desperate approach. Seeing Yang Kai nod, Yang Rong's face instantly turned ashen while Deng Ning was overjoyed. "Go ahead," Yang Kai suddenly said to Deng Ning faintly. Deng Ning was startled, thinking that Yang Kai wanted to help him from the side, so he didn't ask any questions. Turning around, his blood chi surged madly as he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a blood mist. This blood mist seemed to have a life of its own, twisting and transforming into a short spear. Deng Ning grabbed this short spear in one hand and rushed in front of Yang Rong, stabbing it forward with a ferocious look on his face. What happened next shocked him greatly. He clearly saw that Yang Rong wanted to dodge, but for some unknown reason, a look of pain appeared on his senior brother's face and his Saint Chi stagnated for a moment before his figure froze in place, unable to move. Deng Ning's short spear easily pierced through Yang Rong's heart and came out of his body. Blood spurted out as a look of horror appeared on Yang Rong's face. Holding the blood-colored short spear in his hand, he seemed to want to pull it out of his body, but his strength was rapidly draining away and in the blink of an eye, his vitality was completely drained. Deng Ning was once again stunned on the spot until Yang Rong's body fell from the sky, making a loud noise as it hit the ground, waking him from his daze. Deng Ning was certain that the reason why his brother was unable to fight back when facing his blow just now was because this second-order Saint King young man had done something. Does he really have such ability? Deng Ning didn't think he was too weak, but he hadn't even figured out when this young man had done something, or what he had done, yet he had still managed to win this battle. Didn't this mean that if this young man wanted to kill him, he could kill him in the blink of an eye? Thinking so, Deng Ning couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat as his heart began to tremble. When he saw Yang Kai kill Ji, Deng Ning understood that the other party was an elite from some great force, but it wasn't until now that he realized that this young man was simply a monster. All kinds of thoughts flashed across his mind, but after a moment, Deng Ning turned around, his face calm as usual, only his eyes revealing a deep sense of dread. Laughing heartily, Deng Ning flew down from the sky and took the initiative to arrive in front of Yang Kai, cupping his fists and saying, "Friend, many thanks. When I saw you in Luyan's desert, I thought you were extraordinary, and now it seems I was right." Yang Kai nodded faintly but didn't say anything. Unable to see Yang Kai's mood, Deng Ning's heart was in turmoil. He didn't know what this young man's temperament was like, but he was afraid that he would say something that would make him unhappy. Hurriedly remembering their previous agreement, Deng Ning quickly pulled out a secret tome made from animal hide from his space ring and politely handed it over with both hands. "This secret tome records my religion's demon blood thread secret technique, but because this one's contributions are shallow, I wasn't able to obtain the complete secret technique, only the first half. What's more, this is a copy of the original secret tome, not the original. However, it's not the slightest bit different from the original." Saying so, Deng Ning carefully observed Yang Kai's expression. After all, the reward he was offering was somewhat different from what they had agreed on before, so Deng Ning was still a little worried. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at Deng Ning before silently taking the secret tome and throwing it into his space ring without even looking at it. For Yang Kai, there was no difference between half of the demon blood thread secret technique and the complete one. After all, he didn't really want to cultivate this secret tome, so he didn't care that Deng Ning had concealed something from him before. Seeing Yang Kai put away the secret tome and show no intention of pursuing the matter, Deng Ning couldn't help feeling relieved. "Does your demon blood temple allow its disciples to copy this secret technique?" Yang Kai looked at Deng Ning and asked with a smile. Deng Ning chuckled meaningfully, "Of course not, but I've always had a photographic memory since I was a child, so, friend, you understand." Yang Kai suddenly showed a look of understanding. "I haven't asked for friend's name yet?" Deng Ning asked solemnly. Kai Yang wrinkled his brow, but still reported his name. Deng Ning nodded and said, "This one is Deng Ning, a disciple of Demon Blood Temple. Presumably, Brother Yang already knows. And Brother Yang may rest assured that what happened here will only be known by the heavens, the earth, you, and I, absolutely no third person. Otherwise, this Deng will suffer a heart demon backlash and never be able to break through to the origin returning realm." Hearing him make such a vow, Yang Kai looked at him with some surprise. Although this kind of vow was only made casually, if he didn't abide by it, it would create a barrier in the depths of his heart and perhaps cause his heart demon to flare up just as he was about to break through. As such, Deng Ning believed him. "I'm not worried, but two of your fellow disciples died here. I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome, right?" Yang Kai glanced over at the two corpses. When Deng Ning heard this, his expression was extremely stunned as he looked at Yang Kai strangely before asking tentatively, "Brother Yang, is this the first time you've heard of our demon blood temple?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Deng Ning didn't dare to pretend to be mysterious and quickly said, "It seems that this is really the first time Brother Yang has heard of our demon blood temple. No wonder. Brother Yang may rest assured, the death of two fellow disciples isn't a big deal. Our demon blood temple does not forbid internal strife. In fact, we even encourage it. On top of that, there are many disciples in our temple, so it doesn't matter if a few people die." Yang Kai's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he heard this. Sure enough, this world was so big that there was nothing that couldn't be found. How could there be such a fickle sect? What's more, it was actually able to survive until now. Deng Ning's chatterbox seemed to have opened up. "Our temple basically has a small disturbance every 5 years and a major one every 10 years. Each time, it is an internal dispute, and each time, blood flows like a river and many people die. This is a fact that is well known throughout Shadowed Star. Then why haven't you been annihilated yet? Yang Kai asked curiously. Brother Yang must be joking. Deng Ning's mouth twitched, because our temple's secret art encourages more killing. Moreover, internal strife may greatly increase the strength of those who survive. After each internal strife, countless disciples of our temple will break through their shackles and break through to the next realm, so the annihilation of our temple has never happened before. Deng Ning smiled reluctantly as he patiently explained. Yang Kai was confused and didn't bother to continue asking, instead asking, "So, this is your Demon Blood Temple's territory? How far is it from Heavenly Fate City?" Heavenly Fate City? Deng Ning was startled when he heard this but immediately understood. So Brother Yang is a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. No wonder your methods are so profound. This one admires you greatly. Chapter 1254. Hearing Yang Kai ask about Heavenly Fate City, Deng Ning obviously misunderstood and thought he was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai neither confirmed nor denied. After a few words of flattery, Deng Ning changed the subject. Heavenly Fate City is quite far from here. If we fly by Star Shuttle, it would take at least half a year to arrive. So far? Yang Kai frowned. He knew that Shadowed Star was quite large because when his golden blood had just formed, he had driven a drop of golden blood to fly around the entire Shadowed Star. Even with his golden blood, it had taken him a long time to make a round trip, but now, it would take him half a year to fly back to Heavenly Fate City from here. With half a year's time, he could do a lot of things. Seeing Yang Kai's expression, Deng Ning immediately fell silent, but soon a trace of struggle flashed across his brow as he grit his teeth and said, "However, if we use the space array in Demon Blood City, which is 10,000 kilometers away, we can save a lot of time." Demon Blood City's space array is not directly connected to Heavenly Fate City, but it can be used to teleport to a place called Bluestone City, which is the territory of Grand Fire Temple. From Bluestone City to Heavenly Fate City, it would only take about a month. Of course, if Brother Yang knows a core disciple of Grand Fire Temple and can find a guarantor, you can directly use Bluestone City's space array to teleport to Heavenly Fate City. Demon Blood City's space array is connected to Bluestone City? Yang Kai raised his brow. And, because our Demon Blood Temple and Grand Fire Temple have a lot of business dealings, the disciples of the two temples are usually quite close and often cooperate to go out for life experience, Deng Ning explained with a smile. Deng Ning then asked, "If it is convenient for Brother Yang, you might as well go to Demon Blood City with me. This one is also a core disciple of Demon Blood Temple, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to guarantee personal use of the space array." Hearing this, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised, secretly thinking that sparing Deng Ning's life was still useful, but on the surface, he remained calm and asked lightly, "What is the price for using your space array?" Deng Ning quickly waved his hand. "Brother Yang must be joking. This time, I owe Brother Yang a life-saving grace." This Deng was worried about how to repay him, but now that this Deng has a use for him, this Deng is overjoyed. How could I ask Brother Yang to pay any price? What's more, it's only using the space array once. It's not a big deal. If Brother Yang, you can't, this Deng Ning will. Deng Ning patted his yangs. It seemed that Yang Kai killing Ji and helping him kill Yi Yang Rong had really made him want to make friends with him, so he didn't put on any pretentiousness when he spoke these words, instead seeming quite heroic. "You're too polite." Deng Ning saw that Yang Kai's attitude towards him had changed and was also in a good mood, secretly feeling that this transaction was not a loss. Not only had he repaid the other party's favor, but he had also profited somewhat. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment, I'll go deal with that shameless man's body," Deng Ning said before hurriedly rushing out. After killing someone, it was natural to destroy the body and all evidence. Yang Kai was familiar with this kind of thing, so of course he wouldn't say anything. However, after Deng Ning left, Yang Kai rubbed his chest with a strange look on his face. On his chest was the small artifact refining furnace, but now, Inside the originally empty artifact refining furnace was a crimson pill that exuded a towering blood qi. This was the blood fusion pill that Deng Ning had thrown into Lu Yen's sand. These 3 Saint King Realm brothers from Demon Blood Temple had not hesitated to fight over this treasure. Yang Kai was naturally curious, so when Deng Ning threw out the blood fusion pill, Yang Kai immediately had the artifact spirit rush back and quietly wrap it up. Others couldn't enter the Lu Yen sand, but that didn't mean the artifact spirit couldn't. The artifact spirit itself was born from the Earth Lung Fire Pond's core fire attribute artifact spirit and had been roasted in that stone room for tens of thousands of years, so how could it care about the heat of Lu Yen sand? The streak of fire that Enji saw fly into Yang Kai's chest was the artifact spirit that had returned after successfully obtaining the blood fusion pill. Although Enji hadn't examined it carefully, from the towering blood qi contained in the blood fusion pill, it was obvious that refining this kind of thing was something similar to a blood sacrifice. On top of that, this pill also contained a great deal of malevolent qi, so it wasn't something just anyone could take. It was likely that only the disciples of Demon Blood Temple would be of great use to it. This kind of malevolent qi was not harmful to the disciples of Demon Blood Temple and could instead help them improve their cultivation. Yang Kai had asked the artifact spirit to take it back simply because he was an alchemist and wanted to study it out of curiosity, nothing else. Just as Yang Kai was contemplating this matter, Deng Ning had arrived in front of Yi Yangrong's body. Unlike what Yang Kai had expected, Deng Ning didn't directly destroy the corpse. Instead, Deng Ning sat down cross-legged in front of the corpse and used some kind of secret technique to do so. Soon, a burst of wailing and howling filled the air as the blood qi around Yi Yangrong's body soared. About half an hour later, Yi Yangrong's body was reduced to a pile of bones while Deng Ning took out a crimson pill similar to the blood fusion pill. Deng Ning glanced at this pill with a satisfied expression before storing it into his space ring, as if he had gained a great harvest. Only then did he smash the pile of bones into smithereens. Taking the initiative to pick up the space rings that Yi Yangrong and Enji had dropped on the ground, Deng Ning walked back. When he found that Yang Kai was looking at him with a strange expression, Deng Ning smiled awkwardly and explained, "Brother Yang must be joking. I won't hide it from Brother Yang. For Demon Blood Temple's disciples, their fellow sect members are all living human medicines that can help them improve their cultivation. That's why the sect doesn't prohibit infighting." Kai Yang rubbed his chin, sweating profusely. "So you're saying that I made you waste a pill like that?" He had smashed Enji's body into smithereens, so Deng Ning naturally couldn't use Enji's corpse to refine such a pill. It doesn't matter. This Deng is already very satisfied with the current harvest. After all, although the sect doesn't prohibit infighting, it's extremely difficult to kill a cultivator of the same level. Who knows when you'll fail miserably? There are countless people who have died from counterattacks by fellow disciples in the sect. Therefore, even if the sect doesn't prohibit it, if there isn't too much friction, we won't easily act. Deng Ning didn't dare to argue with Yang Kai and quickly changed the subject. "These are the space rings of my 2 brothers. There should be some good things inside, but these things are probably useless to Brother Yang. However, Yang Kai can use the Saint Crystals inside. They have a lot of Saint Crystals, at least a few 100,000. Yang Kai glanced at him and waved his hand. "No need, you can keep these 2 space rings for yourself. Consider it my payment for using your Demon Blood City space array." Deng Ning had deliberately reminded his fellow sect brothers that these things were useless to Yang Kai, so how could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? As for the hundreds of thousands of Saint Crystals, Yang Kai didn't put them in his eyes, so he simply generously gave them all to Deng Ning. Sure enough, Deng Ning was overjoyed and modestly refused a few times, but none of them were as good as Yang Kai's. In the end, he happily put them away and even wore the 2 space rings on his finger, as if he didn't mind others knowing that he had killed 2 of his fellow sect brothers. With this matter settled, Deng Ning and Yang Kai summoned their star shuttles and flew off towards Demon Blood City 10,000 kilometers away. Along the way, Deng Ning deliberately talked to Yang Kai, trying to inquire about his status in Shadow Moon Hall, but Yang Kai was very tight-lipped, so how could Deng Ning easily find out? However, the topic was quickly changed by Yang Kai. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai finally understood why he vaguely felt like he had heard his voice somewhere before when he saw him in Lu Yan's desert. It turned out that both of them had participated in the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction held in Heavenly Fate City before Lu Yan's desert opened. At that auction, Deng Ning had bid on behalf of the Demon Blood sect's elders several times. The topic immediately shifted to the grandeur of that auction. Deng Ning greatly admired the endless treasures at that auction, a look of longing appearing on his face. Little did he know that the most valuable items were actually all auctioned off by Yang Kai. As the pair chatted along the way, time passed quickly and soon, a magnificent city appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. Deng Ning quickly took the initiative to introduce this place to Yang Kai, telling him that this was Demon Blood City and that Demon Blood Temple was located in a mountain range 1,000 kilometers outside the city. Although Demon Blood Temple itself was an evil sect, the cultivator who appeared in Demon Blood City came from all over Shadowed Star, so it was quite lively. On the surface, it didn't look much different from other cities. However, many of the cultivator who walked through the city had a gloomy and indifferent aura about them. Clearly the secret arts they cultivated were extremely evil. Sure enough, after entering Demon Blood City, which had become the demon race, Yang Kai discovered many such people. Most of them had cold and indifferent looks on their faces and exuded an unpleasant aura. Obviously, they didn't like dealing with others, all of them in a hurry and seemed to be very busy. Inside Demon Blood City, there were many shops, and business was booming. Many great forces would set up their businesses here, firstly to communicate with Demon Blood Temple and secondly to inquire about information from all sides. After Deng Ning led Yang Kai into Demon Blood City, he walked through the wide streets with great familiarity, constantly introducing him to the local customs and customs of this place, appearing extremely enthusiastic. After walking for half a day in the city, the two arrived in front of a huge palace. "We're here, this is Demon Blood City Space Array." Deng Ning stopped and pointed ahead to Yang Kai. Chapter 1255. Yang Kai looked up and found that the defensive power here was much tighter than the main hall where Heavenly Fate City's Space Array was located. Outside the hall, there were 7 or 8 Demon Blood Temple disciples wearing blue artifact armor standing guard, each of them a 2nd or 3rd order Saint King. Inside the hall, there were also some Origin returning realm masters. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment while this Deng goes in to inform them. When the discussion is complete, Brother Yang will be welcomed inside," Deng Ning said politely. Yang Kai nodded before walking straight into the hall under the gazes of the Demon Blood Temple disciples. The 7 or 8 Demon Blood Temple disciples guarding this place seemed to be very curious about the relationship between Deng Ning and Yang Kai, and after Deng Ning walked in, they kept glancing at Yang Kai, trying to guess his identity. But that was all, none of them had any intention of coming forward to ask. About half an hour later, Deng Ning's figure appeared from the main hall, but at this moment, his expression was one of extreme pain, and his expression was unreadable. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Guaranteeing a person's use of their sect's space array was definitely not a simple matter. Deng Ning had obviously paid a great price for it. The other party being so dedicated made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. After all, just half a day ago, he had been considering whether or not to kill this man to silence him, but now, this man had gone to such great lengths to ensure he could use the space array. It seemed that this person from Demon Blood Temple was worth making friends with. Yang Kai thought to himself. Walking out of the hall, Deng Ning's expression had returned to normal. Smiling to Yang Kai, he said, "I've made Brother Yang wait a long time, please come with me, everything has been taken care of." "Good." Yang Kai nodded warmly, his attitude this time really improving. Since someone had given him a peach, of course he would reciprocate. Yang Kai secretly decided that if he ever met this Deng Ning again in the future, he would help him if he could. Under Deng Ning's lead, the two of them entered the inner hall without any obstructions. Within the hall, a spatial array that was basically the same as the one in Tianyun City stood there quietly. Several grooves at the base of the array were inlaid with high-rank Saint crystals, waiting for someone to come and open them. Sure enough, everything was ready. Inside the palace, there were a total of 3 return to Void Stage powerhouses. There were more than a dozen other Saint King Realm masters. The 3 return to Void Stage powerhouses standing on either side of him didn't look weak at all. 2 of them were sitting on both sides of the hall, meditating with their eyes closed. They didn't care about the arrival of Yang Kai and Deng Ning. A red-faced old man with silver-white hair stood at the edge of the spirit array. His eagle-like eyes swept over Yang Kai before he turned to Deng Ning and asked, "Martial Nephew Deng, is this the person you want to vouch for?" "Yes, Martial Uncle Lu. This is a good friend of mine." Deng Ning hurriedly replied respectfully. "Good friend?" The old man surnamed Lu smiled wryly, as if the word, good friend, had touched a nerve in him. "From Shadow Moon Hall?" Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. He knew that this old man surnamed Lu had probably inquired about him from Deng Ning, so he didn't deny it and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Lu." The old man surnamed Lu saw that Yang Kai understood etiquette and nodded slightly. "Although my demon blood temple doesn't have much contact with Shadow Moon Hall, since Martial Nephew Deng is acting as a guarantor, using our temple's space array isn't a big deal. However, Martial Nephew, in order to vouch for this person in Blue Stone City, paying 30 contribution points, is that really worth it? Do you know that you may have to risk your life several times to earn back these 30 contribution points?" Deng Ning's face changed slightly as he glanced over at Yang Kai. Seeing no reaction from him, he quickly smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Lu is wise, but Big Brother Yang has saved Martial Nephew's life, so 30 contribution points are nothing." "A life-saving grace?" The old man surnamed Lu's eyes flashed and suddenly became cold as he shouted, "A mere second-order Saint King saved your life? Could it be that your third-order Saint King realm is fake?" Deng Ning's face went pale as sweat dripped from his forehead, not daring to say a word. "And as far as I know, you haven't had the opportunity to make friends with any disciples of Shadow Moon Hall except for that one time when you went to Heavenly Fate City to participate in the auction. Heh, could it be because of that time?" The old man surnamed Lu seemed to be very suspicious and asked several questions in succession. Deng Ning didn't know how to answer for a while. Yang Kai saw that Deng Ning was being embarrassed by his martial uncle, so he couldn't help but explain, "Senior, please understand, Brother Deng and I didn't meet in Heavenly Fate City, but in Lu Yen Sandfield. I just happened to save him once. It has nothing to do with strength. Junior greatly admires Brother Deng's strength." "Lu Yen Sandfield? You also went to Lu Yen Sandfield? Why didn't you go back with Qian Tong and the others? Why did you stay here until now?" The old man surnamed Lu was surprised. Junior had some reasons for not being able to return with Elder Qian and the others. Yang Kai replied faintly. "Oh." The old man surnamed Lu smiled meaningfully and said, "It seems you gained a lot in Lu Yen Sandfield." Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Although he was vigilant in his heart, he wasn't too nervous, thinking about it for a moment before saying, "There were some gains, but I'm afraid they couldn't enter Senior's eyes." As he spoke, he waved his hand and 5 fire crystal stones the size of pigeon eggs appeared in his hand. He handed them over to the old man surnamed Lu. "This is Junior's first time meeting Senior, so I didn't prepare anything. These are just a few trivial things. I hope Senior will kindly accept them." When the old man surnamed Lu saw the fire crystal stones, his eyes immediately lit up, thinking that Yang Kai was really smart. He had deliberately made things difficult in order to obtain some benefits from Yang Kai, and the other party had seen through him so quickly. His expression instantly became much more amiable, and with a wave of his sleeve, the 5 fire crystal stones disappeared. A warm smile appeared on his ruddy face as he nodded. "And not bad, no wonder Martial Nephew Deng would befriend you. It seems this boy is also a generous person, and will surely become a great person in the future." "All right, since you are a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, this old man won't say anything more. The reason why I asked you so many questions was because I was afraid that some spies would come here under false pretenses. You may leave now." After receiving the fire crystal stones, he seemed to have become a completely different person. "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. On the other side, Deng Ning saw that the old man surnamed Lu had finally let him pass and couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief, cautiously reminding, "Marshal Uncle Lu, shouldn't you give Brother Yang a temporary token? Otherwise, when he arrives at Blue Stone City, the disciples of Grand Fire Temple won't let him pass." "Do you think I need you to remind me of that?" The old man surnamed Lu coldly snorted and waved his hand, sending a red token flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught this token and saw a ferocious ghost head engraved on it. The old man surnamed Lu said, "This is my Demon Blood Temple's temporary token. It can guarantee that after you pass through the space array, the people of Grand Fire Temple won't question you. Of course, this temporary token only lasts for 3 days. During these 3 days, you can use the space array on their side and our temple's side, which should be enough for you to use." "Junior understands," Yang Kai gently nodded. "Stand on it, I'll open the space array," the old man surnamed Lu waved to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure immediately flickered and he stood in the center of the space array. Deng Ning stood to the side and cupped his fists to Yang Kai with a smile. "Brother Yang, I wish you a pleasant journey. If you have the opportunity to come to Demon Blood City again in the future, don't forget to find this Deng for a drink." "Good, if Brother Deng visits Heavenly Fate City, you can also come find this Yang. This Yang will definitely entertain Brother Deng as a good host," Yang Kai replied. Hearing this, Deng Ning's face lit up with joy, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. The 30 contribution points he had spent really made his heart ache, but being able to make friends with such a person was worth it, because there was no telling when he would need to ask for help again. As the two of them spoke, the space array released a dazzling light and the surrounding space force instantly distorted. In front of Yang Kai's eyes was a vast expanse of white, and after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, he appeared in another heavily guarded hall. In an instant, several tyrannical divine senses pressed down, causing the robes of many Saint King Realm cultivators to flutter as they surrounded Yang Kai and stared at him vigilantly. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't panic and simply tossed the temporary token of Demon Blood Temple to one of the Origin returning Realm Masters who seemed to be the strongest, standing in place without moving. The Origin returning Realm Master caught the token and inspected it before frowning. "Demon Blood Temple cultivators." Saying so, he tossed the token back and said lightly, "This token only has a time limit of 3 days. If you don't arrive here in 3 days, the space array will not open to you." "Junior understands." Yang Kai nodded. The Origin returning Realm Master waved his hand and all the hostility disappeared, the Grand Fire Temple disciples returning to their posts one after another. For a time, no one paid any attention to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was happy to see this, and after leaving the hall, he poured into the crowd of Blue Stone City. He had no intention of staying here for long. An hour later, a blue streak of light flew up from outside Blue Stone City, rushed into the sky, and soon disappeared. As for how to get from Blue Stone City to Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai had some people inquire about the direction. After all, he didn't know anyone in Grand Fire Temple, so he couldn't find anyone to vouch for him to use the space array. Fortunately, he was only a month away from Heavenly Fate City, several times closer than Demon Blood City, so he could afford to delay his journey. The speed of the Star Shuttle was extremely fast. Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop the Star Shuttle, diverting some of his attention to control the Star Shuttle as he began to inspect his harvest from Lu Yen Sandfield. Since entering Lu Yen Sandfield, Yang Kai had encountered a lot of opportunities and had obtained a lot of good things on this trip, but as for how to use these things, he still had to think about it carefully. After inspecting his harvest, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he was secretly shocked by his harvest. After inspecting his harvest from Lu Yen Sandfield, Yang Kai began to investigate the blood fusion pill. Chapter 1256. After some investigation, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. This blood fusion pill was indeed as Yang Kai had expected. Although it contained an extremely strong vitality, it also contained a massive amount of evil qi. If an ordinary cultivator obtained this pill, they would simply abandon it like a worn-out shoe, not daring to take it. Only a cultivator from Demon Blood Temple would use the evil qi contained in this blood fusion pill to enhance their cultivation. Yang Kai naturally didn't put this kind of evil qi in his eyes. After all, he had also possessed this kind of energy before. After carefully inspecting the materials used to refine this blood fusion pill, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he couldn't identify all of the ingredients, only a general idea, the materials required to refine this pill were all extremely rare spirit grasses. No wonder Deng Ning and his brothers, who were already third-order Saint King cultivators, would still fight over this blood fusion pill. It was likely that even in Demon Blood Temple, there weren't many of these strange pills. Only when one made great contributions to the temple would they be rewarded. Deng Ning had obtained a lot of benefits from Lu Yan's desert and presented them to the elders of Demon Blood Temple in order to obtain this blood fusion pill. Yang Kai didn't know why this news had been leaked and he had become the target of Yang Rong and Enji. Shaking his head, Kai Yang didn't think too deeply about their internal grievances. Instead, with a strange look on his face, he opened his mouth and threw the blood fusion pill into his mouth, swallowing it down. The demonic flame within his body instantly became a hot and yang existence. As soon as the blood fusion pill's medicinal efficacies dissolved in his abdomen, a cold and yin energy rushed to Yang Kai's limbs and bones. However, under the refinement of the hot and yang demonic flame, this cold and yin energy was forced out of his body. Wisps of black aura escaped from Yang Kai's pores and disappeared into the air. Only the massive amount of vitality contained in the blood fusion pill remained, circulating through Yang Kai's body and fusing into his physique. Ignoring the efficacy of the blood fusion pill, Yang Kai turned his attention to the demonic blood thread secret technique that Deng Ning had given him. Yang Kai investigating this wasn't because he wanted to learn Demon Blood Temple's secret technique, but rather because he was preparing for the future. Because there was no telling when he would encounter the elders of Demon Blood Temple. If he fought with them and the other party used this secret technique, Yang Kai would be able to learn more about his enemy. But to his surprise, Yang Kai was immediately immersed in this secret technique, unable to extricate himself from it for a long time. As he continued to investigate, his expression gradually began to change, sometimes pleasantly surprised, sometimes frowning, and sometimes deep in thought. A month later, above Heavenly Fate City, a blue streak of light flashed and flew straight towards Dragon Cave Mountain 50 kilometers away. A moment later, this blue streak of light came to a stop at the foot of Dragon Cave Mountain and Yang Kai's figure emerged from it. Looking up in the direction of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was taken aback and for a moment, he forgot to continue onwards. It had only been a little over a year since Yang Kai left for the Lu Yen sand field and returned here, but during this time, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain had undergone earth-shaking changes. Looking from the foot of the mountain, the few peaks that originally existed were completely gone. All that could be seen was a beautiful scene surrounded by clouds and mist. Within the clouds and mist, there was an extraordinary fluctuation of world energy. Through the clouds and mist, one could vaguely see the cave that he used to meditate in. There were also some buildings that looked like pavilions. Although there weren't many of them, they were connected together to form a large expanse. There were also a few figures shuttling back and forth among these buildings. Is this really Dragon Cave Mountain? Yang Kai even suspected that he had gone in the wrong direction and ended up in front of some sect, but there was no doubt that Heavenly Fate City was just 50 kilometers away. When Yang Kai passed by this place just now, he had been considering whether he should go see Qian Tong and report his safety. Although the scene in front of him was still quite different from that of a great sect, Yang Kai still found it hard to believe that such earth-shaking changes could take place in just a year. Such a transformation was definitely due to yang inflammation. The spirit-gathering array she had arranged here earlier should have played a role, and under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that the entire Dragon Cave Mountain was surrounded by an inexplicable spirit array that blocked his divine sense from wandering around. There were even several hidden places that his divine sense could not explore, including the cave where he had been meditating. Yang Kai's current divine sense cultivation was no worse than a second-order origin returning realm master's, but even his divine sense was unable to explore this place. Yang Kai estimated that even if the top masters on Shadowed Star came here, they would have to expend a great deal of effort to see what was going on. Yang Inflammation had really done it. Yang Kai could not help feeling a little absent-minded. Before he went to the Lu Yen Sandfield, Yang Inflammation had said that she wanted to arrange a massive spirit array across the entire Dragon Cave Mountain, so how could he have known that it would only take a short time for it to reach such a scale? Yang Kai did not know whether this project had been completed or not, but if it had not, it would have been a really big investment. However, there should not be many of the hundreds of millions of Saint crystals left, right? To arrange such a huge spirit array, the materials consumed must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face twitched slightly. While Yang Kai was investigating the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain, a few weak divine senses rushed out and quickly returned after making contact with Yang Kai. Immediately after, a beam of light shot out from inside Dragon Cave Mountain and directly hit the void in front of Yang Kai. Strangely, it was as if an invisible door had opened in front of Yang Kai and the omnipresent world energy around him parted on its own accord, forming a straight passage that was impossible to see with the naked eye. This passage led straight to the heart of Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai grinned, knowing that the other side must have discovered his figure, so without hesitation he strode inside. While walking, Yang Kai examined the changes around him. After a while, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. The changes in Dragon Cave Mountain were simply too great, so great that he did not dare to recognize them. Not long after, a number of figures rushed over from the front, led by Yang Yen, who was wrapped in a black robe. Because she was running so fast, her chest heaved up and down, creating an extremely eye-catching sight. The hood of her black robe that was originally wrapped around her head was also lifted behind her back, and her face was filled with a smile as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Following closely behind Yang Yen were Wu Yi Yufeng and the others. Chang Qi and Howen were also among them. Yang Kai even saw the figure of the First Order Origin returning realm cultivator Luo Qing from the Shadow Moon Hall. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear, unable to contain their joy. Everyone seemed to have put down a huge rock in their hearts, revealing a trace of relaxation in their smiles. It seemed that Lu Yen Sandfield had been closed for half a year, yet Yang Kai had still not returned, a fact that had greatly worried them. Yang Yen was worried about Yang Kai, but that was because of their friendship. If not for Yang Kai, she would still be in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion, claiming that she was an origin-grade artifact refiner and then helping some cultivator refine some small items to make a living. How could she have had the opportunity to display her amazing talents? It could be said that Yang Kai had given her the space to display her talents and provided her with unimaginable funds. Wu Yufeng and the others were the same. As for Luo Qing, he should have been ordered by Qian Tong to stay here and inquire about Yang Kai. "You're back." Yang Yen ran over to Yang Kai with small steps, her pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over him to determine that Yang Kai was not missing an arm or a leg before patting him and calling out softly. Wu Yi Yufeng and the others came up one after another, all of them happily greeting Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart warmed as he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment from being relied on and trusted by others. Since he entered the star territory, he had always felt empty in his heart, because in this huge star territory, no one cared about his safety. Even if he died, no one would know, no one would care about him. It was completely different from Tong Xian Realm. But at this moment he felt this feeling again, as if he had returned to Tong Xian Realm and was facing his little senior sister, Meng Wuya, Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others. "I'm back," Yang Kai said lightly, but his empty heart felt a lot more full. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Everyone was worried about you during this time. I really didn't know what kind of accident you had outside, but we couldn't even see you for so long." Wu Yi stepped forward and smiled, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Luo Qing as she said, "You don't know, but after Lu Yen Sandfield closed, Elder Qian ordered people to stand guard outside for half a year, but unfortunately, they never saw you come out. It wasn't until recently that you returned to Shadow Moon Hall." "Half a year?" Yang Kai's brow twitched. Didn't that mean he had come out of Shadow Moon Hall the moment he left? Seeing Qian Tong's concern, Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists to Luo Qing and said, "Greetings, Brother Luo. I must trouble Elder Qian for his concern, but I encountered something in Lu Yen Sand Field. When I came out, I wasn't with anyone else and had to immediately find a place to enter retreat, so I was delayed for so long and didn't have the time to send a message back, causing Elder Qian to worry." Luo Qing laughed. "Brother Yang, if Elder Qian knows you've returned safely, he will be very happy. You're safe, everything is fine. Oh, Brother Yang actually broke through to the Second Order Saint King realm. Congratulations, congratulations." Luo Qing had been exchanging pleasantries with Yang Kai, but after discovering that Yang Kai's cultivation had advanced by a minor realm, he couldn't help congratulating him while showing an envious look. Because he was an origin-returning realm cultivator, he couldn't enter Lu Yen's sand field, so he felt quite regretful. He had long heard that those who entered Lu Yen's sand field and returned safely all reaped great harvests, some even breaking through their bottlenecks. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Hearing Luo Qing say this, everyone else also showed excited expressions. Strictly speaking, all of them had gathered together because of Yang Kai, so Yang Kai was the real leader here. Now that Yang Kai's cultivation had improved, they were naturally excited. After exchanging a few more words, Luo Qing said goodbye and left. Chapter 1257. Luo Qing had indeed been sent here by Qian Tong to inquire about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Now that Yang Kai had returned safely, Luo Qing naturally couldn't wait to pass this news to Qian Tong so Elder Qian could feel at ease. Yang Kai didn't try to keep him and after exchanging some pleasantries, politely sent him away. After Luo Qing left, Yang Kai said, "Let's go back as well. The changes here have been so great that you'll have to tell me about them. Otherwise, I'll accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array in the future." Yang Inflammation smiled triumphantly. "Naturally, I'll tell you, but you can rest assured that the spirit array here won't affect you." The group chatted and laughed as they walked towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain. Outside the cave where Yang Kai used to meditate and cultivate, Yang Inflammation, Wu Yufeng, Chang Qi, and Howen had gathered around a table upon which was placed a round disc. The scene displayed on this disc was a complete map of Dragon Cave Mountain, one so detailed that every tree and blade of grass could be seen. On this disc, there were also several dozen bright and dim points of light, some of which were constantly moving while others were stable, symbolizing the movements of living people inside Dragon Cave Mountain. This thing was the heavenly compass that Yang Inflammation had refined using his artifact refining techniques and spirit arrays. It was a special artifact that had no offensive or defensive capabilities and was only capable of monitoring the movements of Dragon Cave Mountain. It was by using this heavenly compass that Yang Inflammation was able to discover Yang Kai's return immediately. Yang Kai was like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city and was very curious about this heavenly compass. Constantly pointing at it and asking about the situation of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Inflammation and the others also explained to him. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had gained a comprehensive understanding of Dragon Cave Mountain. While feeling shocked, Yang Kai was also shocked by the tremendous changes that had taken place in Dragon Cave Mountain over the past year. Dragon Cave Mountain now had both offensive and defensive capabilities and contained countless amazing spirit arrays. Even if an origin-returning realm cultivator broke into these spirit arrays, they would not be able to easily escape. According to Yang Inflammation, if one wanted to break through Dragon Cave Mountain's spirit arrays, without a dozen third-order origin-returning realm masters working together, it was absolutely impossible. Which third-order origin realm master would come to Dragon Cave Mountain to attack it? Furthermore, there were 7 to 8 of them at once. Only those who had nothing better to do would do that. Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays were only in their embryonic form. It wasn't perfect. If he had enough financial support, Yang Inflammation spirit arrays, he would be able to expand them again. After Yang Kai, Yang, Yang's and Yang's Yang. Bringing Yang Yen back from Heavenly Fate City was really a big gain. She had the ability to transform Dragon Cave Mountain, which no one cared about, into a place like this. If Yang Kai could bring his friends and family from Tong Xian realm here in the future and establish his own sect, wouldn't she be able to play an even greater role? However, arranging these things really consumed a lot of Saint crystals. Wu Yi frowned and complained to Yang Kai. The 100 million Saint crystals you left behind before you left have all been squandered away. Even the 30 million Saint crystals foreign elder Chang brought back have been used up. We purchased a lot of materials from Shadow Moon Hall, so now our Dragon Cave Mountain is Shadow Moon Hall's biggest customer. Foreign elder Chang's 30 million Saint crystals? Yang Kai raised his brow as he looked at Chang Chi, immediately understanding that Chang Chi must have obtained so many Saint crystals from the underground lode in Lu Yen sand field. It seemed that Chang Chi had been mining there since Yang Kai left and had not come out until Lu Yen sand field closed, otherwise, there would not be such an astonishing amount of Saint crystals. These Saint crystals are just a loan from foreign elder Chang. I'll return them when I have more in the future. Chang Chi put on a stern face and pretended to be annoyed. Yang Kai, if you say such things, then you don't consider this Chang one of your own. Without even mentioning how I obtained these 30 million Saint crystals, if it weren't for you, how could this old master have found that Saint crystal lode and obtained so many Saint crystals? At least half of these Saint crystals belong to you, and if it weren't for you, this old master and old How would probably be homeless right now. Even if we had a huge amount of Saint crystals, with our strength, we would only bring disaster to ourselves. There was no way we could protect so many Saint crystals. In the end, we could only rely on other great forces and offer them these Saint crystals for protection. Howen also echoed from the side. That's right, Yang Kai, you accepted me and old Chang before Lu Yen's sand field opened, allowing us brothers to have a place to rely on and return to. That's more than enough. Being homeless is the saddest thing in the world. We two brothers are extremely grateful. These Saint crystals are just a small token of old Chang's appreciation, so please don't worry about it. We two brothers won't live for long and have no children, so what use is there for so many Saint crystals? Today, Dragon Cave Mountain has become a famous cultivation paradise in the nearby region. Many cultivators without a sect or family want to come here to seek refuge, but unfortunately, they have no way to do so. Old Chang and I are already satisfied with being able to enter this place. There's no need for you to say anything more. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that if he continued to speak, he would only be discouraging them, so he cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Many thanks for the two foreign elders' good intentions." Chang Chi laughed and said, "That's more like it. Us two brothers are looking forward to living out our old age here. It would be best if we could die of old age here." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid your wish won't be realized for the time being. After you break through to the Origin Returning Realm, your lifespan will naturally increase." Origin Returning Realm. Chang Chi's eyes lit up as he thought of the 9-branched jade crystal tree, but he soon sighed sadly. Even with that thing, old Hao and I may not be able to break through. Leave that to this junior. The two of you can rest in peace for the next few days and try to adjust your condition to its peak. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Chang Chi and Howen exchanged a glance, both of them feeling quite moved, not saying anything as they secretly looked forward to it. Dragon Cave Mountain's financial resources were tight, so naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't be stingy. He had also harvested several million Saint crystals from the underground lode, so he immediately took them out and handed them over to Wu Yi for her to distribute. Yang Kai also took out the artifact refining materials he had plundered from the stone chambers of the Earth Lung Fire Pond and handed them over to Yang Yen. When Yang Yen saw these materials, he was naturally overjoyed and put them all into his space ring. In this way, Dragon Cave Mountain wouldn't have to worry about Saint crystals and materials in the short term. As long as they weren't as extravagant as Yang Yen at the beginning, they would be able to support themselves for a long time. Because Yang Kai had just returned from the Lu Yen desert, even if everyone had a lot to say, they didn't want to disturb his rest, so after chatting for a while about the future development of Dragon Cave Mountain, everyone took their leave. Yang Kai returned to the cave he had lived in before and sat down to meditate. Today, this cave had become one of Dragon Cave Mountain's restricted areas. Yang Yen and the stone mongoose had worked together to hollow out all the stone chambers and connect them into a huge cave mansion. There were also many small stone rooms carved out inside this cave for Yang Kai's personal use. The Haiku family cultivator lived in the newly built loft outside. Almost everyone had a place they were satisfied with. The world energy aura here was naturally richer than anywhere else. Not long after Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, the ground wriggled and a small head popped out. This head had sharp edges, a nose and mouth that looked very strange and stiff, but a pair of eyes that were lively and intelligent. The stone mongoose. With a thought, Yang Kai beckoned to it. The charmingly naive stone mongoose quickly rushed out of the ground and climbed onto Yang Kai's shoulder, sitting there as if it was very close to Yang Kai. Yang Kai carefully looked at the stone mongoose and was surprised to find that after more than a year, this little thing had changed a lot. When it was first born, its body was gray and looked as inconspicuous as a rock. But now, its body was sparkling and translucent, as if it was born with a layer of sturdy and exquisite battle armor. Yang Kai swept this battle armor with his divine sense and was secretly shocked because he found that this layer of the stone mongoose's battle armor was extremely tough. Even if he punched it with his full strength, he might not be able to break through this layer of battle armor. Did the stone mongoose evolve on its own, or did it evolve from yang inflammation? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, the stone mongoose seemed to have thought of something and scratched its head with its small paw before opening its mouth and spitting out space spirit crystals one after another. It was a miraculous sight. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of space spirit crystals had formed in front of Yang Kai. There were at least a few thousand of them. Yang Kai did not know where the stone mongoose stored these things, but yang inflammation had told him that the stone mongoose's stomach was born with the ability to store things, which was why it could constantly devour and refine ores. This was also its divine technique. These are the last of the space spirit crystals produced by the underground space spirit crystal lode. A pleasant voice came from the side and yang inflammation appeared in the stone room at some unknown time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't seem surprised, as if he already knew she was here, simply nodding and putting these space spirit crystals into the black book space. But I kept a third of them, he. Yang inflammation walked over with a grin and sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. What do you want these space spirit crystals for? Naturally they have a great use. Yang inflammation smiled sweetly, keeping Yang Kai in suspense. Yang Kai didn't pursue the matter. In any case, since he cultivated the Tao of space, these space spirit crystals should be enough for him. Why did you call me here? Is there something good you can't take out? Yang inflammation's eyes flashed with a sly light as she asked directly. And there are indeed some, but I don't recognize many of them. Yang Kai nodded, but did not rush to take out his harvest. Instead, he stared at Yang inflammation and asked solemnly, Yang inflammation, I want to ask you a question, answer me honestly. Seeing Yang Kai so serious for the first time, Yang inflammation couldn't help feeling a little dazed, but after thinking about it for a moment, she nodded, okay. Are you the owner of this body? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep, as if he wanted to look directly into Yang inflammation's heart. Chapter 1258. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yang inflammation was stunned for a moment before covering her mouth and giggling uncontrollably. What are you laughing at? Yang Kai asked, somewhat depressed. Yang inflammation kept waving her hands, but she still couldn't stop herself from laughing as tears began to form at the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and asked again, then you are proficient in beauty-enhancing techniques and are actually not as young as you appear on the surface, but rather an old woman who has lived for thousands of years? Yang Yen, on the other hand, was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and the smile on her face disappeared. Glaring at Yang Kai fiercely, she grit her teeth and declared, I can answer you, I'm definitely not some old woman who has lived for thousands of years. That's true. Yang Kai gently nodded. If Yang inflammation had really lived for thousands of years, then her experience couldn't be so simple. Judging from all the contact he had with Yang inflammation in the past, it didn't seem like she had lived for that long. Yang Yan's expression also became serious, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking as a look of panic appeared on her face. After a long time she asked, "You want to ask if I've seized this body, right?" Yang Kai nodded calmly. Only someone who had seized this body could explain why Yang Inflammation was so young yet so proficient in both artifact refining and spirit arrays. A person's energy was limited. Although Yang Kai's attainments in alchemy were not shallow, he didn't have much energy to study other things unless he gave up on his own path of cultivation. Yang Inflammation, on the other hand, had great attainments in both artifact refining and spirit arrays. The artifacts she refined and the spirit arrays she arranged were far superior to the overall level of Shadowed Star in terms of refinement and practicality. How did she accomplish this? There was no shortage of geniuses in this world, but even if Yang Inflammation was a genius, given her age, it was impossible for her to have reached such heights, which was why Yang Kai asked this question. "Have you been suspecting this for a long time?" Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai and asked. "Ever since I found out that you're a formation grandmaster, I've been thinking that way. But don't worry, whether you're a possession or not has nothing to do with me. I know you. It's the soul in your body. I don't care about the souls from before," Yang Kai said calmly. Yang Yen smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "You're not the only one who has such doubts. Sometimes I don't understand it myself, but I don't look like I've been possessed. Because of my childhood memories and my experiences today. They all existed in his mind without a single difference, and there was no second person's thoughts. That's impossible. Then which great master have you worshipped, so you're proficient in artifact refining and spirit arrays?" Yang Kai was surprised. He had no doubts about Yang Inflammation's words. Yang Yen slowly shook her head as she bit her red lip, her two small hands fiddling with her black robes uneasily, a look of hesitation and struggle appearing on her face. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and said in a deep voice, "If I told you that the reason I know artifact refining and spirit arrays is because I was born with them, would you believe me?" "How is that possible?" Yang Kai's expression was shocked. Yang Inflammation smiled bitterly, "But that's the truth, I really was born with this knowledge. These artifact refining and spirit arrays seem to have been sealed in my mind, and as I continue to refine artifacts and arrange spirit arrays, this sealed knowledge is slowly being unsealed, allowing me to understand more and more mysterious artifact refining and spirit arrays. Sometimes, when I see some rare artifact refining and spirit arrays, although I have never seen them before, I can recognize them and know their functions. Don't you think it's strange?" Hearing this, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This wasn't just strange, it was simply inconceivable. No one was born proficient in artifact refining and the Tao of spirit arrays for no reason, so there had to be a reason for this, one that even Yang Yen herself couldn't figure out. It was probably because of this reason that Yang Inflammation sometimes felt panic. There was no need for Yang Inflammation to lie to him, and she shouldn't be lying. Yang Kai couldn't help her with this kind of thing. Although he had long known that Yang Inflammation was a bit strange, he hadn't expected her to be strange to this extent, so he didn't continue to force her on this issue. For Yang Kai, whether or not Yang Inflammation had been possessed, or whether or not she was born with some knowledge of the territory that others could never master, all he knew was the current Yang Inflammation, nothing more. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai asked, "What kind of artifacts can you refine now?" "Origin grade high rank shouldn't be a problem. As long as I have a lot of materials to practice with, sooner or later I will be able to refine Origin King grade artifacts." When it came to her territory, Yang Inflammation suddenly recovered a lot of spirit, her beautiful face filled with pride. "Good, help me refine this." Yang Kai took out the purple shield with an embarrassed look on his face. The purple shield, which was originally flowing with purple light, was now dim and had lost a lot of its spirituality. When Yang Inflammation saw this, a look of worry appeared on her pretty face. Picking up the purple shield and gently stroking it, she asked, "Did you encounter some kind of fire attribute barrier?" An Origin grade mid-rank defensive artifact actually became like this with just a single blow. But at least I managed to turn danger into safety," Yang Kai grinned. "I know, with the materials you gave me, refining it into an Origin grade high-rank artifact shouldn't be a problem." The space ring on Yang Yan's hand flashed and the purple shield was stored away. Brushing her hair back behind her ear, her expression restored to her usual vigor, her beautiful eyes flashing with joy as she asked, "What good things did you obtain this time? Quickly take them out and let me see." "Wait a moment." Yang Kai nodded and began rummaging through his space ring. He had obtained a lot of good things on this trip. He had called Yang Inflammation here because he wanted to show her some of these things, but Yang Kai didn't know what they were or what they were used for. Soon, Yang Kai waved his hand and a piece of red crystal the size of a millstone appeared in front of the two of them, exuding a scorching fire attribute aura. "This is..." Yang Yan's eyes immediately flashed a strange light as her attention was drawn to the fiery red crystal. "It should be a fire crystal stone." Yang Kai rubbed his chin. "It's just that I don't understand why it's so big, and my experience in obtaining it was also very strange. I didn't obtain it from a fire spirit beast." Immediately, Yang Kai gave a brief account of his experience in the strange mountain valley and how this huge fire crystal stone was his first harvest after entering the Lu Yen sand field. While Yang Kai was talking, Yang Inflammation kept staring at the fire crystal stone, gently stroking it with one hand. After Yang Kai finished, Yang Inflammation nodded and said, "It should be a fire crystal stone, but this fire crystal stone has its own spirit array, which stimulates the fire essence aura and forms all kinds of fire spirit beasts to obstruct your progress." "An internal spirit array?" Yang Kai's expression changed. He hadn't noticed this before. "And it's natural, a very mysterious spirit array." Yang Inflammation smiled. "This thing has some uses, but using it for artifact refining is a bit of a waste. Give it to me, I can use it to arrange a spirit array. That spirit array needs something like this as its array core." Yang Kai nodded, not being stingy, readily handing over the fire crystal stone. In any case, Yang Inflammation arranged this spirit array to protect Dragon Cave Mountain, so he could also benefit from it. What else? Yang Yen put the huge fire crystal stone into her space ring before her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, seemingly looking forward to his response. "This..." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out a blood-red thing that looked a bit like a grass seed but exuded a strange bloody aura. A blood sword grass seed. Yang Inflammation saw this thing and her beautiful face suddenly went pale as she exclaimed. She was able to recognize the seed at first glance. Blood sword grass. It really does live up to its name. Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully, recalling what had happened after he fell into that strange bewildering array. At that time, after breaking through the shackles of that spirit array and walking out of the tunnel, there were many red weeds on either side of him that seemed to have come to life, growing wildly and attacking him. Moreover, these blood-red weeds were extremely hard and sharp. Even with Yang Kai's powerful physique, he didn't dare allow them to cut him at will. Lu Yan's desert actually had such a thing. Yang Inflammation's face went pale. "Is this thing very famous?" Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little strange when he saw her look like she was facing a great enemy. "I don't know if it's famous or not, but I know how terrifying it is. It can grow indefinitely, and as long as there is enough flesh and blood for it to absorb, its power will continue to grow until it reaches its limit. Even an Origin King's body will be able to withstand its attacks." "It's that terrifying?" Yang Kai was taken aback, feeling both fear and relief at the same time. If what Yang Inflammation said was true, then the blood sword grass he encountered shouldn't have been able to grow, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so helpless against him. This thing was extremely famous in ancient times. Many great sects and restricted areas would plant some of them to protect themselves. Yang Inflammation gently pinched the blood-red seed with a cautious expression. "It's a pity there was only one seed if there were more." Yang Kai not only didn't feel fear, but also felt regret. "A pity?" Yang Inflammation sneered. "Not at all, one seed is enough. Blood sword grass can reproduce and grow by itself. As long as there is a single seed, and given enough flesh and blood, it will be able to reproduce." Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. "What do you want to do?" Yang Inflammation seemed to notice the dangerous aura flashing in Yang Kai's eyes and asked hurriedly. "Nothing much." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before taking the blood sword grass seed back from Yang Inflammation's hand and carefully putting it away. I'll tell you first, if you want to plant it, you have to tell me in advance, but don't worry too much. As long as you don't provide it with flesh and blood, it won't grow, so it won't be harmful. I understand, Yang Kai nodded before taking out 2 more things from his space ring. Chapter 1259. One of them was a 3-meter-long bone as thick as a baby's arm, like a crystal-clear jade pillar. At first glance, one could tell it was an extraordinary treasure. The other was a round bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead was colorless, but inside it was a small green snake that seemed to be alive. As for the little green snake, it exuded an extremely weak soul fluctuation, but it contained a strong sense of majesty. As soon as this round bead appeared, a faint dragon roar came from Yang Kai's body, and at the same time, a different kind of pressure spread out from Yang Kai's body. Yang Inflammation raised her head in amazement and stared at Yang Kai in amazement, but soon, her attention was attracted by the white bone and bead in front of her. Observing carefully, her expression also changed, an extremely complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes, sometimes surprise, sometimes suspicion, sometimes shock. After a long time, she took a deep breath, raised her eyes, and stared straight at Yang Kai. Do you see what these 2 things are? Yang Kai felt his lips go a little dry. Even though he had obtained these 2 things and kept them in his space ring for so long, he was still inexplicably excited when he took them out. Your luck is really amazing. You were even able to obtain a dragon bone and dragon bead. I really don't know where you went in the Luoyan desert. Yang Inflammation bit her red lips. It was obvious that she was also very excited now, but she had suppressed her emotions. Are they really dragon bone and dragon bead? Yang Kai looked overjoyed. Although Yang Kai had some doubts when he obtained them from the underground St. Crystal Lode, when Yang Inflammation confirmed they were dragon bone and dragon bone, he still couldn't believe it. They are indeed dragon bone and dragon bead. Yang Kai couldn't help but grin. In a carefree mood, Yang Inflammation also seemed to be happy that Yang Kai had such a heaven-defying opportunity, giggling along with him. After a while, when Yang Kai's mood calmed down, Yang Inflammation's smile faded and she asked, "What are you going to do with them? Can it be refined into an artifact? I just happen to be lacking an offensive artifact." Yang Kai had already made up his mind and naturally asked immediately. Yang Kai didn't care about ordinary offensive artifacts. Even if it was an origin-grade high-rank artifact, it might not be as powerful as his own attack. As for an origin king-grade artifact, Yang Kai was unable to display its full power with his current strength. But now, there was such a dragon bone. If a dragon pearl could be refined into an offensive artifact, his combat effectiveness would rise again. Although the 100 Mountains picture was not bad, when Yang Kai used it, the 100 Mountains picture was not bad. Somehow, he felt that something was off. Difficult. This was beyond Yang Kai's expectation. Yang Inflammation, who seemed to be omnipotent, heard his question. He actually shook his head slowly. This made Yang Kai, who was full of expectations, suddenly reveal a disappointed expression. I'm not saying that I can't refine it, but if I were to refine it, its value would be greatly reduced. What do you mean? Yang Kai frowned and asked. This dragon bone is the bone of a true dragon. It contains incredible power and divine technique. Judging from the color of the dragon soul in this dragon pearl, it should be the bone of a wood attribute true dragon. I don't know what kind of power it contains, but it can be said that it is already an extraordinary artifact. If I were to refine it, it would inevitably be contaminated with my aura, and if you were to use it, you wouldn't be able to display its full power. Of course, if I were an Origin King grade high-rank artifact refiner now, I wouldn't have such concerns, but unfortunately, with my current level, it is still very difficult for me to refine it completely. Then what should I do? Yang Kai's fiery heart seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water and instantly calmed down. Wait until you grow to an Origin King grade high-rank artifact refiner before refining it? Yang Inflammation frowned and did not answer for a while, seemingly contemplating something. After a while, her beautiful eyes lit up and she looked at Yang Kai with a smile. The Saint Qi in your body is also of the Yang attribute, right? Not really, but it used to be. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Now that his Saint Qi had been transformed, the attribute of his demonic flame was really difficult to determine. It was constantly changing and extremely strange, so this Yang inflammation problem really stumped him. Circulate your Saint Qi and let me see, Yang inflammation ordered, her beautiful eyes staring at him intently. Yang Kai immediately pushed his Saint Qi and transformed his demonic flame into an extremely hot attribute. Yang inflammation's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands with a smile. No problem, it seems your luck is really good. If it were any other cultivator who obtained this dragon bone and dragon pearl, I may have had to wait until I became an Origin King grade high-rank artifact refiner before I could refine it, but if your Saint Qi is also so hot, you can refine it yourself. Refine it myself? Yang Kai was stunned. Yes, you can refine it yourself, and there are also great benefits to doing so. With your current strength, although you can't completely refine it or display its full power, as time passes and your strength grows, the power this dragon bone can display will also become stronger and stronger. When the time comes, it can even become an artifact that connects your soul to your very being, Yang Inflammation explained excitedly. But I'm not an artifact refiner, how can I refine it? Yang Kai was still confused. You don't need to be an artifact refiner because it is already an artifact by itself, so there's no need for you to refine anything. All you need to do is refine it. I'll teach you a set of secret arts to refine it, there won't be any problems. This is also possible? Kai Yang was overjoyed, and in an instant he was full of energy again. And you also obtain the dragon soul and dragon bead. If you can refine the dragon soul and dragon bead into this dragon bone, I really can't imagine what this dragon bone will become. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes lit up, faintly revealing a hint of madness, as if she couldn't wait to see the scene of this dragon bone being refined. So no longer hesitating, she passed on the secret arts to Yang Kai. Yang Kai listened carefully, trying to figure out what was going on, and immediately asking if he didn't understand, Yang Inflammation patiently explained it to him. The secret arts to refine this dragon bone wasn't difficult, and it only took Yang Kai 2 hours to memorize it. Once he had time to slowly comprehend it, he could begin refining the dragon bone. After passing on the secret arts to Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation thought for a moment and said, "If you're not in a hurry, I can lend you my artifact refining furnace. Although my crafting furnace is not very good, but with its help, you will be able to refine it quickly. After all, sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting wood." Artifact refining furnace? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, showing a strange look. I have one. You have an artifact refining furnace? Yang Inflammation was stunned, smiling. You're not an artifact refiner, how could you have an artifact refining furnace? Oh, I got it in Lu Yan's desert, and it seems to be quite extraordinary, Yang Kai said, while taking out the small artifact refining furnace. When Yang Inflammation saw this small artifact refining furnace, she didn't show any surprise. She only felt that the strange bird pattern on it was a little strange. Just as she was checking the quality of this artifact refining furnace, the strange bird pattern seemed to come alive. It quickly swam around the surface of the furnace. Immediately, it turned into a red firebird. It flew out. In an instant, the temperature in the stone room soared, and the air was filled with a scorching and pure fire aura. Artifact spirit! Yang Inflammation exclaimed in shock. Covering her small mouth, her beautiful eyes stared at the artifact spirit, full of shock and eagerness. The artifact spirit also seemed to see Yang Inflammation's malicious intent, so after hovering mid-air, it landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, its 3 long tail feathers dragging behind it as it used its sharp beak to comb its feathers while staring at Yang Inflammation vigilantly with its 2 small eyes. Yang Yen was so shocked that she couldn't speak, her eyes filled with longing. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai not becoming an artifact refiner was a big loss. The Saint Qi in his body was qualified, his divine sense was strong enough, and he had the stone mongoose as his strongest assistant. Now, he even had an artifact refining furnace with an artifact spirit, one that was obviously Origin King grade. Infuriating. Yang Inflammation compared Yang Kai's possessions to her own and couldn't help feeling discouraged. Now that this artifact spirit had obviously been subdued by Yang Kai, even if she wanted this artifact refining furnace, she couldn't. Once an artifact spirit was subdued, it was impossible for it to submit to a second person unless the person who subdued it first died. With the assistance of such an artifact refining furnace, refining the dragon bone, dragon bead, and dragon soul will be twice as fast with half the effort, Yang Inflammation said bitterly as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. Ahem. I collected a lot of artifact refining furnaces this time, and several of them are Origin King grade. Really? Yang Inflammation's spirits instantly rose. But they all seemed to be a little damaged. As Yang Kai spoke, he took out the artifact refining furnaces he had collected from the Earth Lung Fire Pond and placed them in a scattered pile. Yang Inflammation's mouth was wide open and he was unable to close it for a long time. After inspecting these artifact refining furnaces one by one, he suddenly became a little annoyed and said, "It's not just a little damaged, the damage is too great. How could they all be destroyed by fire attribute energy? Can they still be used? I don't know, I'll do my best to repair them." Yang Inflammation waved his hand and put the artifact refining furnaces into his space ring. Next, Yang Kai took out his other gains from Lu Yen Sand Field one by one, handing over everything he could to Yang Inflammation. For example, the huge number of fire crystal stones, the brilliant fire crystal essence, and the Lu Yen Flying Fire. Yang Kai had collected a total of 9 Lu Yen Flying Fires, and after giving one to Yang Inflammation, he kept 8 for himself. He wanted to know if using them could enhance his conflagrated knowledge. See. The map fragment obtained from killing Meng Hongliang was also given to Yang Inflammation, so now she had 2 map fragments in her hands. Although they were still incomplete, they should be able to be studied together. The crystal obtained in the 6th layer that caused Yang Kai to hallucinate and even feel dizzy was also recognized by Yang Inflammation. It was said to be a rare treasure called Mirage Stone. She also took it away, saying it was the best material to arrange an illusion array. The 20 stalks of bamboo that Yang Kai had spent half a year cutting down were also given to her, allowing her to refine them herself. Chapter 1260. As for the other spirit grasses and spirit medicines Yang Kai collected in Lu Yan's desert, he kept them for himself, such as the emerald silk grass, purple fine jade fruit, golden sun fruit, and so on. These herbs could be used in alchemy, so naturally he wouldn't give them to Yang Inflammation. As for the red candle fruit, red candle stalk, 9-branched jade crystal tree, golden sun fruit tree, and 10,000-year incense, Yang Kai also kept them for himself. After obtaining these materials, Yang Inflammation naturally left in high spirits. With her talent and so many good things, she could naturally go all out. Before leaving, she also gave Yang Kai a palm-sized token. The seal script on the token flowed, looking very mysterious. With this token, Yang Kai could freely enter and exit his cave mansion and open the barriers around it. Once these barriers were opened, no one on Dragon Cave Mountain except for Yang Kai could enter. Even Yang Inflammation couldn't enter unless they forcibly broke the spirit array. Regarding this point, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Yang Yen had obviously taken his safety into consideration, which was why she had used this method to create a place where no one could intrude. Yang Kai wasn't planning to live in one of the newly built lofts outside, so this cave mansion was very much to his liking. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because he had carved his own cave mansion in High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream a long time ago, but he had a special fondness for this kind of cave mansion. He felt that living here was very peaceful and was most suitable for him to meditate and cultivate. On top of that, Yang Yen had carefully arranged this cave mansion. This place had the most spirit arrays and was the most heavily guarded place on Dragon Cave Mountain. The world energy aura here was so rich that when Yang Kai first returned, he couldn't detect anything inside this cave mansion even when he used his divine sense to investigate. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in place and fell into a daze for a while. He had faintly noticed that it wasn't just yang inflammation, but also Wu Yufeng, Chang Qi, Howen, and the several dozen Haiku family disciples. They had already treated this place as a place that they could rely on. It could even be said that they treated this place as their own home. Therefore, no matter which one of them it was, they were extremely attentive to the construction of this place. This was what Yang Kai was happy to see. After pondering for a while, he took out his alchemy furnace. Emerald silk grass and some other medicinal ingredients. He refined a few furnaces of origin condensing pills. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because Lu Yan's trip to the desert this time had allowed him to grow a lot, but this time, refining the origin condensing pill was much smoother than the last time. More than half of them had formed pill veins. These origin condensing pills were naturally for Changqi and Howen. Both of them had been stuck at the Third Order's St. King Realm bottleneck for so many years, so they should only need one origin condensing pill to break through to the origin returning realm. However, after the pills were refined, Yang Kai didn't rush to send them out and instead began to arrange them in his cave mansion. In one of the stone rooms, Yang Kai spent a lot of Saint crystals and even used his myriad drug liquid to create an extremely rich world energy aura. The cave mansion's world energy aura was already quite good, so with the addition of the Saint crystals and myriad drug liquid, the richness of the world energy immediately rose to a whole new level. Inside this stone room, Yang Kai opened up a small medicine garden and carefully took out the red candle stalk and placed it next to the pool formed by the diluted myriad drug liquid. He believed that with so much world energy and spirit water, the red candle stalk shouldn't wither, not to mention, its vitality was already extremely tenacious. Next, Yang Kai took out the small piece of red candle fruit. Although he knew that this small piece of red candle fruit could not be restored after being cut, Yang Kai still placed it at the top of the red candle stalk, hoping that the roots of the red candle fruit would be able to maintain or even enhance its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai couldn't use the red candle fruit now, nor could he refine it into a pill, but perhaps he would need it in the future. After doing this, Yang Kai used the token in his hand to open all the barriers in this stone room. As soon as the light curtain flashed, a ripple spread out and everything in the stone room suddenly disappeared. Not only was it impossible to see the pool of diluted myriad drug liquid, the red candle stalk, and the red candle fruit with the naked eye, even when using one's divine sense, there was no trace of them. Except for the abnormal world energy aura, there was nothing else suspicious about this place. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, and after completely sealing off the stone room, he went to the next stone room. In the second stone room, Yang Kai took out the 10,000-year incense and the incense burner he obtained from the 6th layer of Lu Yen sand field and placed them inside. In an instant, the entire stone room was filled with a faint and clear fragrance. As soon as this fragrance entered his nose, Yang Kai suddenly felt his mind become tranquil, as if all his worries and unhappiness had disappeared. Even his knowledge sea had become calm and tranquil. The effects of the 10,000-year incense were well-deserved. Meditating under this fragrance for a long time would be of great help to anyone. Using the token in his hand, Yang Kai also completely sealed off the second stone room. The fragrance of the 10,000-year incense could now only drift inside the cave mansion, but Yang Kai could think of a way to let this fragrance drift outside. This way, the cultivator living on Dragon Cave Mountain would be able to benefit from it. Secretly keeping this matter in mind, Yang Kai went to the third stone room. A moment later, Yang Kai placed the 9-branch jade crystal tree in the third stone room. This way, as long as someone entered retreat inside the cave mansion, they could use the 9-branch jade crystal tree to spy on the heavenly way and martial Dao, allowing them to break through bottlenecks. However, Changqi and Howen both had the assistance of origin condensing pills and the 10,000-year incense, so they probably wouldn't need to use the 9-branch jade crystal tree. After finishing this, Yang Kai walked to the side and looked at a strange stone full of holes. This strange stone was the profound insect stone that Yang Kai had spent a lot of Saint crystals to buy at the last auction. After buying it, Yang Kai had placed his soul-devouring insects inside it. Yang Yan had said that profound insect stones were the most suitable for growing exotic insects. Before Yang Kai went to Lu Yan's desert, he had told Yang Yan and the others not to touch this profound insect stone. Now, it was lying quietly in a corner just like before. However, under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that there were thousands of tiny soul-devouring insects, invisible to the naked eye, sleeping quietly inside this profound insect stone. The interior of the profound insect stone seemed to be empty. The soul-devouring insects were still growing and evolving, so they couldn't be used for the time being. Only when the profound insect stone completely disappeared would they be able to fly out. Moreover, the six-colored soul-warming lotus in Yang Kai's knowledge sea was also evolving, so the soul-devouring insects had no place to settle down, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to let them out. Yang Kai had great expectations for the evolving soul-devouring insects, wondering what kind of changes they would undergo after they finished evolving. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai put away the profound insect stone and placed it in the stone room where the 9-branched jade crystal tree was. Only then did Yang Kai walk out of the cave mansion and call Changqi and Haoan in, giving each of them an origin condensing pill and telling them to choose an empty stone room to enter retreat. Yang Kai believed that it wouldn't be long before Dragon Cave Mountain would have its first 2 origin returning realm masters. Although they would only be first-order origin realm masters, in the end, there would still be origin returning realm masters here. In the future, when Yang Kai wasn't here, they would be able to cooperate with Dragon Cave Mountain's many amazing spirit arrays to protect this place. Over the next few days, Yang Kai was constantly busy. No one knew what he was busy with, but soon, everyone was surprised to find that a golden sun fruit tree had appeared somewhere on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although the fruits on this tree had disappeared, this tree was still a spirit fruit tree, so in addition to being used to decorate the scenery of Dragon Cave Mountain, it also gave everyone a sense of anticipation. When it came to transplanting the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai was severely reprimanded by Yang Yan. After listening to her ramble on and on, Yang Kai realized that he had been too naive before. The golden sun fruit tree's requirements for its environment were too harsh. If Yang Kai hadn't possessed a heaven-defying treasure like the Black Book space, it would have been impossible to bring it out of the Lu Yen desert and would likely have died inside his space ring. Even if it was replanted here, the chances of the golden sun fruit tree surviving was less than 30%. Yang Yan had spent a great deal of effort to arrange a spirit array around it to gather world energy for it to use, but even so, no one could guarantee whether the golden sun fruit tree would survive or not. However, the blood sword grass seed had undergone a change that shocked both Yang Kai and Yang Yan. Originally, after Yang Yan took away the blood sword grass seed, she had simply found a random place to plant it. Because she hadn't provided it with any flesh, she hadn't expected the blood sword grass seed to sprout and grow at this moment. She had only intended to use it as a last resort. If anyone dared to attack Dragon Cave Mountain, as long as there were casualties near the blood sword grass seed, it would be able to absorb the energy from these corpses and break out of the ground, catching the enemy off guard. On a whim, Yang Kai dripped a drop of golden blood onto the spot where the blood sword grass seed had been planted. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the blood sword grass seed began to sprout and grow rapidly, only stopping after reaching a height of 10 meters or so. However, this wasn't the end though. From the nearby soil, more blood sword grasses suddenly emerged one after another. Although they weren't as lush as the first one, they still reached a height of about 2 meters. In less than half an hour, with the location where the blood sword grass seed had been planted as its center, the surrounding 1,000-meter radius had been filled with sharp blades of grass, causing Yang Yan's beautiful face to go pale and she couldn't help screaming. Moreover, these blood sword grasses were different from the ones Yang Kai had seen before. They were not crimson in color, but instead each one exuded a faint golden light, making them quite eye-catching. Such a turn of events not only stunned Yang Yan, but also stunned Yang Kai on the spot. He hadn't expected that a single drop of his golden blood would cause such a big change to the blood sword grass. The only reason he had dripped a drop of his golden blood into the blood sword grass was because he wanted to see its effects. As a result, he had almost caused a casualty to one of the nearby cultivators. Fortunately, Yang Kai had come to the rescue in time and saved the Haiku family cultivator from being cut up by the blood sword grasses. Chapter 1261. However, strangely enough, perhaps because of his golden blood, these blood sword grasses did not show any hostility towards Yang Kai. Even when Yang Kai passed through them, they did not react in the slightest. However, except for Yang Kai, any living thing that entered these blood sword grasses would be cut into pieces like a mad demon. The sharp blades of light golden grass exuded a chilling light that caused anyone who entered to shudder. After this incident, Yang Yen was both surprised and overjoyed. He immediately began arranging things around the blood sword grasses, preparing to turn this place into a restricted area and even use these blood sword grasses to create a large-scale trap. Even if an origin-returning realm master broke into this blood sword grasses, even if they didn't die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. 3 days after Yang Kai's return, Shadow Moon Hall's Qian Tong personally brought Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer to Dragon Cave Mountain. After confirming that Yang Kai had really returned safely, the three of them felt relieved. Qian Tong also learned from Wei Guchang that Yang Kai had once saved his and Dong Xianer's lives in Lu Yen Desert. Without even mentioning his original intention of befriending Yang Kai, Qian Tong's assistance alone was enough to make Qian Tong deeply grateful. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were both Shadow Moon Hall's most talented disciples, so if the two of them were to fall in Lu Yen Desert, the loss would be immeasurable. None of them asked Yang Kai why he had only appeared so long after Lu Yen Desert closed, but all of them vaguely guessed that Yang Kai must have encountered some other opportunity. As a result, Qian Tong became even more optimistic about Yang Kai and treated him as if he were a family elder. Now, Dragon Cave Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall were cooperating closely. Yang Yen and the others continued to purchase a large number of materials from Shadow Moon Hall, allowing the Shadow Moon Hall to make a lot of money. For various reasons, Qian Tong had already regarded Dragon Cave Mountain as a partner and ally. After a long chat, Yang Kai learned about the gains and losses of the major forces after the opening of the Lu Yen Desert. The loss was not small. There were more than 10,000 cultivators who entered the Lu Yen sandy land, but less than 70% of them could return safely. A total of 30% to 40% of the elite disciples of various forces had lost their lives. It could be said to be disastrous. Although this kind of loss made every force feel sad, the harvest brought back by the surviving disciples was enough to make up for the losses. Almost everyone had more or less gained something, especially the sect's disciples who had brought out the red candle fruit. All of them were rewarded handsomely by their respective sections. And the appearance of the red candle fruit. Similarly, it set off a wave of heat across Shadowed Star. Several alchemy grandmasters from Medicine Pill sect frequently went to the various great forces, trying to purchase this red candle fruit at a high price, but to no avail. In the end, they put forward a request for them to refine pills. However, no one felt comfortable handing over this heaven-defying spirit fruit to another great force, not even Medicine Pill sect, so after half a year, the alchemy grandmasters from Medicine Pill sect could only return angrily. This was probably the first time that the great forces on Shadowed Star had refused to give face to Medicine Pill sect. This matter had caused a lot of turmoil half a year ago. Several traders from Shadow Moon Hall had even appeared and tried to steal the red candle fruit, but as a result, their whereabouts were exposed and they were all eliminated on the spot. The situation of the other sects was roughly the same, but after half a year, the storm caused by the red candle fruit gradually subsided. However, no one knew what to do with the red candle fruit. After talking about this, Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask Qian Tong a lot of questions about the cultivation of the Saint King realm. Qian Tong didn't hold back and immediately shared his cultivation experiences. Yang Kai, Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, and the others listened attentively and all of them gained a lot. Half a day later, Qian Tong and the others bid farewell and left. Before leaving, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer told Yang Kai that after they returned, they would enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm. In Lu Yan's desert, both of them had made some progress, so now was the best time to break through to the origin returning realm. Yang Kai knew that if they hadn't been waiting for news from him, they would have entered retreat long ago. It was precisely because they couldn't determine whether he was dead or alive that they had delayed until now and missed the best opportunity to break through. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but he didn't point it out. Before leaving, Dong Xianer suddenly approached Yang Kai mysteriously and whispered, "Brother Yang, elder sister Dai Yuan has sent me many messages over the past 6 months asking about your situation, but unfortunately, you never showed up, so I couldn't tell her the exact news. Now that you've returned safely, I believe elder sister Dai Yuan will feel much more at ease." Dai Yuan. Yang Kai froze as an ugly face appeared in front of him, causing his expression to become extremely strange. Why was she so concerned about him? Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Yang Kai felt that with Dai Yuan's personality, it was impossible for her to care about him so much for no reason. Moreover, when they parted ways in the 4th layer, Dai Yuan seemed to have said something that was quite intriguing. She said that she would pay him a visit to thank him in the future, so it seemed that she wasn't just saying it casually. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about this, Wei Guchang chuckled meaningfully, obviously misunderstanding something and thinking that something had happened between Yang Kai and Dai Yuan in Lu Yan's desert. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain. Not to mention that there really was nothing between him and Dai Yuan. Even if Dai Yuan was a beautiful woman, Yang Kai wouldn't be tempted. He had seen many beautiful women, and since entering Lu Yan's territory, he had always been thinking about the other 2 beauties in his heart, so how could he be in the mood to flirt with other women? Dong Xianer suddenly bit her lip and whispered, "Actually, elder sister Dai Yuan isn't what you think she is." After saying this, Dong Xianer quickly caught up with Wei Guchang and left with him. Yang Kai was left standing in place, completely confused. He had no idea what Dong Xianer was trying to say. After a moment of confusion, Yang Kai shook his head and returned to his stone room. After spending a month refining all the herbs he could refine into pills, he immediately called Yang Yen and Wu Yi over and told them that he was going into retreat for a while and that if there was nothing important, they shouldn't disturb him. As for Dragon Cave Mountain, they could handle it on their own. As for the pills he refined, they were naturally given to them to handle. There was a huge number of these pills, and most of them were used to increase one's cultivation. With the help of these pills, everyone's strength would improve rapidly. Yang Yen and Wu Yi naturally nodded. Immediately after, Yang Kai entered his cave mansion and began his retreat. There were too many things he needed to do. He wanted to see if Lu Yan's flying fire could enhance the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea, refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, comprehend the demon blood thread secret technique, and consolidate his newly promoted second-order Saint King realm cultivation. All of these things took time and couldn't be accomplished in a day or 2. However, in order to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, Yang Kai first had to refine the artifact refining furnace. Yang Yen was right, sharpening a knife would not delay chopping wood. As long as he completely refined the Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace, he could save a lot of time refining the dragon bone and dragon bead. Moreover, the artifact refining furnace had given birth to an artifact spirit and could be used as an offensive artifact. After carefully sorting out the things he needed to do, Yang Kai began to get busy. The first thing he did was to refine the artifact refining furnace. Although he had subdued an artifact spirit in the Earth Lung Fire Pond, subduing an artifact spirit and refining an artifact refining furnace were 2 different things. However, subduing an artifact spirit would be of great help to him in refining the artifact refining furnace, allowing him to refine it more quickly and effectively. Taking out the artifact refining furnace and placing it in front of him, Yang Kai closed his eyes and pushed his Saint Qi, transforming it into demonic flames that wrapped around the artifact refining furnace in front of him and allowed his aura to penetrate into it. Time passed by little, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since Yang Kai began cultivating the flowing time Great Emperor. Since Yang Kai entered the cave mansion, he had not come out, so no one knew what he was doing inside. Even Changqi and Howen, who had successfully broken through to the origin returning realm inside the cave mansion, had not seen Yang Kai in person. The two of them had taken origin condensing pills and, with the help of the 10,000-year incense and 9-branch jade crystal tree in the stone room, broke through to the origin returning realm without any suspense and emerged from the stone room in less than half a month. After breaking through to the origin returning realm, the Shadow Moon Hall actually sent over some information about origin returning realm cultivation, causing Changqi and Howen to be overjoyed. Both of them were from small families and had never been able to obtain such precious information before, so Qian Tong gave them some face for Yang Kai's sake. Naturally, the two of them were extremely grateful. Immediately, the two of them entered their own lofts and entered retreat to comprehend Sure, which was something only an origin returning realm cultivator could comprehend. For half a year, everything on Dragon Cave Mountain was in order. Wu Yi was in charge of managing the outside and cooperating with the Shadow Moon Hall, while Yang Yan was responsible for arranging the various spirit arrays. Dragon Cave Mountain's defensive capabilities had risen to a whole new level, and the cultivator who originally belonged to the Haiku family had also immersed themselves in cultivation diligently. If it weren't for Yang Yan needing to use artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays to comprehend the knowledge in his mind, with the current situation of Dragon Cave Mountain, there would be no need for him to arrange anything at all. During this half a year, Yang Kai had also thoroughly consolidated his cultivation. After refining the profound Yin sunflower water, his cultivation had risen to the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. Now that he had consolidated his cultivation, as long as the right time was right and he received some help, he would be able to break through to the third-order Saint King realm. The artifact refining furnace had also been completely refined into his body. After that, the Firebird artifact spirit could even freely enter and exit Yang Kai's body, no longer having to stand on Yang Kai's shoulder like before. This little thing and the stone mongoose seemed to have some natural disagreements and would often fight whenever they encountered each other. This was the first time Yang Kai realized that the stone mongoose's combat strength could not be underestimated. Its innate battle armor allowed it to withstand the artifact spirit's fire spirit's attacks. Although it looked simple and clumsy, once it began fighting, its speed was incredibly fast. If it weren't for the artifact spirit's ability to fly, the stone mongoose would definitely not have suffered a loss. Even so, every time they fought, the stone mongoose and the artifact spirit would end up in a tie, neither able to do anything to the other. Chapter 1262. Over the course of half a year, the two artifact spirits fought more than a dozen times, ending in a draw almost every time. Yang Kai naturally didn't bother to take care of them and never intervened in their battles. In the end, the two little creatures even began to appreciate each other and would sometimes gather together to discuss something mysteriously. During this half a year, in addition to consolidating his second-order Saint King cultivation and refining the artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai had also refined the dragon bone and dragon bead slightly. Now, both the dragon bone and dragon bead had been placed into the artifact refining furnace while the artifact refining furnace had been taken into Yang Kai's body. As a result, even if Yang Kai didn't deliberately refine them, the artifact spirit could use the Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body to stimulate the artifact refining furnace while using its own pure fire attribute energy to continuously refine the dragon bone and dragon bead. However, these two things were truly worthy of being materials from a true dragon. The artifact spirit had been refining them for 2 months but hadn't seen much change. The only difference was that they were slightly contaminated with Yang Kai's aura, but they couldn't be used by the artifact spirit. It seemed that it would take at least 3 to 5 years to completely refine them, unless Yang Kai specifically took the time to stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to speed up the process. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry though and took this opportunity to study the Demon Blood Thread secret art given to him by Demon Blood Temple disciple Deng Ning. Originally, Yang Kai had only wanted this secret technique to use as an excuse to deal with Yang Rong while also ensuring that Deng Ning wouldn't betray him. However, after returning to Dragon Cave Mountain for a month, Yang Kai discovered that this Demon Blood Thread secret technique was extremely profound and was very suitable for him to cultivate. This came as a great surprise to Yang Kai. Demon Blood Temple was an extremely evil force that had many bad blood relationships with many of the great forces on Shadowed Star. On top of that, there would be a small internal strife every 5 years and a major one every 10 years. The reason why it had not been completely destroyed was mostly because of this Demon Blood Thread secret technique. The foreign elders and protectors of Demon Blood Temple had all cultivated this secret technique and were able to use it in battle, making it extremely difficult to defend against. As such, most people didn't bother to find trouble with them. As long as Demon Blood Temple didn't do anything that would incur the wrath of the heavens, there was no need to worry about its destruction. If one wanted to cultivate this secret art, one needed to use one's own blood essence as a foundation. Every cultivator's blood essence was extremely precious, and once used, it would cause severe damage to one's yuan qi. It could be said that using a single drop of golden blood would cause a cultivator to recuperate for several months to several years. However, in Demon Blood Temple, there was another secret art that complemented the Demon Blood Thread secret art and allowed its disciples to use their blood essence as a foundation to cultivate this Demon Blood Thread secret art without suffering any serious damage. Once one successfully cultivated this secret art and used it against an enemy, their combat power would soar. Because it was refined from one's own blood essence, it was much easier to use than any other artifact. The Demon Blood Thread was also known as an artifact that wasn't an artifact. Blood essence was also precious to Yang Kai and he didn't dare use it casually, but he had an endless supply of golden blood. On top of that, golden blood contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, making it the best foundation for cultivating the Demon Blood Thread secret art. When Yang Kai discovered this, he was overjoyed. But before that, he had been considering the pros and cons of cultivating the Demon Blood Thread secret art. It wasn't until some time ago that he finally decided to begin cultivating it. Because the more blood essence one used to cultivate this secret art, the more Demon Blood Threads one could cultivate, and the more powerful it would be. This secret art was simply tailor-made for Yang Kai. How could he miss out on such an opportunity? Currently, when Yang Kai fought, he mostly relied on the 9 heavens divine skills as well as his own comprehension of Saint Qi, so he lacked some flexibility. If he could cultivate this Demon Blood Thread secret art, he would be able to make up for this shortcoming. If Yang Kai cultivated this secret art, he would have another huge advantage, and that was that the Demon Blood Threads he cultivated would be more powerful than those of Demon Blood Temple's disciples because the foundation of this secret art was blood essence. The more powerful one's blood essence was, the more terrifying the Demon Blood Threads would be. During this half-year retreat, Yang Kai had spent most of his time cultivating the Demon Blood Thread secret art. Now, he was showing some signs of minor accomplishment. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai's thoughts flashed as an imperceptible golden light appeared at the tip of his finger. This golden light was like a silk thread, several dozen meters long, and under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, it moved back and forth nimbly, giving off a whooshing sound as if it was capable of cutting through space itself, as if he was holding an invisible golden whip in his hand. After testing the power of this Demon Blood Thread secret art, Yang Kai was quite satisfied. After all, this was something he had obtained by consuming a drop of golden blood. Moreover, he hadn't even fully cultivated it, yet it already possessed such power. If he fully cultivated it, its power would definitely increase significantly. This was just a single Demon Blood Thread. If he cultivated several dozen of them, Yang Kai could hardly imagine how much trouble they would bring to his enemies. The senior who created the Demon Blood Thread secret art was truly a heaven-sent genius, actually thinking of using his own blood essence to cultivate this artifact that wasn't really an artifact. However, even he could not have anticipated that there would be someone like Yang Kai in this world who could use countless drops of golden blood. Given enough time, Yang Kai would definitely be able to carry forward the Demon Blood Thread secret art he created. However, now this thing could no longer be called a Demon Blood Thread. It was more appropriate to call it a Golden Blood Thread. Yang Kai grinned, took back the Golden Blood Thread into his body, and continued to cultivate. During this period, Yang Kai also consumed space spirit crystals to absorb energy from them and enhance his own space force. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed and Yang Kai still showed no signs of coming out of seclusion. However, there was no need for him to appear on Dragon Cave Mountain, so everything was fine. On this day, while cultivating his golden blood threads, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he quickly opened his eyes, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across his face. Immediately closing his eyes again, he sent his consciousness into the black book space, his soul avatar manifesting. After seeing the scene in front of him, the words Yang Kai was about to say were suddenly swallowed back into his stomach and instead stared blankly at a giant tree in front of him. This giant tree was the divine tree that Yang Kai had taken into the black book space many years ago. Last time, after swallowing 2 drops of Yang Kai's golden blood, it had fallen into a deep sleep to evolve. Now, 2 to 3 years later, it had awakened from this state. It was precisely because he had perceived its message that Yang Kai had manifested his soul avatar into the black book space. However, the appearance of the divine tree now was a bit strange. Yang Kai remembered that before its evolution, it was a towering tree with lush foliage. Each leaf and branch contained a rich yang attribute energy. But now, after its evolution, it had shrunk several times, only reaching a height of 7 or 8 meters. However, at this moment, its leaves and branches looked a bit different, as if they were made of pure gold, giving off a dazzling and eye-catching golden glow. Moreover, between these branches and leaves, there were some green fruits about the size of longans. If these fruits were to mature, they would be great supplements for someone like Yang Kai, but they had only just begun to bear fruit. What surprised Yang Kai was not just these changes to the divine tree, but also the fact that a face had appeared at the center of its trunk. It was a very strange face. It had eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but no eyebrows. Furthermore, because the face was too big, it was somewhat distorted. It looked like the face of an extremely old man. On both sides of the tree trunk, there were 2 forks that looked like arms. The branches on the palms were separated and looked like fingers. However, the 2 arms and palms of the divine tree were extremely large, and at a glance, it was obvious they were extraordinarily powerful. The roots of the divine tree had also transformed into many tentacles that supported its huge body, as if it had grown countless legs out of thin air. When Yang Kai entered, the divine tree seemed to be adapting to its changes, its tentacles moving as it slowly walked through the black book space. When it sensed Kai Yang's arrival, it immediately raised its 2 large eyes and looked over. It even seemed to smile at Kai Yang for a moment, before standing still. Yang Kai stared at it in amazement, not knowing what to say for a while. "Don't worry." What surprised Yang Kai even more was that the divine tree actually spoke in human language, but its voice was very deep and hoarse, as if this was the first time it had spoken like this and was not used to it. Before, the divine tree had only communicated with Yang Kai through divine sense, so this was the first time Yang Kai had heard it speak. Yang Kai's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. After a long pause, the divine tree continued, "Although I don't quite understand why I've become like this after evolving, I can feel that this is a good thing. It seems your golden blood has been of great help to me. I am no longer the same as before." Hearing this, Yang Kai felt relieved and asked with concern, "Is there anything wrong?" "No, there's nothing wrong at all. I feel wonderful." The divine tree's speech gradually became clearer, as if after speaking a few words, it had grasped the trick of communicating with others in this way. As it spoke, it began to slowly walk through the black book space. "If there's anything wrong with this place, it's that I feel this place is no longer suitable for me to stay. It's too depressing and not conducive to my growth." Yang Kai was startled and immediately understood what was going on. Before the divine tree had evolved, it could only be regarded as a world spirit treasure that had gained sentience, so there was no problem with it being placed inside the black book space. But now, it had become a strange creature, so staying inside the black book space was indeed a bit inappropriate. It might not be a problem for a short time, but if it stayed here for a long time, it would be unable to accept the world principles from the outside world, causing it to wither and die. If such a thing really happened, Yang Kai would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. Chapter 1263. Considering all this, Yang Kai said apologetically, I've wronged you these past few years. When I brought you out of that mysterious small world, I promised you that one day I would find a place for you to settle down, but after all these years, I've been running around and haven't been able to find a place to settle down. Hearing this, the divine tree waved its two palms and waved them off. I know, you don't need to worry about it. Yang Kai nodded gently before suddenly grinning, but now I finally have a place to settle down. If you want, you can come out for a while. When I leave here in the future, I'll take you with me. Of course, that's up to you. The divine tree stopped and a look of joy appeared on its subtle face as it asked, Can we go out now? It seemed that because it had been placed in the black book space for so long, it missed the sunlight outside. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Then let's go out. When you leave here, I'll go with you. After finishing his discussion, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the cave mansion. The outside was quiet as the several dozen Haiku family disciples seemed to be in a state of cultivation. Even Xianxia and Howen were nowhere to be seen. Only the few cultivators responsible for monitoring Dragon Cave Mountain's movements were still active. Seeing Yang Kai come out of seclusion, these people's expressions became solemn and they quickly walked over to greet him. Although they had followed Wu Yi out of the Haiku family, they all knew who was in charge of this place. Where's Yang Inflammation? Yang Kai looked around but couldn't find any trace of Yang Inflammation. Even after using his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't find Yang Inflammation's aura. Wu Yi was also not here. Yang Inflammation and Young Lady went to Black Sea City together. One of the cultivators who seemed to be very smart quickly replied. Black Sea City? Which great force is that? Why did they go there? Yang Kai was stunned. Black Sea City is under the jurisdiction of Clear Sky Sect. They went there to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. Another auction? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Seeing his puzzled look, the cultivator hurriedly explained. After listening to his explanation, Yang Kai understood. It seemed to be because Yang Kai had taken out a lot of good things at the auction last time. Yen Pei of Treasure Trove Pavilion remembered this, so before the auction this time, he specially asked Qian Tong to send over an invitation. Dragon Cave Mountain just happened to be lacking St. Crystals to purchase materials, so Yang Yen brought a few artifacts he had refined to the auction. Prepare to raise some funds. After learning about this, Kai Yang furrowed his brow. The speed at which Yang Inflammation was spending St. Crystals was simply too fast. The several million St. Crystals and materials Yang Kai had brought back last time must have been used up by her. Yang Kai wasn't frowning because of her extravagant spending. No matter how much St. Crystals and materials Yang Yen consumed, he was still arranging a protective barrier for Dragon Cave Mountain. What Yang Kai cared about was that auctioning things to raise St. Crystals was not a long-term solution. Yang Inflammation could take out the artifacts he refined to auction once or twice to allow the funds to flow, but if this continued, something would definitely happen. What's more, the pills he refined couldn't be auctioned for a long time. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain was not under the protection of any great force. Although Shadow Moon Hall had a good relationship with Dragon Cave Mountain, that was only because Qian Tong was in charge. There was no guarantee that someone from Shadow Moon Hall would keep an eye on Dragon Cave Mountain. If too many high-grade artifacts and pills were to flow out from here, it would definitely attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Not to mention others, Yang Kai estimated that Xie Hongwen's father would not relax his monitoring of Dragon Cave Mountain. Xie Hongwen had died in the Lu Yen sand field. So although Xie Hongwen's father did not know who killed his son, he would definitely not give up. Once he found an excuse, he might come here to cause trouble. How many days have they been gone? Yang Kai asked again. 3 days, they should be back soon. Does young Master Yang need to find them? If so, we can make a trip. No need, Yang Kai waved his hand. You can go about your own business. Several people nodded and were about to disperse when Yang Kai suddenly said, Right, when they come back, tell them not to auction any more artifacts. After giving these instructions, Yang Kai flew up into the sky and began flying freely around Dragon Cave Mountain. He had the token given to him by Yang Inflammation, which could not only open the barrier around the cave mansion but also open and close all the barriers and spirit arrays around Dragon Cave Mountain. So with this token in hand, Dragon Cave Mountain's barriers and spirit arrays had no effect on Yang Kai. Yang Kai saw all kinds of amazing spirit arrays arranged by Yang Inflammation. The Mirage Stone was also placed in the array core of an illusion array. If it weren't for the token given to him by Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai would not have been able to escape after breaking in. There was also the territory where the blood sword grass was located. It was also wrapped in a bewildering array, making it impossible for anyone to see what was inside, but once an outsider broke in, they would be frantically attacked by the blood sword grass. There was also a plain and unremarkable area, but Yang Kai found that the huge fire crystal stone was protected by layers of spirit arrays. Halos of light flowed around it, and a huge spirit array was engraved on the ground. Although Yang Kai did not know what kind of spirit arrays were arranged in this territory, Yang Kai estimated that it would not be an easy place to break through. There were also a variety of other spirit arrays and spirit arrays. Even though Yang Kai was the owner of Dragon Cave Mountain, he was still shocked by these layers of protection and hidden dangers. Yang Inflammation wanted to turn this place into an impenetrable fortress. However, Yang Kai knew that she was using these arrangements to unlock the seal on his Sea of Knowledge, so even if it was a bit extravagant and wasteful, it was not a problem. As long as Yang Inflammation mastered more and more things, the spirit arrays she arranged in the future would become stronger and stronger. Yang Kai flew around Dragon Cave Mountain for a while before returning to an open space a few dozen meters away from the loft. There was no trace of any kind of arrangement here, so it was obviously just an open space. After landing, Yang Kai used his divine sense to connect with the black book space and communicated with the divine tree for a while before releasing his divine sense. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea was greatly reduced and a golden light flashed in front of Yang Kai as the 70-meter-tall divine tree suddenly appeared. Yang Kai was secretly startled and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He found that he had underestimated the amount of spiritual energy it would take to release the divine tree. When he had taken the divine tree into the black book space, his spiritual energy had been completely exhausted and his knowledge sea had completely dried up. If it weren't for the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, his soul would have been damaged. Even so, it had taken him a long time to recover. Yang Kai's current strength was far from what it used to be, so he thought that releasing the divine tree would be a simple matter. How could he have imagined that the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea would be reduced by more than half in an instant? However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai smiled. While he had grown over the years, how could the divine tree not grow as well? The amount of spiritual energy required to release it would naturally be much greater than before, so this was not unexpected. As soon as the divine tree appeared, the human face on the trunk showed a joyful expression, its 2 eyes slowly turning as it looked around. After feeling the rich world energy aura here, a look of comfort appeared on its face as it boomed, "Good, good, good, the conditions here are simply too good." Yang Kai knew that this was the first time the divine tree had come into contact with the world energy in the star territory, which was why it was so happy. Compared to the mysterious small world it had lived in before, the difference in world energy here was like heaven and earth. There was simply no comparison. "I'm glad you like it." Yang Kai chuckled. "I won't put you in a specific place, you can walk wherever you want, but I have to tell you in advance that there are many barriers and spirit arrays set up here. If you rush in, it may be a bit troublesome, so pay more attention when you walk around. Don't be careless and get trapped by these spirit arrays." I can feel the traces of these spirit arrays. Don't worry, I won't rush in recklessly." The divine tree readily agreed. Soon after, the tentacle-like branches under its roots wriggled, causing the ground to churn. In the blink of an eye, the divine tree had actually taken root on the spot. A sound was emitted from its mouth, and its eyes were half closed in enjoyment. It appeared to be lazy. Yang Kai did not disturb it and simply waited quietly, letting it enjoy the joy of seeing the light of day again. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and said, "Right, 2 drops of my golden blood can help you evolve. what if you swallow some more? The divine tree opened its eyes and showed a look of longing, but soon said, "Your golden blood should also be extremely precious. Although it will be of great help to my growth, I won't be able to evolve any further in the near future. Swallowing it will only make me stronger, so there's no need to rush. When you have more golden blood in the future, you can let me swallow it." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Although it's not much, giving you a drop for now won't be a problem." Saying so, Yang Kai directly forced out a drop of golden blood and flicked it towards the divine tree. The divine tree opened its mouth, swallowed it directly, and let out another roar, its big mouth wriggling as if it was still tasting the golden blood. After a while, the divine tree opened its eyes and said, "Good, I need to adapt for a few days, you can go about your business." "Good," Yang Kai nodded, and after exchanging a few more words with it, he left. Calling over the Haiku family cultivator, Yang Kai told them to take good care of the divine tree. When Yang Yen and Wu Yi returned, Yang Kai told them about the divine tree's existence. Presumably, they would take good care of it. After doing all this, Yang Kai entered secluded retreat again. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because his luck was unstoppable, but a month after the divine tree's evolution, the profound insect stone that Yang Kai had placed in his stone room began to move. All the soul-devouring insects had awakened and the huge profound insect stone had been consumed. After awakening, the soul-devouring insects seemed to have been fully nourished and had grown greatly. It could be described as a double blessing. Chapter 1264. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the spot, his face cloudy and his eyes seemingly empty and lifeless. His aura, however, was tumbling around his body, stirring up a violent storm with astonishing momentum. Not far away, from a hole in the ground, the stone mongoose poked its small head out to look at him, a look of surprise and doubt appearing on its charmingly naive face, seemingly unable to understand what was happening to Yang Kai. The artifact spirit had long since drilled into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. After seeing Yang Kai's eyes, the stone mongoose suddenly seemed to be frightened and shrank back into the hole, scrambling on all fours and fleeing several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. At this moment, if someone were to stand in front of Yang Kai and look into his eyes, they would discover that there was a faint seven-colored light flowing in the depths of his eyes. If one looked more carefully, they would discover that this seven-colored light was actually refracted from a lotus bud, as if two seven-colored flower buds had sprouted in the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai still sat in place, time passing by little, and the seven-colored light emitted from his empty eyes seemed to grow stronger and stronger, more and more intense. Gradually, above Yang Kai's head, the phantom of a lotus bud also appeared. This lotus was shrouded in seven-colored light and looked extremely beautiful. As it rotated, a shocking wave of spiritual energy suddenly spread out in all directions. As Yang Kai's spiritual energy spread out, the phantom began to unfurl bit by bit and petals of different colors slowly spread outwards, as if a shy woman was slowly taking off her clothes to reveal her alluring body. The entire process was extremely slow, but Yang Kai himself was completely unaware of it, his soul avatar immersed in his knowledge sea. He was immersed in the profound mysteries of the soul-warming lotus before it bloomed. After an unknown amount of time, when the seven-colored lotus had completely bloomed, the lotus had become incomparably huge, and its shadow had almost filled the entire cave residence. At this moment, the lotus phantom suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of fluorescent light that fluttered in the air like fireflies. Immediately after, under the guidance of some kind of force, these specks of light rushed towards Yang Kai and drilled into his body before disappearing. Yang Kai's body shook and his empty eyes instantly regained clarity, his expression extremely strange. He sat there motionlessly, deep in thought. Since the soul-devouring insects had completed their evolution half a month ago, Yang Kai had tested the power of the evolved soul-devouring insects. After being greatly satisfied, the soul-warming lotus actually completed its evolution and finally transformed into its final seven-colored form. What Yang Kai did not expect was that the evolution of the soul-warming lotus would allow him to comprehend a miraculous soul skill. Although the soul-warming lotus was a precious treasure of heaven and earth that could nourish the soul, according to the records Yang Kai had read, it did not allow a cultivator to comprehend a soul skill. Yang Kai did not have time to think about this at the time and immediately immersed himself in comprehending the soul skill. Now that the soul-warming lotus had completed its evolution, Yang Kai had thoroughly comprehended the soul skill. Only then did he have time to think about the reason. Since it was not the soul-warming lotus's work, then it was very likely that it was the colorless crystal. Inside the pool of soul-cleansing divine water, Yang Kai had accidentally obtained the colorless crystal, but after the soul-warming lotus swallowed it, it began its evolution. Now that the colorless crystal had disappeared, the soul-warming lotus had successfully transformed into its 7-colored form. Yang Kai reckoned that the soul skill he had comprehended this time was very likely related to the colorless crystal. Perhaps the crystal contained some profound mysteries that allowed him to comprehend this divine technique by chance. Although he had not tested it, Yang Kai knew that this soul skill was extraordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was his trump card. During this period of time, one good thing after another had happened. First, the divine tree had awakened from its slumber, then the soul-devouring insects had completed their evolution, and now even the soul-warming lotus had turned into its 7-colored form. It seemed that good things had all happened to Yang Kai. A few days ago, he was still worried about how to deal with the evolved soul-devouring insects, but now this problem was easily solved. Considering all this, Yang Kai waved his hand to the side and caught a gray, misty object in his hand. This misty object was twisting and changing, making it look extremely strange. Although this mist was not very eye-catching, if one looked carefully, they would be able to see that this gray mist was actually a cloud of tiny insects that were almost invisible to the naked eye. The soul-devouring insects were originally invisible to the naked eye, but after their evolution, they had gathered together to form this gray mist. The lethality of each soul-devouring insect had greatly increased. Yang Kai estimated that they could now easily kill an ordinary Saint King realm cultivator. Even if an origin-returning realm cultivator was infected, they would not be able to expel it in a short time. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of them at all. Releasing his divine sense, he wrapped up this gray fog and pulled it into his knowledge sea. These soul-devouring insects also made a beeline for the island formed by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, quickly settling down there. After such a long period of seclusion, Yang Kai had done everything he could. Refining the artifact refining furnace, refining the dragon bone and dragon bead, refining the Lu Yen flying fire, enhancing the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea, comprehending the demon blood thread secret technique, and so on. Yang Kai could not use the dragon bone and dragon bead for the time being, so he could only wait until they became useful to him. As for the golden blood thread secret technique, he had transformed from Demon Blood Temple's demon blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai had only cultivated a single one. Although he had not yet used it against an enemy, Yang Kai knew that its power was extraordinary. This kind of artifact refined using one's own golden blood was far more useful than any other weapon. Of the 8 Lu Yen flying fires, Yang Kai had used 6 of them. As he had guessed, the Lu Yen flying fires could allow a cultivator to develop a variant divine sense and could indeed enhance the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea. However, after integrating the 5th Lu Yen flying fire, the enhancement effect was not so obvious, so Yang Kai had kept 2 of them. Perhaps they would be of some use to him in the future. After more than a year of retreat, although Yang Kai's cultivation had not changed much, his own combat effectiveness had risen to a whole new level. As for the golden blood thread and the newly comprehended soul skill, he could only wait for an opportunity to test their power in the future. It was time for Yang Kai to come out of seclusion. On the path of cultivation, blindly cultivating behind closed doors was not an option. Although those who cultivated diligently increased their cultivation rapidly, their combat effectiveness did not match their realm. Yang Kai had been fighting his way up to this point since he began cultivating, so he was naturally familiar with this truth. Moreover, now he had no choice but to come out of seclusion because someone had come to Dragon Cave Mountain a month ago and was waiting for him. However, the evolution of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus was just around the corner and Yang Kai needed to comprehend the new soul skill, so he had not been able to leave. Thinking of this person, Yang Kai frowned secretly, wondering why this other party was looking for him. With their friendship, it was strange for her to be so concerned about him. Thinking so, Yang Kai walked out of his cave mansion. A moment later, Yang Kai appeared outside and released his divine sense unscrupulously, quickly locating Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi and the others. After sending them a message, Yang Kai went straight to a loft in front of him. A moment later, while Yang Kai was sitting inside the loft, tasting the spirit tea Yang Inflammation and the others had collected from somewhere, 2 beautiful figures flashed through the door. Naturally, it was the black-robed Yang Inflammation and the green-robed Wu. Both women smiled happily, as if something good had happened, and after seeing Yang Kai, they immediately trotted over. "You've finally come out of seclusion." Yang Inflammation looked Yang Kai up and down and found that he did not show any signs of becoming stronger, a somewhat strange look on her face. What happened that made you so happy?" Yang Kai took another sip of tea and asked. Wu Yi smiled and replied, "It's all because our Dragon Cave Mountain is becoming more and more famous. Many cultivators without the protection of a sect or family want to join. In the past, there weren't many people here, but over the past few months, a dozen or so people have come here every day to inquire, with the most being 30 a day, some of them even origin returning realm masters. Elder Sister Yang Inflammation and I were discussing whether we should establish a small sect." "A small sect?" Yang Kai glared at her angrily. "Aren't you thinking too simply? We don't have any masters here, so what kind of sect can we establish? Moreover, the reason we can stay here safely is because of Qian Tong's care. If one day Qian Tong loses power or falls in a battle, do you think Shadow Moon Hall will let us grow under its nose?" Hearing what Yang Kai said, the smile on Wu Yi's face suddenly disappeared and she hesitated for a moment before saying, "That can't be, right? Elder Qian seems to have a lot of power in Shadow Moon Hall, second only to the Temple Master. Anything is possible, especially for these great forces. Although they usually have no problems, once something happens internally, there will be great turmoil. Even those who seem impossible to fall or fall may encounter some kind of mishap. Moreover, although Qian Tong has been good to us, I don't want to always rely on his prestige and shelter us under his wings, otherwise, we'll always feel inferior. Without a third-order origin returning realm master here, there's no need to think about establishing a small sect." Wu Yi frowned and thought about it carefully before nodding. "What you said makes sense. I was thinking too simply." Yang Kai had the idea of establishing a sect because he wanted to pave the way for the people from Tongxian realm, but now was definitely not the time. The current idea must have been put forward by Wu Yi. Yang Kai only cared about artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays, so he didn't care about such things. However, Wu Yi's Haiku family wasn't very big, so naturally, she didn't think too much about it, thinking that with Qian Tong's protection, Dragon Cave Mountain would be safe all year round. "What about those who came? Did they all refuse?" Yang Kai asked worriedly. "Naturally, they refused. You were in retreat, so we didn't dare make any decisions," Wu Yi nodded. "That's good." Yang Kai rubbed his chin before suddenly raising his head and asking, "Did Dai Yuan from Colored Glass Sect say why she wanted to see me?" Chapter 1265. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled ambiguously. "I don't know. She hasn't had much contact with anyone since she came here. It seems she doesn't like to communicate with others. I've gone to see her a few times, but I've never been able to say anything to her. However, every time she asks about you, just like Wei Guchang, she had also misunderstood him." Yang Kai was too lazy to explain and instead wore a sad expression as he said, "Forget it, I'll go see her. If there's nothing important, she shouldn't have come here." With that said, he walked straight out. He had wanted to inquire about some information from Wu Yi and Yang Yan so he could be prepared, but he hadn't expected that even though they had been here for an entire month, she wouldn't reveal the slightest bit of her purpose for coming here. Yang Kai secretly felt a headache coming on. Dai Yuan didn't seem like the kind of person who would come here for no reason. Since she had come here, she definitely had something to ask of him. If this was really just a chance encounter, Yang Kai could simply refuse, but this woman's relationship with Wei Guchang and Dong Xin'er wasn't shallow, and she had also spent some time with him in the Lu Yen desert, so if he refused too bluntly, it wouldn't look good on him. Yang Kai could only ask her what she wanted from him before deciding what to do next. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of another exquisite loft 1,000 meters away. He had used his divine sense to investigate this place in advance, so he naturally knew that Dai Yuan lived in this loft. At this moment, Dai Yuan's aura was stable and she seemed to be meditating. Yang Kai could only call out loudly, "Lady Dai Yuan, Yang Kai is here." The stable aura fluctuated for a moment before Dai Yuan's pleasantly surprised voice called out from inside the loft, "Junior brother Yang, please come in." Dai Yuan is currently in the middle of circulating her secret art, so it is inconvenient for her to greet you immediately. Please wait a moment, I will come down after finishing my cultivation. Yang Kai gently nodded before striding inside. The lofts here were divided into 2 floors. When Wu Yi and the others built them, they had considered that the people who lived here would need to receive guests, so the first floor was generally used to entertain guests while the second floor was where the owner of the loft would meditate and cultivate. Yang Kai entered the first floor of the attic and found a chair to sit down. After all, this was his territory. He really calculated it. Dai Yuan was the guest here, so there was no need for him to be polite. After waiting quietly for a while, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs and Dai Yuan walked down in a light blue palace dress. There was a smile on his face. That palace dress outlined her perfect figure incisively and vividly. Curvy front and curvy back. Her waist was slender and graceful. Yang Kai looked at her, and a trace of pity flashed through his eyes. This was because if this woman was not a beauty, she would definitely be a stunner. Unfortunately, she was born with a flaw that greatly reduced her charm. Although this strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, it was still noticed by Dai Yuan. This woman was quite intelligent, so how could she not understand what Yang Kai was feeling regretful about? Her heart was as clear as a mirror, but her face remained expressionless. After apologizing, she sat down on the chair next to Yang Kai. With a wave of her jade white hand, the ring on her finger flashed and a plate of exquisite spirit fruits appeared on the table. This is a purple mist fruit I picked from Colored Glass Sect's Purple Mist Mountain. On Shadowed Star, no other place besides my Colored Glass sect has this kind of spirit fruit. Although it is not as good as the spirit fruits and spirit medicines in Lu Yan's desert, it is of great help to any cultivator in purifying their Saint Qi. Junior brother Yang, if you don't mind, you should try it, Dai Yuan introduced with a smile, an expectant look on her face. Yang Kai grinned. Since Sister Dai Yuan is so considerate, this Yang won't be polite. Although he was secretly grumbling in his heart, he knew that this woman definitely had some business with him, so he picked up one of the small purple fruits and examined it carefully. Although this was the first time Yang Kai had heard of this purple mist fruit, just by looking at its purple aura and the fragrance it gave off, it was obvious that it was not something ordinary people could eat in Colored Glass Sect. Since Dai Yuan had brought it here specifically, he naturally had to try it. Tossing the small purple fruit into his mouth and chewing it a few times, Yang Kai immediately felt a sweet taste in his mouth, causing his brow to rise slightly. The taste of this thing was extremely good, and the sweetness seemed to go straight to his mind, making him feel very comfortable. After swallowing the purple mist fruit, Yang Kai felt a warm current spread from his abdomen and quickly spread to his limbs and bones, purifying his Saint Qi. Although the effect was not great, it did have some effect. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply picked up another purple mist fruit and ate it. After eating 3 in a row, he began to praise. Seeing this expression on his face, Dai Yuan was also very happy. Next, Yang Kai and Dai Yuan chatted about what had happened after Lu Yan's departure from each other in the desert, and for a time, Both host and guest were quite happy. However, what made Yang Kai depressed was that Dai Yuan seemed to have come here just to chat with him, not mentioning a single word about her purpose. In any case, whatever Yang Kai said, she had something to say. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, as if two old friends who had not seen each other for many years were talking about their lives, and with Dai Yuan's sweet laughter from time to time passed by quickly. 2 hours later, Yang Kai couldn't hold himself back and lightly coughed. What matter does Lady Dai Yuan have for coming to Dragon Cave Mountain? If there is anything this Yang can help with, please speak clearly. As long as it is within the scope of this Yang's ability, this Yang will not refuse. Yang Kai didn't speak too confidently. If it wasn't something important and he didn't want to waste too much time, he would help her if he could, but if Dai Yuan asked him to do something dangerous, Yang Kai wouldn't agree. He didn't want to make too many enemies on Shadowed Star. Just Lu Yi from Flowing Cloud Valley was enough to give him a headache. Yang Kai also didn't know why this guy named Lu Yi was targeting him, causing him to be confused. After fighting with him in the third layer of Lu Yen's sand field, although he had managed to cut off one of his arms with his space blade, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully until such a person died. When Yang Kai asked this question, Dai Yuan immediately fell silent, biting her red lips lightly, as if she was hesitant to speak. Yang Kai didn't urge her and simply sat down and waited quietly, at the same time feeling quite vigilant. Seeing Dai Yuan so hesitant, it seemed that what she wanted him to help her with was not a small matter. Yang Kai was already considering what words he could use to refuse her. At that moment though, Dai Yuan suddenly raised her head and stared at Yang Kai with her pair of eyes that shone like stars, saying something earth-shattering. Junior brother Yang is an origin-grade alchemist, right? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a light flashed across them, but he soon smiled and asked, "Why does Sister Dai Yuan ask such a question?" No one on Shadowed Star knew that he was an origin-grade alchemist, not even Yang Yun or Wu. Yang Kai had told them about it before, but neither of them took it seriously, thinking that Yang Kai was just joking. How did Dai Yuan know? The fact that Dragon Cave Mountain had an origin-grade artifact refiner was enough to make people jealous, but if it weren't for the numerous spirit arrays and Qian Tong's protection, how could Dragon Cave Mountain have remained stable until now? If news of another origin-grade alchemist were to spread, it was hard to say what kind of uproar it would cause. Junior brother Yang, there is no need to deny it. Since I said so, I must have my reasons. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and brushed her hair behind her ear. Dai Yuan smiled lightly, reached out her hand, and brushed her hair back behind her ear, staring back at him without flinching. But you can rest assured, besides me, no one else knows about this matter. If junior brother Yang feels uneasy, you can kill me here to silence me. Before I left Colored Glass Sect, I didn't tell anyone I was coming here and I did my best to conceal my whereabouts. So even if I die here, only a few people here will know. You don't need to worry about Colored Glass Sect coming for revenge. Killing her to silence her was something Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do. If Dai Yuan was an enemy, he wouldn't have any concerns, but he had no grievances with her, so he couldn't kill her just because she knew he was an origin-grade alchemist, right? Moreover, Dai Yuan had already said so much, even going so far as to propose killing him to silence him, which was enough to show her sincerity. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he pondered for a moment before frowning and asking, "How did you know?" "You really are?" Dai Yuan's calm eyes suddenly flashed with a look of pleasant surprise as she stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before smiling bitterly, grit his teeth, and cupped his fists. Girl is quite insidious, this Yang understands. Up until now, how could he not see that Dai Yuan's words just now were nothing more than a bluff? When he saw her speak so confidently before, Yang Kai thought he had really been exposed, but now, it seemed the other party was just suspecting him. Yang Kai estimated that if he had just denied it, the other party would no longer have any doubts. Dai Yuan smiled awkwardly, stood up, and politely bowed to Yang Kai, apologizing. "Junior brother Yang, I'm sorry, I could only come up with this plan because I really can't be certain about this matter. If you feel angry, why don't you scold me a few times?" "That won't be necessary." Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that Dai Yuan was trying to resolve his grievances, but he had fallen into someone else's trap because of a moment of carelessness, so how could he scold her? Many thanks, junior brother Yang, master's magnanimity. Dai Yuan thanked him before sitting down again. But how do you know I'm an origin-grade alchemist? Yang Kai asked curiously. I only know you're an alchemist, as for what grade you are, I don't know. Dai Yuan lowered her head and smiled, seemingly in a good mood. That's strange enough. Yang Kai looked at her, hoping she could explain. It's very simple, because of some special reasons I am very sensitive to medicinal fragrances and pills, and junior brother Yang always has a variety of pill fragrances lingering around you, so I know you're an alchemist. Even now, you're also giving off a pill fragrance. If I'm not mistaken, you should have refined an origin condensing pill and blood jasmine pill, right? Moreover, that was at least half a year ago. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Chapter 1266. Yang Kai had heard of some people who could smell a woman's fragrance, but he had never heard of anyone who could smell the medicinal and pill fragrances of others. On top of that, what Dai Yuan just said was true. More than half a year ago, Yang Kai really did refine origin condensing pills and blood jasmine pills. Of course, there were also some other pills that Dai Yuan had refined, but perhaps because the pill fragrances had dissipated too long ago, Dai Yuan couldn't smell them or simply didn't mention them. This special ability surprised Yang Kai greatly. Of course, based on this alone, I can't judge that junior brother Yang is an origin-grade alchemist. It is also possible that there is such a powerful master here and junior brother Yang has been around him for a long time, allowing him to emit a pill fragrance. However, Dai Yuan smiled mysteriously. Since I came here a month ago, I have found that there seems to be no such master here. Moreover, the healing pills you gave to the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall and me in Lu Yan's desert were clearly freshly refined pills, so Dai Yuan boldly guessed that junior brother Yang was the alchemist. Each of those pills was of extraordinary quality, so the level of the person who refined them was obviously not low. Yang Kai didn't deny it this time. Dai Yuan having such a strange ability was useless even if he denied it, but at the same time, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, only Dai Yuan had such an ability. It was impossible for others to infer that Yang Kai was an origin-grade alchemist from this information. Dai Yuan also seemed to be a trustworthy person, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that she would betray him. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart calmed down slightly and he smiled warmly. Sister Dai Yuan must first confirm this Yang's identity as an alchemist. Could it be that you want me to help you with alchemy? He could only make such a guess. And if this was the case, everything could be explained. However, Dai Yuan slowly shook her head. It's not alchemy, but it is indeed related to alchemy, otherwise I would not have come here. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Although I don't know what you want me to do, on Shadowed Star, there should be more than one person who can help you. I won't lie to Sister Dai Yuan, I am just an origin-grade low-rank alchemist. Your status in Colored Glass sect doesn't seem to be low, so is there no origin-grade alchemist in Colored Glass sect? And even if the Colored Glass sect didn't have it, couldn't he ask the Grandmasters of Medicine Pill sect to take action? Every one of them has attainments in alchemy that I can't compare to. Yang Kai also learned about it last time. Medicine Pill sect had 5 origin-grade alchemists, each of whom was highly respected. What's more, Colored Glass sect was a huge sect. It was impossible for there not to be an alchemist of this level. At the very least, there would be one. But she actually went so far for what was close at hand. Running all the way to Dragon Cave Mountain to find him made Yang Kai feel quite strange. If I could, why would I embarrass junior brother Yang? Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. There is indeed a Grandmaster Xiao in the sect who is an origin-grade alchemist, but Dai Yuan really has some difficulties and cannot ask Grandmaster Xiao to take action. Grandmaster Xiao. Yang Kai raised his brow as a kind face appeared in his mind, recalling Xiao Fu Sheng from Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai hadn't expected this alchemist from Colored Glass sect to also be surnamed Xiao. As for the seniors of Medicine Pill sect, Dai Yuan frowned. 4 of them have the same reasons as Grandmaster Xiao, so it is inconvenient for me to ask them. The last one is a suitable candidate, but unfortunately, the price to pay is too great. Dai Yuan does not have the ability to do so. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. This woman's strength was not low and her methods were not ordinary. Yang Kai had thought that she would be highly valued and cultivated in Colored Glass sect, but from her words, Yang Kai smelled something unusual. Dai Yuan did not seem to be the same as he had thought. In Colored Glass sect, she could call for wind and call for rain. Thinking back to the mountain valley in the third layer of the Lu Yen sand field, while waiting for the red candle fruit to ripen, several nearby Colored Glass sect disciples clearly saw Dai Yuan but did not greet her. From beginning to end, Dai Yuan had acted alone, with no other Colored Glass sect disciples accompanying her. The difference in treatment between her and In Su Dai was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he understood something. So, the only one I can find is junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai eagerly, her stars-like eyes revealing a pleading look. Yang Kai's brow twitched and he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can you tell me what you want me to help you with?" Dai Yuan bit her lip and said awkwardly, "Before junior brother Yang agrees, it is really inconvenient for me to tell you." Yang Kai's face sank as he became a little disgruntled. This woman had come to him for help but was being so vague. Even if Yang Kai had a good impression of her, he wouldn't foolishly agree to this kind of thing. Just as he was about to refuse, Dai Yuan hurriedly said, "But I can guarantee that it will definitely be within junior brother Yang's ability and won't require you to waste too much time and energy. If everything goes well, it will only take 3 days. After that, Dai Yuan will definitely reward you handsomely." Yang Kai naturally didn't care about this kind of reward. Dai Yuan didn't even have the ability to invite an elder from Medicine Pill sect, so how could she possibly have anything good to offer him? However, if it only took 3 days and didn't require too much effort, Yang Kai could consider it. But Dai Yuan looked at Yang Kai cautiously, as if she didn't have the confidence to convince him, weakly saying, "If junior brother Yang agrees, you must return to Colored Glass sect with me." Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her, but Dai Yuan didn't say a word, simply biting her thin lip and waiting for Yang Kai's reply. After a while, Yang Kai smiled lightly, "Allow me to consider this matter. The scenery here on Dragon Cave Mountain is quite good, so if Dai Yuan has nothing to do, you can walk around freely. As for what you asked for, I will give you an answer in 3 days." Dai Yuan's eyes dimmed as she knew that Yang Kai was already giving her face by not directly refusing her. The evasiveness in his tone was so obvious, how could Dai Yuan not understand? The other party saying that he would give her an answer in 3 days was likely a waste of time. Sighing faintly, although she was full of disappointment, Dai Yuan still squeezed out a smile. "Then Dai Yuan will wait for junior brother Yang's good news." Immediately, Yang Kai said goodbye to her and left the loft. After Yang Kai left, Dai Yuan turned around and walked up to the second floor, her brow furrowed in worry. How could she not know that she had made things difficult for Yang Kai this time? Since she had come here to ask him for a favor, naturally she should make things clear, but there were some things that she couldn't say out loud. Dai Yuan was thinking of leaving quietly so as not to embarrass Yang Kai and embarrass herself by refusing 3 days later, but for some reason, she decided to stay and wait for 3 days. Perhaps it was because there was still a trace of expectation in her heart. Yang Kai left the loft and walked back with a depressed expression. It was only because Dai Yuan had proposed this that Yang Kai didn't embarrass her on the spot. If it had been anyone else, Yang Kai wouldn't have even bothered to speak. Returning to the original loft, to Yang Kai's surprise, Yang Yen and Wu Yi hadn't left yet. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for him to come back, standing at the entrance of the loft like a beautiful scenery. Yang Kai thought that these two women would gossip about him, but unexpectedly they didn't ask anything and just watched as he passed by them. Entering the loft, Yang Yen and Wu Yi followed. Immediately, Yang Yen pulled out a token from somewhere. This token was exactly the same as the one she had given Yang Kai, and after pouring her Saint Qi into it, a ray of light shot out from it. In the next moment, the entire loft seemed to be wrapped in an invisible barrier that not only isolated sound and sight, but also suppressed one's divine sense. What are you doing? Yang Kai asked in amazement. Yang Yen walked over with a grin on her face and sat down in a chair next to him, exchanging a glance with Wu Yi before asking, "Are you not going to agree?" Yang Kai's expression became even more shocked as he glanced between Yang Yen and Wu. After seeing the light in the eyes of these two women, he immediately understood. Were you eavesdropping? Wu Yi blushed but didn't try to explain, apparently admitting to it. Yang Yen, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and calmly said, "What eavesdropping? I was just testing the power of a newly developed spirit array." What kind of spirit array has such an effect? Yang Kai was surprised. When he was talking with Dai Yuan just now, he didn't notice any trace of their conversation being eavesdropped on, but now, the spirit array arranged by Yang Yen was simply incredible. "You won't understand even if I explain it to you, just use this." Yang Yen waved her hand and took out a palm-sized, disc-shaped object. This black disc was made of some unknown material, but when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh as he heard Dai Yuan's soft sigh coming from this disc. However, other than this sound, there was no other reaction. Obviously, this disc was used in conjunction with the spirit array in the loft to monitor sound. Yang Kai really didn't know when Yang Yen had arranged this spirit array, but it was likely she had done so a long time ago and was just waiting for a guest to arrive so she could test its effects. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared at Yang Yen and asked, "My cave mansion doesn't have such a thing, right?" Yang Yen denied, her small head shaking like a rattle. "Why would I arrange such a thing in your cave?" Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing satisfaction, but his expression suddenly became serious as he reprimanded, "What a disgrace! Don't do such a despicable thing again. If someone sees through it, I'd like to see how you'll clean up the mess." Yang Yen and Wu Yi glanced at each other and couldn't help sticking out their tongues. Yang Kai quickly changed the subject and said, "But since you've already eavesdropped, you should understand that I won't agree to such a thing. Why do you seem to have different opinions?" Chapter 1267. Yang Kai was full of suspicions. According to Wu Yi, Dai Yuan had closed herself up in seclusion since coming here. Even if Wu Yi had taken the initiative to visit her a few times, they hadn't had much interaction. However, as soon as he returned, Yang Yen had immediately asked him for an answer. Obviously, she was very concerned about this matter. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if she wanted him to go to Colored Glass sect. These two women in front of him had no friendship with Dai Yuan, so there was no need for them to speak up for her, right? Yang Yen heard this and nodded without hesitation. "If possible, I naturally want you to agree to her request." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Yen for a moment before faintly asking, "Speak your mind, you shouldn't be so sympathetic. What are you scheming?" Yang Yen smiled mysteriously. "It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I'm scheming. But let's talk about the gains and losses of agreeing to her request first. She said that what she wants you to do will only take 3 days at most, and it should be within your ability. If what she said is true, then no matter what it is, it shouldn't be difficult for you. The only trouble is that you will have to make a trip to Colored Glass sect." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't interrupt, motioning for her to continue. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show any disgust, Yang Yan's spirit shook and she continued, "Let's not consider her offer of a reward for the time being. With your current net worth, I'm afraid the reward she offers you won't even enter your eyes. So helping her with this favor won't bring me any benefits. Moreover, running to someone else's sect isn't appropriate. If Dai Yuan's status was the same as In Su Dai's, it wouldn't be a big deal. But from what I can see, she doesn't seem to be very favored in Colored Glass sect." Yang Kai frowned slightly. Yang Yen smiled. "About her, I was curious before, so I inquired about her with Wu. Can you guess what we learned?" "What?" Yang Kai looked up at them. This time, Wu Yi spoke up. "As you guessed, this Dai Yuan really wasn't very favored in Colored Glass sect, but that only happened in the last decade or so. Do you know who the most outstanding and famous disciple of Colored Glass sect was?" "Dai Yuan?" That's right. In the past, in Colored Glass sect, Dai Yuan had suppressed Yin Su Dai, but for some reason, Yin Su Dai had been suppressed. Dai Yuan suddenly disappeared from the sight of Colored Glass sect's upper echelons. Instead, Yin Su Dai had replaced her, which was why Yin Su Dai was able to become the representative of Colored Glass sect's younger generation and make a name for herself. What exactly had happened in there? We don't know. However, the elders of Colored Glass sect seemed to have a love-hate relationship with Dai Yuan. The cultivation resources and accommodation provided to her were not inferior to Yin Su Dai's, but there was no deliberate effort to cultivate her. It's a strange feeling. It really is strange. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He had never fought with Yin Su Dai, but he had seen Dai Yuan fight before. He felt that Dai Yuan was a very strong Saint King Realm cultivator. Although she had been bullied by a cultivator from Heaven Battling Union in the Lu Yen Desert, that was only because she was angry and had acted recklessly. If it had been a real fight, Dai Yuan wouldn't have been afraid of that person. However, there was still a certain gap between her and Chu Chang Feng, Fang Tianzhong, and Wei Guchang, something Yang Kai could also see. If I help her, what can I gain or lose? I don't think I'll gain anything, but I also won't lose anything. Yang Kai shot Yang Yun a strange look. Wu Yi giggled. As long as you won't lose anything, that's enough. As for what you'll gain, haha, selling her a favor will be a small gain. After all, she was very favored many years ago, so who knows when she will rise again. When that time comes, making friends with such a woman will be helpful to our future development. Besides, elder sister Yang Yun seems to have some other plans. Yang Kai couldn't help turning his eyes to Yang Yun. Yang Yun gently nodded and asked, "Have you heard of Colored Glass sect's Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain?" Yang Kai shook his head honestly. He wasn't very familiar with the great forces on Shadowed Star, let alone what they possessed, but Yang Yun specifically mentioning this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain seemed to be quite extraordinary. Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain is a naturally occurring mountain formed from Thousand Illusion Colored Glass. It is located in the territory of Colored Glass sect, and because of this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain, Colored Glass sect chose to establish its sect there. On the other hand, Thousand Illusion Colored Glass is a precious artifact refining treasure that has many transformative and self-repairing functions. I need this kind of thing and a lot of it at that. Yang Yun said seriously. Yang Kai laughed in surprise. Even if you say so, I can't help it. Since Colored Glass sect established its sect there because of this Colored Glass Mountain, it's impossible for their elders to give me this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass, right? Of course not, and we can't afford it. Yang Yun snorted. You don't know, but this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain is a famous existence on Shadowed Star. Colored Glass sect uses this mountain as its array core to arrange a large spirit array that emits colored glass divine light. It has the effect of binding one's body and capturing one's soul. It is said that a great disaster for Colored Glass sect was resolved by this Colored Glass Mountain. Moreover, this mountain is a huge hole. It is extremely difficult to cut off a small amount of Thousand Illusion Colored Glass from it. Even Colored Glass sect can only obtain a small amount every few decades. Most of this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass is kept by Colored Glass sect while the other half is sold. Every time, the various great forces would go crazy over it. The price is so high that it makes one's hair stand on end. Now that we are so poor, how can we afford such a thing? You're so poor again? Yang Kai was shocked. He remembered that the last time he came out, he had heard from the Haiku family cultivator that Yang Yun and Wu had gone to an auction to sell some artifacts. Although Yang Kai didn't know how many Saint Crystals they had sold, he was certain it wasn't a small number, so how could they have spent all the Saint Crystals they had obtained? Yang Yun wore an embarrassed look. The amount of materials needed to arrange this spirit array is too huge, and you forbade us from continuing to sell artifacts, so we have no source of income. Naturally, we're just sitting around and eating. Even if we're poor, we can't sell artifacts. Yang Kai's face became solemn as he quickly said, "At least, we can't sell them until we're strong enough." I know, Yang Yun pouted. Yang Yun pouted unhappily. According to her idea, she could directly refine 100 or so high-grade artifacts and hold a special auction for them, alleviating the current embarrassment, but with Yang Kai's order and Wu Yi's persuasion, she didn't carry out this crazy plan. Let's continue talking about the 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. What exactly do you want to do? How do you want me to obtain the 1,000 illusion-colored glass under the nose of colored glass sect? Yang Yun grinned meaningfully, clapped her hands, and called out, "Xiao Xiao." As soon as she called out, a gray figure suddenly rushed in from the outside and stood motionless in front of the three of them, his hands touching his knees as he stared innocently towards Yang Yun. It was Yang Kai's stone mongoose. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, immediately understanding what Yang Yun was planning. Xiao Xiao can even ignore the spirit array I arranged, so breaking through colored glass sect is naturally not a problem. I don't believe that colored glass sect's spirit array is better than the one I arranged. As long as you bring it into colored glass sect, when the time comes, 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain will definitely be empty. After Yang Kai heard this, cold sweat dripped down his back for a moment. Colored glass sect had committed a sin. What was so bad about it? How could there be something like 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain? They probably thought that 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain was protected by many layers of sect defending arrays, so not even a fly could fly in. But how could they have imagined that a heaven-defying existence like the stone mongoose existed in this world? As the saying goes, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, be afraid of thieves remembering, and 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain had been targeted by Yang Yun. The stone mongoose naturally liked to devour rare ores, and since 1,000 illusion-colored glass could be used for artifact refining, it was definitely one of those ores that the stone mongoose liked. The stone mongoose came and went without a trace, not giving off any life aura. Presumably, even a third-order origin returning realm master wouldn't be able to detect its existence. When the time came, wouldn't it be easy to release the stone mongoose and obtain some 1,000 illusion-colored glass? Perhaps when Yang Kai left colored glass sect with the stone mongoose, the elders of colored glass sect wouldn't even notice that 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain was missing. I've wanted that 1,000 illusion-colored glass for a long time now, but unfortunately I've never had a chance. Now that someone has taken the initiative to invite you over, this is the best opportunity I've ever had, Yang Yen said as she looked at Yang Kai eagerly. What do you want to refine with the 1,000 illusion-colored glass? Yang Kai was still worried and asked with a frown. After all, if he ran into someone else's sect to steal something once exposed, he would be hated. If what Yang Yun wanted to refine wasn't important, Yang Kai didn't want to offend him. I want to refine a treasure. Yang Yun smiled mysteriously but didn't explain, simply saying, "It's not convenient for me to say right now because I don't have enough knowledge about artifact refining and spirit arrays, but I can tell you that this thing will be of great use to you and definitely won't disappoint you. When the time comes to refine it, you will definitely rejoice at the choice you made." Another thing that can't be said. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really didn't know what was wrong with these women today, but when they spoke, it was hard to keep him in suspense, making him gnash his teeth in anger but unable to do anything about it. Then are you going to colored glass sect or not? I'll think about it. Although Yang Kai was also somewhat tempted, this wasn't a trivial matter, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Come on. Yang Yun begged, pulling out something from her ring and waving it in front of Yang Kai. We'll go look for this on the way. If we're lucky, it may be able to alleviate our current predicament. Yang Kai looked at the thing in her hand and his expression couldn't help changing. Big brother Yang, you should agree to big sister Yang Yun's request. Moreover, I see that you've been in seclusion for quite some time now, so it's time you go out and relax. Perhaps you'll gain something else from this trip. Wu Yi also tried to persuade him, but her words were much more clever. Unlike Yang Yun, she didn't try to be as direct as Yang Kai's and instead focused on his cultivation. Chapter 1268. All of Dragon Cave Mountain had always been peaceful and quiet because there weren't many cultivators living here, only a few dozen at most. Although their cultivations weren't very high, they were all extremely diligent and spent most of their time in retreat. Only the cultivator who stood guard would walk around from time to time to check the situation around Dragon Cave Mountain. Today was the 3-day deadline she had agreed to meet with Yang Kai. Dai Yuan woke up from her meditation at dawn and sat down restlessly, hoping to catch a glimpse of Yang Kai's figure. Although she knew this was probably an extravagant hope, she still held on to it. The sun had already risen and its warm rays added a touch of hazy beauty to Dragon Cave Mountain. This place was indeed a good place to cultivate one's mind and soul, not much worse than Yang Kai's Thousand Illusion Peak in Colored Glass sect. She really didn't know how these people had managed to transform an ordinary mountain range into something like this. She had heard that no one cared about this place before, but now, it had become a famous cultivation holy land in the vicinity. Many cultivators who didn't belong to any sect had come here because of its reputation, wanting to join this place and find a place to stay. However, the cultivator here did not accept outsiders, nor did they have any intention of developing and growing, simply living and cultivating on their own. This was a wise approach. After all, this place was still under the nose of Shadow Moon Hall. If they really had the intention to develop and grow, Shadow Moon Hall would definitely not sit idly by. Considering all this, Dai Yuan couldn't help laughing. With Yang Kai here, with his shrewdness and means, he would definitely not dig his own grave. Dai Yuan's worries were groundless. After thinking about this for a while, her mood calmed down greatly. Looking up at the sky, the sun was already high up in the sky, but looking down again, there was no sign of the figure she was hoping to see. Dai Yuan sighed faintly, knowing that she had probably waited in vain. She didn't feel any resentment or unwillingness, just a bitter smile appearing on her face. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, her expression suddenly changed, and she turned back again. In an instant, Dai Yuan's eyes lit up with both surprise and joy as she stared down at the figure who had appeared at some unknown time below. Lady Dai Yuan, good morning. Yang Kai stood below and greeted her with a smile. Dai Yuan froze in place for a moment, but soon her expression returned to normal and she gently nodded to Yang Kai. Junior brother Yang, good morning as well. Please wait a moment, I'll be right down. Saying so, she quickly turned around and walked down the stairs. Although her expression was calm, her slightly disorderly steps revealed her nervousness at the moment. She didn't know what answer Yang Kai would give her. If he said he would refuse her, there was no need for him to come here so early in the morning, right? Moreover, his evasiveness from a few days ago was very obvious, so even if Kai Yang rejected her, she wouldn't be surprised. But if he said he would accept her, why would he accept her? Dai Yuan's Yang to herself. With such thoughts running through her mind, Dai Yuan soon arrived on the first floor of the loft. After seeing Yang Kai, she stared straight at him, not knowing what to say for a while. Does Lady Dai Yuan have anything to pack? If not, we'll be on our way. Yang Kai said with a warm smile on his face. Huh. Dai Yuan froze up and froze in place. Yang Kai chuckled and said, What's wrong? Didn't Lady Dai Yuan want to go with you to Colored Glass sect? Could it be that the scenery of Dragon Cave Mountain made Lady Dai Yuan forget to return? If that's the case, you might as well stay here for a few more days. No. Dai Yuan reacted and quickly waved her hands, her eyes filling with surprise. Although the scenery here is good, I'm not in the mood to appreciate it. It's just that Lady Dai Yuan is wondering why I agreed to go with you? Yang Kai looked at Dai Yuan with a smile, revealing the doubts in her heart. Dai Yuan's expression was a little awkward. She had originally asked Yang Kai to go with her to Colored Glass sect, but now that he had agreed, she was still feeling suspicious. It's very simple. Yang Kai had already prepared an excuse and immediately said, after returning from Lu Yen Desert, I entered retreat for half a year and felt that it was time to go out and walk around. Now that I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, I naturally don't want to remain behind closed doors. On top of that, you should be familiar with my origins, so I am quite curious about the various great sects on Shadowed Star. Now that I have such an opportunity to get close to them, I naturally don't want to miss it and broaden my horizons. Hearing this, Dai Yuan's doubts disappeared and she smiled. so that's how it is. However, although our colored glass sect is not weak on Shadowed Star, in terms of prestige and influence, we are inferior to Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect. If junior brother Yang has the opportunity to visit Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, he will understand the shortcomings of our colored glass sect. However, junior brother Yang has actually reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Your aptitude is truly amazing. Dai Yuan's words were heartfelt. When she and Yang Kai were together in Lu Yen Desert, Yang Kai was only a first-order Saint King. Although she didn't know what happened to Yang Kai after they separated that allowed him to break through to the second-order Saint King realm, the fact that he had now reached the peak of the second-order Saint King realm was simply too shocking. It seems that junior brother Yang obtained an opportunity in Lu Yen Desert that was not small. Otherwise, how could his cultivation have increased so quickly? Dai Yuan thought to herself. However, now that Yang Kai had reached a bottleneck, it was indeed time for him to walk around. Thinking so, Dai Yuan smiled and said, I don't have anything to pack, so let's set off. This place is not close to Colored Glass Sect, so even if we use the space array, it will take at least a month to arrive. It's fine, this trip is mainly for relaxation, so time isn't a problem. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I'm not going alone this time. Yang Inflammation will also be coming with me. Is that convenient? Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject and asked. Sister Yang Inflammation? There's nothing inconvenient about it. Dai Yuan heard this and immediately nodded, not hesitating in the slightest as she swept her eyes around. Sure enough, she saw Yang Yen standing not far away, wearing a black robe, like a delicate black flower. Yang Kai took the initiative to explain, this senior sister of mine is quite interested in spirit arrays, so she insisted on coming with me to see your noble sect's spirit arrays in an attempt to learn something from them. I can't win her over, so I can only bring her along. Yang Kai originally wanted to say that women like to pester endlessly, but as soon as these words left his mouth, he realized they were wrong and quickly swallowed them back down. Even so, Dai Yuan still shot him a reproachful look, causing him to feel quite embarrassed. For a moment, he had forgotten that Dai Yuan was also a woman. However, Yang Inflammation's identity to the outside world was Yang Kai's senior sister, something Yang Kai had mentioned to Qian Tong before. Dai Yuan readily agreed and Yang Kai did not hesitate, beckoning Yang Inflammation over. The three of them summoned their star shuttles, turned into streaks of light, and flew out of Dragon Cave Mountain. Although Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had both left Dragon Cave Mountain, Wu Yi was still in charge. With the spirit arrays arranged by Yang Inflammation in advance and the token given to Wu Yi, as long as they did not encounter too powerful an attack, Dragon Cave Mountain would remain safe. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain had no enemies now, so naturally no one would think of attacking it. Soon, the three of them arrived at Heavenly Fate City. When Dai Yuan came here before, she had flown directly from Colored Glass Sect without using the space arrays of any city, so when she said to Yang Kai 3 days ago that no one knew she had come here, it was not a lie. No one knew she had come to Dragon Cave Mountain, not even Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener, who were in retreat. It was precisely because flying from Colored Glass Sect to Heavenly Fate City took so much time that Dai Yuan had come here a month ago. Fortunately, Shadow Moon Hall had a good relationship with Colored Glass Sect, and Dai Yuan had a certain status in Colored Glass Sect, so it was not difficult for the three of them to use Heavenly Fate City's space array. After paying a certain amount of Saint Crystals, the space array was immediately opened to the three of them. After passing through the space arrays of several cities, Dai Yuan led Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation on their star shuttles. The three of them moved as fast as lightning, but the journey was relatively boring. Dai Yuan was not a person who liked to communicate with others. If she had not asked Yang Kai for help, she would not have deliberately tried to befriend Yang Kai when they were in the Lu Yen Desert. Yang Inflammation also seemed to be afraid of strangers, always wearing a black robe, as if she was afraid others would see her face. As a result, besides Yang Kai saying a few words to them, the two women did not say a word and just hurried along. Seeing this, Yang Kai also fell silent and continued to refine the golden blood threads in his body while secretly urging his artifact spirit and the origin-grade artifact refining furnace to speed up the process of refining the dragon bone and dragon bead. Along the way, he didn't waste any time and made full use of every bit of time he had. The more he refined his golden blood threads, the more interested he became in Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique. This secret technique seemed to have been tailor-made for him, but he had only managed to obtain half of it, a truly regrettable result. However, making friends with Demon Blood Temple disciple Deng Ning had given Yang Kai a chance to obtain the remaining half of the secret technique in the future, but that would have to wait until Yang Kai became stronger before he could do so. Time flew by, and as the trio hurried along, a month passed by in the blink of an eye. The journey was uneventful and uneventful. On this day, while Yang Kai was sitting atop his star shuttle, silently refining his golden blood threads and urging his artifact refining furnace, Dai Yuan, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped her star shuttle. Seeing this, Yang Kai also withdrew his divine sense and stood side by side with Yang Inflammation, staring forward with rapt attention. However, all they could see was a series of mountain ranges in front of them, nothing out of the ordinary. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he realized that Colored Glass sect should be in this mountain range. Chapter 1269. We're almost there. 1,000 kilometers ahead of us is Colored Glass sect's headquarters. Please follow me closely. Dai Yuan turned around and exhorted before immediately controlling her star shuttle to fly forward again. But this time she didn't fly very fast and would change direction from time to time, seemingly trying to avoid some kind of barrier. Yang Kai was well aware of this. After all, Colored Glass sect's influence wasn't small, so it was only natural for them to set up a barrier around their sect, not to mention they had the financial resources and strength to do so. However, after looking at Yang Yen a little and noticing the disdain that flashed across her face, Yang Kai immediately understood that the barrier around this sect was extremely fragile and she didn't put it in her eyes at all. Of course, this was only true for Yang Yen. Although Yang Kai could also perceive some subtle energy fluctuations nearby, he couldn't see anything too specific. If he wanted to crack this barrier, the only thing he could do was use brute force. 1,000 kilometers wasn't a long distance, so after half a stick of incense worth of time, the trio flew into the mountain range Yang Kai had seen before. Here, Dai Yuan seemed to become much more enthusiastic, treating Yang Kai as a guest and flying side by side with him, taking the initiative to explain, "This is the Grand Crystal Mountain Range controlled by our Colored Glass sect. It stretches for 100,000 kilometers and contains no less than 1,000 large and small peaks. Depending on the geographical location and world energy density of each peak, most of them are inhabited by elders and disciples of different levels of strength and status. There are also some peaks that are vacant and used for other purposes. The center of the Grand Crystal Mountain Range is where most of our Colored Glass sect's disciples gather. Many disciples choose to exchange cultivation experiences, trade items with others, or take on some tasks from the sect. Of course, there are also some who issue their own tasks. I also heard that some of these disciples will look for suitable candidates here and then travel together. It seems to be quite interesting." When Dai Yuan spoke of this, a look of longing appeared on her face. Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but when he saw the strange look on her face, he immediately understood that this woman, who seemed difficult to communicate with, seemed to be envious of others who could integrate into the life of a group. On top of that, inside Colored Glass sect, she was probably extremely lonely. Yang Kai felt a little sad but didn't say anything. Dai Yuan quickly restrained the look on her face and smiled. "I live on Thousand Illusion Peak. Although it's not very lively, it's quite quiet, so it's not a bad place. Although Thousand Illusion Peak isn't big, it's enough for me to live alone. The world energy aura there isn't thin, so it can be considered a mid-level peak in the sect." Yang Kai nodded lightly as he stood high up in the sky, flying forward with Dai Yuan while looking around, taking in the scenery inside Colored Glass sect. Along the way, The large and small mountain peaks all had traces of colored glass sects disciples. Some were cultivating martial skills, some were playing around, some were exchanging pointers with their fellow sect disciples, all of them full of vigor and vitality. Throughout the mountain peaks, magnificent buildings stood proudly, some exquisite, some magnificent, some grand, some grand, some grand, some magnificent, some exquisite, some grand, some magnificent. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh to himself. Worthy of one of Shadowed Star's great forces, this kind of power was not something Dragon Cave Mountain could compare with. Although Dragon Cave Mountain's world energy aura was quite good and seemed to be thriving, compared to this grand Crystal Mountain range, it seemed a little petty. If Colored Glass Sect was so magnificent, what about the other more powerful sects on Shadowed Star? Yang Kai had not been to the Shadow Moon Hall, but he estimated it wouldn't be any worse. I heard that your noble sect has a mysterious 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain. May I know where it is? Yang Kai asked casually. Since he had come here for Colored Glass Mountain, naturally he had to determine its location first. While asking, Yang Kai looked around but found nothing. There was nothing particularly special about the peaks in his line of sight, so 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain shouldn't be here. Junior brother Yang actually knows about our colored glass mountain? Dai Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Lady Dai Yuan must be joking. Although this Yang is a newcomer, the name of your noble sect's 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is so resounding that this Yang has heard a thing or two about it. I heard that this mysterious mountain is entirely composed of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Is that true? Hearing Yang Kai ask about Colored Glass Mountain, Dai Yuan's eyes flashed with a complicated look for some reason. After pondering for a while, she gently nodded. Our sect's 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is indeed made up of 1,000 illusion-colored glass, and it is a single piece. Its weight cannot be estimated. Although 1,000 illusion-colored glass is extremely precious, and everyone knows that our colored glass sect has such a treasure mountain, it is quite laughable that we can't even utilize 1/10,000th of its full potential, nor can we collect a large amount of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Only every few decades can we use some special methods to collect a small amount. This information was basically the same as what Yang Yun had told Yang Kai before, so Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Special methods to collect? Yang Kai asked casually. Dai Yuan showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "It seems I've asked something I shouldn't have. Sister Dai Yuan, please pretend you didn't hear me." Dai Yuan smiled apologetically. It's not that Dai Yuan doesn't want to tell you, it's just that this method is classified as one of the sect's core secrets, so no one can disclose it. Once it is disclosed, the punishment will be unimaginable. I hope junior brother Yang can forgive me. It's fine, this Yang was rude. Seemingly because of this matter, Dai Yuan felt somewhat apologetic. After thinking about it for a moment, she said, 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain isn't this way, but if we take a detour, we can take a look at it from a distance. If junior brother Yang doesn't mind, how about we take a trip there? She was obviously trying to make up for it, something Yang Kai couldn't ask for more, but on the surface, he still showed some hesitation and said, "Is there something wrong with this?" 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is your noble sect's supreme treasure. If doing this will cause Sister Dai Yuan any trouble, then there's no need to go. In any case, I was just curious and wanted to broaden my horizons. Ha! While Yang Kai was laughing dryly, Yang Inflammation quietly stood behind him and pinched him, clearly blaming Yang Kai. How could such a small action escape Dai Yuan's notice? Turning her beautiful eyes to Yang Inflammation with a smile, she said, "There's nothing wrong with it, it's just taking a look at it from a distance. Presumably, the martial uncles responsible for guarding it won't blame us. Brother Yang, please come with me." As he said this, he immediately changed direction and flew to the side. Yang Kai turned his head and glared at Yang Inflammation before hurriedly following. Yang Inflammation stood in place and curled his lips, a look of indifference on his face. The group of three had not flown far when they were suddenly greeted by several blue streaks of light that flew straight towards them. Not long after, These blue streaks of light appeared in front of young Inflammation and the others. They were 3 men and 2 women, their cultivations not high, only 2 saints and 3 transcendents. This kind of cultivation was certainly second to none in Tongxian realm, but on Shadowed Star, it was nothing. After seeing Dai Yuan's face clearly, the 5 people couldn't help showing a trace of surprise, hurriedly cupping their fists and respectfully greeting. So it is Martial Ant Dai Yuan, disciples greet Martial Ant. Martial Ant. Hearing them address her as such, Yang Kai, who was standing behind them, couldn't help showing a strange look on his face. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt relieved. Although Dai Yuan was a disciple of the younger generation of Colored Glass sect, that was only when compared to the top origin returning realm masters. With her cultivation and realm, she was indeed qualified to be the martial ant of these 5 people. After exchanging greetings, the one who spoke began to look at Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation. When he saw Yang Inflammation, he didn't show any expression, but after seeing Yang Kai, he actually showed a look of surprise. Are the 5 of you responsible for guarding this area? Dai Yuan nodded lightly and asked indifferently. Reporting to Martial Ant, the area 50 kilometers around here is the area the 5 of us are responsible for, the leading cultivator replied. The leading cultivator hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously, "May I ask Martial Uncle, these 2 they are my guests, you don't need to worry about them. If the elders ask, just answer like this." The leading cultivator didn't dare to ask any more questions and immediately led the other 4 out of the way. Dai Yuan didn't say a word as she led Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation past them. After the figures of Dai Yuan and the others disappeared, the 5 cultivators glanced at each other, all of them wearing looks of surprise and doubt. "Is that Martial Ant Dai Yuan who lives on Thousand Illusion Peak?" A woman in a light yellow dress who looked to be in her 20s asked. "Yes, it is the one who lives on Thousand Illusion Peak. Didn't I hear that she was an outstanding beauty? How did she, The cultivator in the lead suddenly glared fiercely at the woman, glancing around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he shouted, "You dare comment on this kind of thing at will? Do you not want to live anymore?" The woman's face paled, as if she had just remembered something and suddenly felt a little scared. The leading cultivator sighed slightly. "You guys entered the sect relatively late, so there are some things you've only heard hearsay and can't be considered true. However, don't inquire about these things rashly. Who knows if you'll violate some taboo, and in the future you'll never be able to stand out in the sect, understood?" "Understood," the other 4 all nodded, showing looks of enlightenment on their faces. Martial Ant Dai Yuan actually inviting a guest back is quite strange, the leading cultivator muttered to himself as he shook his head in confusion. One had to know that the one who lived on Thousand Illusion Peak never left the sect and rarely had any contact with others, let alone any sect disciple who was close to her, especially a male. For such a person to actually bring a male friend back, it was naturally suspicious. However, this was just a random thought. This kind of thing wasn't something he could ask too much about. He was just going to wait for the elders to ask about what had just happened and tell them the truth, then everything would be fine. Thinking so, he waved his hand and continued leading the other 4 cultivators to patrol the area. Chapter 1270. In front of him was a strange hill that was more than 600 feet tall. It was completely gray and barren, without a single blade of grass or tree, as if it was completely made up of gray rocks. This mountain was located in a valley surrounded by several other taller peaks. At first glance, this mountain didn't seem to have anything special about it, but when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he was shocked to find that it was like a clay ox entering the sea, never to return. It was as if this mountain didn't exist at all and he couldn't detect it with his divine sense. Not only that, but there was also an extremely strange power coming from inside this mountain that seemed to be trying to pull at his soul, giving him a terrifying feeling of being swallowed whole. So after releasing his divine sense for a moment, Yang Kai immediately withdrew it. Now, the 3 of them were standing a few thousand meters away from this mountain, staring at colored glass sect's most precious treasure. "This is your noble sect's 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain?" Yang Kai asked, his eyes flashing a strange light. This is 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain." "Ha, I've let Brother Yang see a joke. 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain's reputation is indeed resounding, but most of the time, it looks like this, very inconspicuous and not consistent with the rumors, so many guests who come here often feel that its reputation is not as good as its reputation." Dai Yuan smiled lightly and explained softly. "Most of the time?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. 1,000 illusion-colored glass itself has an unpredictable and mysterious ability. What we see now is probably just one of its forms. Yang Yen-yun, who had not spoken until now, suddenly interjected. Dai Yuan looked at her in surprise and nodded. "It seems that Sister Yang Yen knows a lot about our colored glass mountain. And this inconspicuous state is indeed just one of its forms. Sometimes, it will release a myriad of lights on its own, making this mountain look like something that doesn't belong in this world. It's extremely beautiful, and sometimes it will even change its size, making it very strange." "So there's such a thing?" Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The corners of Yang Yen-yun's mouth twitched indifferently. He didn't explain much, but casually said, "The spirit array you set up here is quite amazing. It has the effect of suppressing chalk pressure, right?" Dai Yuan heard this and gently nodded. It does have a suppressing effect. Although Colored Glass Mountain is located in our Colored Glass sect, we can't do anything about it, so we can only suppress it here. Otherwise, with its strange ability to transform, it might transform into something else and cause us to lose it." Saying so, Dai Yuan smiled and said, "Good, we can't stay here any longer. The several martial uncles guarding Colored Glass Mountain have already discovered us. If we stay here any longer, they may come up to question us. Let's go." Yang Kai also felt it. Since the three of them arrived here, several divine senses belonging to origin-returning realm masters had swept over them from different directions, but these divine senses were only probing for a brief moment and did not take any further action. As such, Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Dai Yuan turned around and flew off in a certain direction, Yang Kai and Yang Yen-yun following closely behind. The two exchanged a glance, Yang Yen nodding lightly while Yang Kai shot a look of understanding. It seemed that the spirit array here wouldn't be able to stop the stone mongoose's invasion. As long as they reached Dai Yuan's 1,000 illusion peak and found an opportunity to release the stone mongoose, they could just sit back and wait for the harvest to come. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what Yang Yen wanted the 1,000 illusion-colored glass to refine or what was so amazing about it, seeing how Colored Glass sect treated this strange hill so seriously, how could Yang Kai not understand its value? Along the way, they encountered many Colored Glass sect disciples, but Yang Kai found one very strange thing. When these Colored Glass sect disciples saw Dai Yuan, they all showed very complex expressions. Some were filled with dread, some were frightened, some were sympathetic, and so on. What's more, almost every Colored Glass sect disciple recognized Dai Yuan. This made Yang Kai very concerned. After all, according to Dai Yuan's personality, she rarely interacted with others, yet her name was so resounding in Colored Glass sect. Inferring from the expressions of these people, Yang Kai secretly felt that Dai Yuan had some kind of story in Colored Glass sect. Following Dai Yuan, Yang Kai flew through the Grand Crystal Mountain range for about half an hour before the three of them arrived at a mountain peak in the distance. Seeing this 1,000-meter tall mountain peak in the distance, Dai Yuan's tense expression finally relaxed, as if she had just returned home. Enthusiastically pointing to the mountain peak, she introduced it to Yang Kai. "That is the 1,000 illusion peak I live in. It's a simple and crude place, so I hope junior brother Yang and sister Yang Yen don't mind." Sister Dai Yuan is too polite. Yang Kai laughed and flew towards the mountain peak with her. Before arriving at the peak, Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and was surprised to find that there was no one here. It seemed that Dai Yuan was the only one living in this 1,000 illusion peak, not even a single maidservant. Not long after, the three of them landed on a plank road halfway up 1,000 illusion peak. This plank road was extremely narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Moreover, it was built close to the mountain wall and looked very unstable. As one walked on it, the plank road swayed slightly, as if it could collapse at any time. Of course, Yang Kai and Yang Yen didn't care about this and simply enjoyed the scenery as they walked. It had to be said that although this 1,000 illusion peak was located in a remote location, the scenery was indeed quite good. Everywhere, there were birds chirping, flowers blooming, and the temperature was moderate. On top of that, the world energy here wasn't thin, even slightly better than Dragon Cave Mountain. If such a place could only be considered above average in Colored Glass sect, what kind of scenery would the best mountain peak be like? Yang Kai also remembered the ancient sect ruins in the 4th layer of the Lu Yen sandfield. Presumably, the world energy there would be even richer, right? The plank road wasn't long, and after a short while, the three of them arrived at the end of the road. At the end of the road was a stone wall. This stone wall was smooth without the slightest bump, as if it had been carved open by some kind of sharp weapon. Arriving here, Dai Yuan stood still. Yang Kai looked around suspiciously. Yang Yen, on the other hand, seemed to notice something and whispered, "There is a spirit array here that opens the stone wall and allows us to enter. It's quite exquisite and seems to have been created by some kind of spirit array grandmaster." Yang Yen didn't deliberately lower her voice when she spoke, so Dai Yuan turned around and smiled. "Sister Yang Yen seems to be very proficient in spirit arrays. If you don't mind, feel free to study them. In any case, no one usually comes to my 1,000 illusion peak, so they won't disturb you." Seeing that Yang Yen had taken the initiative to speak twice along the way, both times it was related to spirit arrays, so Dai Yuan naturally understood that she was interested in them. So, Dai Yuan immediately expressed goodwill to Yang Yen and sold a favor to Yang Kai. Yang Yen didn't comment nor answer, but Dai Yuan didn't show the slightest embarrassment. Suddenly, a jade pendant appeared in her hand, and after pouring her Saint Qi into it, she tossed it forward. A strange scene appeared. The jade pendant transformed into a ray of green light that shot into the smooth stone wall and disappeared. Soon after, a soft buzzing sound was emitted. A stone platform appeared in front of the smooth stone wall. Behind the stone platform was a tunnel that led to the interior of the mountain. Fluorescent light flickered within the tunnel, making it not appear dark at all. "Junior brother Yang, sister Yang Yen, please come in." Dai Yuan smiled slightly before leaping up and landing on the stone platform. Seeing this, Yang Kai also jumped up and looked into the depths of the corridor, secretly wondering if he should ask Yang Yen to arrange a similar spirit array, but after thinking about it for a moment, he decided it was unnecessary and shook his head. Just as Dai Yuan was about to lead Yang Kai and Yang Yen into the mountainous region, her figure suddenly paused and she turned her head to look towards the distant sky. Soon, her face became cold and gloomy as a look of displeasure filled her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai also followed her gaze and saw a blue streak of light rapidly approaching them. It was obvious that someone was flying towards them on a star shuttle. Yang Kai's divine sense was amazing, so after a brief investigation, he was able to determine who the owner of this star shuttle was, causing a strange expression to appear on his face. "Junior brother Yang, sister Yang Yen, please wait a moment, someone has come to find me." Dai Yuan smiled reluctantly and stood in place, waiting quietly. A moment later, the azure streak of light arrived directly in front of the stone platform. The person standing atop the star shuttle laughed before saying anything, her voice like a sweet silver bell. This woman was also an outstanding beauty with a graceful figure and a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed capable of sucking in one's soul, exuding an infinite charm. Coupled with her pleasant laughter, it was truly a sight to behold, causing one's eyes to light up involuntarily. Insu Dai. The person who had suddenly appeared here turned out to be the most famous disciple of Colored Glass sect, Insu Dai. Yang Kai had met this woman several times, so naturally recognized her. Moreover, judging from Lu Yan's trip to the desert, it seemed that she and Dai Yuan were not on good terms. Yang Kai didn't know why she had come here now. Moreover, her timing was a bit too coincidental. Dai Yuan had just returned to 1,000 Illusion Peak when Insu Dai had rushed over. Obviously she had received some kind of news. Yin Su Dai's beautiful eyes flickered, as if there were thousands of words that she wanted to say, a look that was enough to drive any man crazy. Her eyes swept over Yang Kai for a moment before immediately turning to Dai Yuan and saying, "Senior sister, you're back?" Dai Yuan didn't give her any good looks though, still wearing a sullen expression as she asked, "Why are you here? Why can't I come?" Yin Su Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Although this is Thousand Illusion Peak, it is also the sect's property. As the most outstanding core disciple of this generation of the sect, with the exception of a few restricted areas, I can naturally go anywhere. Moreover, when Junior Sister heard that Senior Sister had returned, Junior Sister immediately ran over to greet you, fearing that Junior Sister would be unhappy. Could it be that Senior Sister wants to blame Junior Sister? As she spoke, an extremely aggrieved expression appeared on her face. It really made people feel pity for her and their hearts ache. It was as if even if she had done something extremely wrong, it was difficult and even more unbearable to hold her accountable. Chapter 1271. Bewitching Technique. A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. This was the first time he had learned that Yin Su Dai was actually using a bewitching technique, and one that seemed to be quite proficient in. No wonder every time he saw her, she would always exude an infinite charm. It turned out that this woman was actually using a bewitching technique. Hearing Yin Su Dai say this, Dai Yuan's pretty face sank as she shouted, "Did you have someone monitor me?" Yin Su Dai brushed her hair carelessly and chuckled, "Senior Sister, what are you saying? Junior Sister is simply concerned about Senior Sister. Last time, Senior Sister left without saying goodbye and no one knew where she had gone. Even Honored Master didn't know, so Junior Sister has been keeping an eye out for any news about Senior Sister. Just now, I heard a message saying that Senior Sister has returned safely. This is good news. Not only is Junior Sister happy, but Honored Master is also very happy and wants to see you." Honored Master? A complicated look flashed across Dai Yuan's face, as if she was no longer in the mood to argue with Yin Su Dai, instead saying, "Why didn't you stay on 100 Butterfly Peak and instead came here to talk about this? Then what else do you want me to say?" Yin Su Dai's expression became gloomy, but suddenly her beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. "Right, there's another good thing I want to share with Senior Sister. Honored Master is currently asking Grandmaster Xiao to refine an origin condensing pill, and although 2 furnaces have already been ruined, Grandmaster Xiao said that the next one should be 80% successful. When that time comes, Junior Sister may enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm and won't have time to visit Senior Sister. If Senior Sister is feeling lonely, how about Junior Sister arrange for a few maids to accompany you?" Yin Su Dai smiled innocently, as if she was really thinking about Dai Yuan, her sisterly sentiments clearly showing. However, anyone could hear the slight smugness in her words. "An origin condensing pill." Dai Yuan nodded indifferently. "Then I must congratulate Junior Sister. And this is all thanks to Senior Sister finding a few stalks of emerald silkgrass in Lu Yan's desert, otherwise it would have been impossible to refine an origin condensing pill. Junior Sister was not so lucky and was unable to find even a single stalk of emerald silk grass." Yin Su Dai shook her head and sighed, seemingly very upset. A sneer appeared on Dai Yuan's face, not caring that the emerald silk grass she had worked so hard to find had been used on Yin Su Dai, instead saying, Junior Sister Senior. If there's nothing else, Junior Sister, please return. Since you're preparing to break through to the origin returning stage, you naturally need to make some preparations. Otherwise, if you fail, you will have let down Master's efforts. Junior Senior Sister, Senior Senior, say, Senior like Senior to Senior Sister, Senior. Sister, Senior. Senior Sister has a guest to entertain, so she won't accompany you. Dai Yuan ignored the ugly look on Yin Su Dai's face and ordered her to leave. However, Yin Su Dai had no intention of leaving at all. Seeing that her attempts to bully Dai Yuan had no effect, Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "This little brother looks very familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Yang Kai's expression froze. He had not expected that he would be involved in the internal dispute between this senior sister and junior sister as soon as he arrived at Colored Glass Sect, but he didn't care and simply grinned. Senior sister Een and I have indeed met a few times, but this one has admired senior sister Een for a long time. It's just that this one is not well known, so senior sister Een may not have noticed. When Een Su Dai heard this, a bright smile bloomed on her face as she giggled, very satisfied with Yang Kai's flattery. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, frowned as she shot a strange look towards Yang Kai. As for Yang Yun, he just stood in place, not saying anything or doing anything as if he didn't exist. "And I remember now. You should be with that Wei Gucheng. How come you also know senior sister?" Een Su Dai's voice suddenly became soft. Others who heard this didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but Yang Kai suddenly felt his blood flow accelerate and a soft whisper seemed to reach his ears, as if an invisible hand was stroking his cheeks, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. "And I met her in Lu Yan's desert." Yang Kai nodded and replied cooperatively. "So that's how it is, but since senior sister was able to invite you back as a guest, it seems your relationship with senior sister isn't shallow," Een Su Dai said in a roundabout manner, but before Yang Kai could answer, she smiled again, her eyes flashing a strange light, exuding a strange charm that tugged at Yang Kai's heartstrings as she said, "If little brother doesn't mind, why don't you come visit my 100 Butterfly Peak sometime? Although my 100 Butterfly Peak isn't close to here, it has its own unique charm, so I'm sure you won't be disappointed." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly glazed over as his face flushed abnormally, seemingly unconsciously nodding, "Good, good, this one couldn't ask for more." As he spoke, saliva seemed to be dripping from the corners of his mouth as a disgusting look of lust appeared on his face. "Een Su Dai!" Dai Yuan suddenly shouted, knowing that Yang Kai should have been affected by her junior sister's beguiling technique. Pushing her Saint Chi madly, she wore a menacing look on her face, as if she would attack Een Su Dai if she didn't withdraw her beguiling technique. "What's the matter?" Een Su Dai looked at Dai Yuan innocently, her incorporeal charm surging towards Yang Kai even more fiercely. At that moment, Yang Kai's nostrils spurted out 2 hot blasts and he seemed to involuntarily rush forward, inexplicably arriving in front of Een Su Dai. Immediately, under the dumbfounded gazes of Een Su Dai and Dai Yuan, Yang Kai grabbed both of Een Su Dai's jade hands. For a moment, fiercely. It was as if Yang Kai had grasped the most important thing in his life and was unwilling to let go again. At the same time, his eyes flashed a terrifying fiery light and the temperature of his body rose significantly. Een Su Dai was stunned on the spot while Dai Yuan was also dumbfounded. The moment Yang Kai rushed over, whether it was Dai Yuan or Een Su Dai, both of them wanted to stop him, but neither of them knew why. By the time the 2 women recovered, Yang Kai had already grabbed both of Een Su Dai's hands. Feeling the sharp pain in her hands and seeing the crazed look in the eyes of this ugly man in front of her, Een Su Dai was both shocked and angered, pushing her Saint Chi fiercely, but in the next moment she calmed down, her eyes becoming watery as she turned to Yang Kai and said, "You hurt me." Yang Kai was startled, a look of guilt filling his face, but his 2 big hands were still firmly holding onto Een Su Dai. No matter how hard she tried to pull, she was unable to break free. While feeling her delicate and soft hands, Yang Kai blushed and said, "It doesn't hurt, I have time now, how about we go to 100 Butterfly Peak now? In any case, your senior sister has nothing to do here, so there's no need to stay." "Ah." Een Su Dai laughed dryly. Although she couldn't wait to slap Yang Kai away, she had no choice but to suppress the anger in her heart. The inexplicable light in her eyes became faster and faster as she stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes. "Didn't you just invite me to come with you? What are you waiting for?" Yang Kai began to urge her, seemingly impatient to return to 100 Butterfly Peak with her. Seeing this, Een Su Dai's expression changed and she was no longer willing to delay, pushing her Saint Chi to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Taking advantage of this opportunity, In Su Dai's figure flickered and reappeared a few dozen meters away, hiding her two small hands in her sleeves, making it impossible to see what they were like, but it was obvious that after being seduced by Yang Kai for a while, In Su Dai's expression was definitely not pleasant. Staring coldly at Yang Kai, who seemed to still be immersed in her seduction technique, In Su Dai's expression became gloomy. However, a figure flashed and Dai Yuan appeared in front of Yang Kai, coldly saying, "Junior sister, please return." In Su Dai grit her teeth and took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling in an exaggerated manner, showing off her enchanting curves as she snorted, "Senior sister, don't forget to pay respects to honored master, she has always been thinking about you. Junior sister will take her leave now." Saying so, In Su Dai's phoenix eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed across them as she stared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to carve his appearance into the depths of her soul, stomped her foot, and flew off on her star shuttle. After she was 10 kilometers away from Thousand Illusion Peak, In Su Dai took her hands out of her sleeves and examined them under her eyelids, her beautiful face going pale with anger. Her flawless jade-like hands were now covered in bruises. In Su Dai didn't know where that smelly man had obtained such brute strength, nor did he understand the concept of having tender feelings for the fairer sex. This time, she had gone for wool and come home shorn, causing In Su Dai's lungs to explode. Secretly hating Yang Kai in her heart, she planned to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. On the stone platform of Thousand Illusion Peak, a group of 3 stood there. Yang Inflammation and Dai Yuan stared at Yang Kai's back while Yang Kai stared in the direction In Su Dai disappeared, a look of regret filling his face. After a while, Yang Kai sighed and slowly shook his head. Turning around, he saw the 2 women staring at him and asked in amazement, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "You didn't fall for her seduction technique?" If Dai Yuan still couldn't tell, she would have wasted her many years of experience. At this moment, Yang Kai's demeanor was completely different from before and his eyes were clear and bright. "Seduction technique?" Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. "She used it on the wrong person." "Then why did you?" Dai Yuan's eyes flashed a complicated light as she shook her head and laughed. "Your courage is really big, actually taking advantage of her. If she had seen through it on the spot, she definitely wouldn't have let you off." "Didn't she not see through it?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Thank you." Dai Yuan suddenly showed a look of gratitude and sincerely thanked him. She knew that if it weren't for Yang Kai not being able to stand watching In Su Dai humiliate her, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Yang Kai waved his hand and snorted, "No need, she attacked me first, I was just fighting back." The grievances of other senior sisters, Yang Kai was too lazy to intervene. This time, his main purpose for coming here was to obtain Thousand Illusion-colored Glass Mountain. Helping Dai Yuan was just a pretense, but In Su Dai had recklessly used her seduction technique on him. If this weren't Colored Glass sect, Yang Kai wouldn't have let her off so easily. Chapter 1272. Dai Yuan smiled and asked meaningfully, "How does it feel?" Yang Kai's face blushed as he chuckled, not bad at all. Worthy of being one of Shadowed Star's famous beauties, your skin is delicate and well-maintained." Seeing Yang Kai really talk about this, Dai Yuan couldn't bear it anymore and snorted lightly before no longer talking about it, leading Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation into the mountain corridor. After entering the corridor, Dai Yuan placed her hand on the stone wall and circulated her Saint Qi, summoning the jade pendant that had flown in before. Immediately after, the hole in the stone wall closed silently. "Please follow me." Dai Yuan beckoned from the front before leading Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation through the mountain corridor. After walking for about 1,000 meters, a huge cave suddenly appeared. It covered an area of about 1,000 meters and seemed to have been hollowed out from the inside of Thousand Illusion Peak. The inside of this cave was extremely empty, without the slightest trace of man-made carvings. Yang Kai looked around and was surprised to find that this cave was actually naturally formed, not artificially excavated. Above the cave, there were several thick and thin dark red pillars hanging upside down, like sharp cones that could fall down at any moment, making for an extremely dangerous sight. At the bottom of the karst cave, there were also many lava pillars, making the entire karst cave look like a messy stone forest, confusing and complicated. A natural spirit array. After Yang Yen swept her eyes over these molten pillars, she suddenly let out a soft cry, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she stood there, not wanting to leave. Sure enough, I can't hide from Sister Yang Inflammation's eyes. Dai Yuan also stopped and turned back to look at Yang Inflammation with some admiration before explaining, there is indeed a natural spirit array in this cave on Thousand Illusion Peak, but it only has a somewhat hallucinatory effect and doesn't have much power. Yang Inflammation continued to look around for a while before asking, did someone change the natural spirit array here? It was one of the people who used to live on Thousand Illusion Peak. Dai Yuan thought of something and her eyes dimmed slightly, but she quickly recovered and continued. That person had some understanding of spirit arrays, so they changed the natural spirit array here so that it not only has a hallucinatory effect but also has the ability to repel enemies. Can I go in and take a look? Yang Inflammation asked, seemingly very interested in this natural spirit array. Nonsense. Yang Kai scolded Yang Inflammation with a straight face. No matter what, this was Dai Yuan's secluded home, so how could a spirit array set up outside be casually inspected? This could easily become a taboo. Dai Yuan smiled faintly and said, Junior brother Yang, there is no need to say that. Since Sister Yang Inflammation has dabbled in spirit arrays, it is normal for her to be interested. After all, natural spirit arrays are quite rare and difficult to create. If Sister Yang Inflammation wants to enter, of course you can, but I am not very proficient in this spirit array. Since the senior who used to live here passed away, although I have taken over this spirit array, I am unable to do anything about it. All I know is that there is a safe way in and out. If Sister Yang Inflammation can crack this spirit array, explore its essence, and teach it to me, Dai Yuan will be grateful to Sister Yang Inflammation. So that's how it is. Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly. Since Dai Yuan intended to borrow the power of Yang Inflammation, he could no longer stop her, simply turning to Yang Inflammation and asking, Can I? Yang Inflammation curled her lips but did not answer, instead wrapping herself in her black robe and disappearing into the lava pillars. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that he had underestimated Yang Inflammation's ability, which made him very angry. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, saw Yang Inflammation's confident performance and her eyes lit up as she secretly looked forward to it. Let's go, don't worry about her. In any case, this place is already your territory, she will naturally come out after studying it. Yang Kai smiled helplessly at Dai Yuan. Good. Dai Yuan naturally had no objections and continued to lead Yang Kai through the lava pillars. Not long after, the two of them passed through the cave and entered another mountain tunnel. After walking for a short distance, they arrived at a stone room. As soon as he entered this stone room, Yang Kai's expression shook. He found that there were many fragrances of pills and herbs here, and inside the stone room, there were 5 or 6 large and small alchemy furnaces. Only then did he remember that Dai Yuan was also an alchemist. Wei Guchang had mentioned this before in Lu Yen's sandfield. The reason why Dai Yuan knew so much about the red candle fruit was because she was an alchemist. However, since she had requested this from him, her alchemy level shouldn't be too high. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but he didn't point it out. Junior brother Yang must be joking. I'm afraid Dai Yuan's place can't even enter junior brother's eyes, Dai Yuan said with a smile. You're too kind, young lady has a completely different world here. It's much better than Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai laughed. Junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan suddenly called out softly, staring straight at him with her beautiful eyes. Are there really Origin King grade alchemists in the outside world? Yang Kai glanced at her and suddenly discovered that many people on Shadowed Star seemed to be interested in the outside world. He had heard similar questions being asked more than once or twice. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai nodded and said, There are indeed Origin King grade alchemists in the outside world. Although I have never seen one, I have heard of them. There are also Origin King grade artifact refiners and Origin King realm masters. There is also the Star Master. Star Master? Dai Yuan raised her brow. The legendary powerful cultivator who can refine a star's source and become its Star Master. But there should be very few such people. I heard that refining a star's source is extremely dangerous, and even Origin King realm masters do not dare attempt it easily, otherwise, their soul may be destroyed. Is that so? Dai Yuan smiled when she heard this and immediately said cheerfully, if there is an opportunity, Dai Yuan would like to consult Junior Brother Yang about the outside world. I hope Junior Brother Yang will not refuse. Good, when the time comes, this one will definitely tell you the truth. Yang Kai agreed readily. Although he didn't know much about the star field, he was still someone who had come from the outside world, so his understanding of Shadowed Star was much deeper than the people here, so it wasn't a problem for him to talk about these things. Dai Yuan didn't ask any more questions and instead arranged for Yang Kai to rest in a room next to the stone room before asking Yang Kai to rest for a few days while she went to pay her respects to her honored master. After all, when she left Colored Glass Sect last time, she didn't tell anyone, and just now In Su Dai had come to inform her that her honored master wanted to see her, so she naturally couldn't keep her honored master waiting. Yang Kai waved his hand and let her go. After a while, Dai Yuan left Thousand Illusion Peak and turned into a blue streak of light, disappearing into the Grand Crystal Mountain Range. After Dai Yuan left, Yang Kai opened his eyes from meditation, a light flashing across them as a sly look appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the stone mongoose, standing there and looking at Yang Kai innocently, seemingly waiting for his instructions. Do you know what you're going to do? Yang Kai asked. The stone mongoose tilted its head and thought for a moment before nodding. Good, I'll tell you the location. Remember, if there's any danger or if you're discovered, return immediately and don't alarm anyone. Yang Kai carefully exhorted before stretching out his finger and touching the stone mongoose's forehead. A green light appeared on his fingertip and entered the stone mongoose's head. This green light contained a strand of Yang Kai's divine sense and clearly contained the location of Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Mountain. Since Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Mountain was the supreme treasure of Colored Glass Sect, the spirit arrays protecting it would definitely be extremely powerful. Although Yang Kai was confident in the stone mongoose's safety, there was always a possibility, which was why he had warned it so seriously. He didn't want to lose a partner like the stone mongoose just because he stole a bit of Thousand Illusion-Colored glass. Since the stone mongoose was born, it had always been conscientious and diligent, a role model for hardworking people. Where else could he find such a good assistant? After the green light containing Yang Kai's divine sense entered the stone mongoose's head, it quickly disappeared. The stone mongoose stood in place in a daze, seemingly digesting the information contained in the divine sense. After a while, its eyes rolled around and it silently shook its body, causing a small hole to appear in the ground and the stone mongoose to disappear. By the time Yang Kai noticed it, it was already 1,000 meters underground and after pausing for a moment, it flew off in the direction of the Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Mountain at a high speed. The stone mongoose was born with a special ability, so the earth could not hinder its movements. After releasing the stone mongoose, Yang Kai immediately stretched out his hand and smoothed out the small hole in the ground, making it impossible to see anything wrong with it from the outside. Only then did he return to meditating. Speaking of which, Yang Kai still didn't know why Dai Yuan had invited him here, but with Dai Yuan's personality, she probably wouldn't ask him to do anything too difficult. If there really was something difficult, Yang Kai could refuse. In any case, his main purpose for coming here had been achieved, all he needed to do now was wait for the stone mongoose to return. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately settled down. For 3 days, Yang Kai didn't see any trace of Dai Yuan. On the other hand, Yang Inflammation appeared like a ghost, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement, seemingly having gained a lot from studying the natural spirit array outside. Yang Kai didn't ask too much because even if he did, he wouldn't understand, so he simply ignored her. Dai Yuan still hadn't returned, so young Inflammation went to a nearby room to rest. After waiting for another 2 days in Thousand Illusion Peak, Yang Kai suddenly saw Dai Yuan appear. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that Dai Yuan seemed to be very tired, her expression somewhat sluggish, and her eyes were red and swollen, obviously the result of crying. Even though she was forcing herself to smile, it was impossible to erase the sadness hidden in her brow. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened to her that caused her to become like this, but he could imagine that it had something to do with her honored master. After all, Dai Yuan had gone to see her honored master and returned 5 days later, yet she had undergone such a drastic change. Chapter 1273. After Dai Yuan returned, the first thing she did was visit Young Inflammation, and after receiving a token, her mood immediately improved. This was because Young Inflammation had not only cracked the natural spirit array outside her secluded home but had also made some changes to it, making it more complete and usable. Not only had its power increased by 30%, but it had also gained several new transformations. This made Dai Yuan very happy, but at the same time, she was secretly surprised by Young Inflammation's skill with the spirit array. After this incident, the relationship between her and Young Inflammation seemed to have become much more harmonious, to the point where they even called each other sisters. This made Yang Kai very confused. He only felt that a woman's heart was like a needle in the sea, unpredictable and unpredictable. When the two of them were hurrying on their way, they were like taciturn gourds, not speaking for a month, but now, just because of a spirit array, they were incomparably intimate. Men were not like this. After she returned, Yang Kai naturally began to ask her what she needed his help with, but Dai Yuan still hesitated and only asked Yang Kai to wait a few more days while she made some preparations. When the time came, she would naturally tell him the truth. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai no longer forced her and simply waited quietly. A few days later, Yang Kai was meditating inside his stone room, cultivating his demon blood threads while pouring his Saint Qi into the artifact refining furnace in front of him. Inside this artifact refining furnace, a crimson firebird was tumbling about, constantly spraying out pure and rich fire energy from its beak to burn the dragon bone and dragon bead inside the artifact refining furnace. Although it took a long time to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, as long as Yang Kai had time, he would actively stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to speed up the refining process. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen after the dragon bone and dragon bead were refined. Just as he was urging his Saint Qi, a knock suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his eyes, and after pouring his Saint Qi into the artifact refining furnace again, he took a deep breath and calmed his Saint Qi. A moment later, he stretched out his hand and summoned the artifact refining furnace back into his body before standing up, walking over to the stone door and opening it. Dai Yuan simply stood there, but for some reason she seemed to be a little worried about her gains and losses. When she felt a wave of heat in the room, she looked at Yang Kai in surprise, instinctively thinking that Yang Kai was refining pills, but there was no pill or medicinal fragrance in the air, which made her feel a little strange. Not caring about this, Dai Yuan asked softly, "Can I come in?" Yang Kai nodded, stepped aside, and waited for Dai Yuan to enter before closing the door and sitting down on a stone bench in the room, taking the initiative to ask, "Is everything ready?" Dai Yuan bit her red lips lightly and nodded lightly. "Then let's begin." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "But before that, shouldn't Sister Dai Yuan tell me what you want me to help you with and how I should do it?" "I'm here to tell you this." Dai Yuan glanced over at him, her eyes watery and her cheeks blushing a deep shade of red. This made Yang Kai quite surprised, wondering what kind of embarrassing matter Dai Yuan was going to say that would cause her to show such a reaction. Dai Yuan sat there, seemingly a little restless, her two small hands unconsciously twisting together. After a long silence, she grit her teeth and said, "Actually, I asked junior brother Yang to come here to detoxify my poison." Detoxify? Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "Sister Dai Yuan is poisoned?" I really can't tell what kind of poison Sister Dai Yuan is suffering from, but if it is convenient, please tell me, perhaps I will know how to refine that detoxification pill. There is no detoxification pill for my poison. Dai Yuan heard this and shook her head with a wry smile. Oh! Yang Kai suddenly became interested. When Dai Yuan had invited him to Dragon Cave Mountain, she had indeed said that her request was related to alchemy, and now that she was talking about detoxification, that was indeed the case. However, Dai Yuan saying that there was no detoxification pill for her poison meant that this poison was definitely extraordinary, so Yang Kai naturally paid some attention to it. Perhaps it was because he was an alchemist, but as long as it was related to herbs and pills, Yang Kai wanted to learn more about them. What I'm suffering from is 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Dai Yuan's words were shocking, her expression serious, without the slightest hint of a joke. 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Yang Kai was stunned. Isn't 1,000 illusion-colored glass your noble sect's supreme treasure? Furthermore, I've heard that it's a peculiar refining material that doesn't possess any toxicity. How did you get poisoned by this thing, and how did you get infected? Yang Kai was extremely curious because what Dai Yuan was saying was simply too incredible. Although he didn't know much about 1,000 illusion-colored glass, he knew that this artifact refining material wasn't poisonous. 1,000 illusion-colored glass really isn't poisonous. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly after hearing this, reaching out and brushing her hair behind her ear as she asked in a low voice, "But what if I swallowed it raw?" Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared straight at Dai Yuan, his eyes narrowing. "Junior brother Yang doesn't need to doubt me. I really did swallow 1,000 illusion-colored glass raw and have been doing so for many years now. Ever since I entered the Saint Realm, I have been taking it." Dai Yuan smiled lightly. How could such a thing happen? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This woman had actually swallowed an artifact refining material. Wasn't that the same as courting death? Who in their right mind would take such a thing? Even if she didn't want to live, she wouldn't do such a thing. Naturally, there is a reason why I took it. Dai Yuan seemed to know that Yang Kai would have such a reaction, so she wasn't surprised at all, because the secret art I cultivate is called the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art. This secret art was created by my colored glass sect's ancestral founder based on Colored Glass Mountain. Almost every generation of Colored Glass sect's disciple must cultivate this secret art, and this generation's person is me. In order to cultivate this secret art, one must take 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Heh, such a strange secret art, it doesn't seem to be anything good, Yang Kai laughed sarcastically. But for the sect, this secret art is indispensable. Thousand Illusion Peak has always been used as a residence for those who cultivate this secret art, which is why it has such a name. The previous person who lived here also cultivated this secret art. Yang Kai was surprised. On top of that, I grew up with her and she taught me this secret art. She can be considered my true master. And her end? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. She shouldn't have had a good ending, right? It seemed that because of Yang Kai's question, Dai Yuan seemed to recall something and her face immediately dimmed. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Just as he was thinking about how to comfort her, Dai Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "That's her fate. Since she chose this path, she shouldn't complain." However, after cultivating this secret art, before reaching the minor accomplishment stage, she won't be able to use the full power of this secret art. Otherwise, the poison will gradually deepen and eventually become impossible to expel. On top of that, the road to advancement is fraught with dangers. This was the experience of the previous person who sacrificed her life. If I want to break through to the origin returning realm, I must rely on junior brother Yang's strength to resolve the colored glass poison that has accumulated in my body over the years. Otherwise, I will die without a doubt. Yang Kai nodded lightly, understanding why Dai Yuan had come all the way to Dragon Cave Mountain to beg him for help. However, Dai Yuan had said that before reaching the minor accomplishment stage, she wouldn't be able to use the full power of this secret art. It seemed that the last time he saw Dai Yuan fight, she hadn't used her full strength. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to think of something and looked at Dai Yuan in surprise. The 1,000 illusion-colored glass art you cultivate wouldn't be related to the collection of 1,000 illusion-colored glass, right? Colored Glass sect needed someone to cultivate such a dangerous secret art in every generation, so unless it was for some particularly important reason, they certainly wouldn't do such a thing. For the most important reason for Colored Glass sect, Yang Kai could only associate it with the collection of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. But after hearing Yang Kai's question, Dai Yuan's complexion changed and she quickly waved her hand. Junior brother Yang, you can't say that. Am I right? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly but didn't deny it, nodding. I cultivate the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art precisely because I need to collect 1,000 illusion-colored glass. I won't hide it from junior brother Yang. Since the last senior who lived here fell, no one in the sect has been able to collect 1,000 illusion-colored glass, and I can only do so after reaching the origin returning realm. This is one of the sect's biggest secrets. You can only speak of it in front of me, but you can't tell anyone else, otherwise, you will definitely be in trouble. I know. Yang Kai nodded quickly. His unintentional words had actually exposed the sect's secret, causing Yang Kai to break out in a cold sweat. However, since Dai Yuan was so important to Colored Glass sect, why was she being neglected here? Shouldn't she be provided with the best cultivation resources, the best cultivation environment, and the best guidance from a senior? It seemed that there were some other secrets he didn't know about. Yang Kai secretly guessed. The last senior who lived here was also a genius. She summarized the experiences and performances of many seniors who cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art and finally came up with a very safe way to resolve colored glass poison. Once it was successful, I would no longer need to fear colored glass poison. I am deeply grateful to her for her help, but unfortunately, by the time she came up with this method, the poison had already penetrated her body and she was unable to resolve it herself, Dai Yuan explained with a gloomy expression. Is this method useful to me? Yang Kai asked. It requires the assistance of an origin-grade alchemist, and this alchemist must also be skilled and have perfect control over the fusion of various medicinal efficacies. From what I can see, the pills junior brother Yang has refined before are all the best of the best, a few of them even nearly forming pill veins. I think this requirement is absolutely not a problem for you. Chapter 1274. Although he had received Dai Yuan's praise, Yang Kai was still somewhat puzzled. Although his control of the medicinal efficacies was quite good, the 5 origin-grade alchemists from Medicine King's Valley weren't bad either. After all, they were all quite old, so why had Dai Yuan asked him for help instead of medicine pill sects alchemists? There must be some unknown reason for this. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to ask because he knew Dai Yuan would definitely tell him later. Seeing Yang Kai listening attentively, Dai Yuan smiled and continued. If it was just finding such an alchemist, it wouldn't have been difficult. The difficult part would have been gathering the materials needed for the detoxification method. What kind of materials would you need to gather? Yang Kai asked. There are many materials, but after years of searching by the previous senior who lived here, he managed to gather 90% of them. Even the Yin Pond, which was the most difficult to find, was found by that senior, and after expending a great deal of effort, he was able to move it back to 1,000 Illusion Peak. The reason I asked junior brother Yang to come with me is because this Yin Pond cannot be taken away. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to work so hard. Yang Kai nodded lightly, finally understanding why Dai Yuan insisted that he come with her to Colored Glass sect. However, Yin Ponds were extremely rare and would only appear in places with dense Yin Qi and Ghost Qi. Although they were useless to most cultivators, for those who cultivated Yin and evil secret arts, Yin Ponds were their favorite treasures because the pure Yin Qi in them was enough to rapidly increase the strength of any cultivator who cultivated such a secret art. Yang Kai had only heard about them and had never had a chance to see one with his own eyes. Because 1,000 illusion-colored glass is not restrained by the 5 elements. So, if one wants to expel the colored glass poison, they must have something like a yin pond. Then, condensing the medicinal efficacies of countless herbs, fusing them into the yin pond's water, and using the yin pond's water as a guide, they will have a chance to expel the colored glass poison, Dai Yuan explained softly. Yang Kai nodded as he listened. With his alchemy skills and knowledge, although he didn't understand the inner workings of this method, it should be correct. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, since that senior was able to find a yin pond, why didn't she take it? She even moved it back to Thousand Illusion Peak. So why didn't she detoxify it in the end? She still lacks one last thing. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. What she lacks is a blood-invigorating mushroom. Blood-invigorating mushroom? Yang Kai's spirit shook. The blood-invigorating mushroom, the one that can be used to refine the blood mushroom pill? Hearing this, Yang Kai's faces. Yang Kai, of course. The invigorating mushroom. Dai Yuan gently nodding. With a flip of her hand, an exquisite wooden box suddenly appeared in her palm. She then opened the wooden box. Opening it, she took out a small piece of mushroom the size of a baby's fist. Not only did it look strange, but it was also red in color. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if there was blood flowing through it, but it also exuded a pungent smell. Yang Kai took it with a dignified expression, gently stroking it with his hand, carefully examining it for a while before nodding. Yes, this is a blood-invigorating mushroom. Its medicinal age is at least 3,000 years, and it seems to have been picked not long ago. Did you obtain this from Lu Yen Sandfield? Sure enough, I couldn't hide it from junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan smiled faintly. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. It was also thanks to junior brother Yang's blessing that this blood-invigorating mushroom was a harvest I obtained in the 4th layer of Lu Yen Sandfield. Yang Kai's expression changed as he thought to himself, Dai Yuan's luck really wasn't bad. In the 4th layer, the number of precious treasures was extremely low. Yang Kai had only managed to obtain a few strings of fine purple jade fruit, but Dai Yuan was actually able to find a blood-invigorating mushroom. What's more, this was exactly what she desperately needed. It seemed that after he left, Dai Yuan had spent a lot of effort searching for this blood-invigorating mushroom, and the reason she wanted to follow him to the 4th layer was probably because she wanted to find this blood-invigorating mushroom. Finally, she was able to achieve her goal. What do you want to do with this blood-invigorating mushroom? Yang Kai closed the lid of the box and handed it back to her before asking. Dai Yuan fell silent, gently rubbing the wooden box in her hand a few times before sighing softly. I won't hide it from junior brother Yang. Although this method of detoxification was created and left behind by the previous senior who lived here, she wasn't 100% certain it would succeed because the 1,000 illusion-colored glass poison has already penetrated deep into my body, so if I were to try to expel it, it would inevitably cause me to lose a great deal of vitality. It is not impossible for me to die, but this blood-invigorating mushroom is the only way to preserve that slim chance of survival. Yang Kai frowned. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to refine it into a blood mushroom pill? Blood mushroom pill? Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. Since junior brother Yang is an alchemist, it's not that you don't understand the grade of the blood mushroom pill. It is an origin-grade high-rank pill, not something the alchemists of Shadowed Star can refine. If this were the outside world where junior brother Yang came from, this proposal would be a good one, but unfortunately. Or rather, are you an origin-grade high-rank alchemist? No. Yang Kai shook his head. He was now an origin-grade low-rank alchemist, but if he really put his mind to it and wasn't afraid of ruining the herbs, there was a chance he could refine an origin-grade mid-rank pill. As for an origin-grade high-rank pill, it was impossible for him to refine one. So after pondering for a moment, he said, what I mean is, if you aren't in a hurry, you might as well wait a few days. Perhaps there will be a more reliable method in the future, or perhaps you can find someone to refine the blood mushroom pill. Yang Kai didn't dare say he would refine it himself. Although he felt that it wouldn't take him many years to become an origin-grade high-rank alchemist, he still couldn't make any guarantees at this time. I can't wait. Dai Yuan shook her head bitterly. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly and shook her head. If I could wait, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to ask junior brother Yang for help. After cultivating the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, depending on how much 1,000 illusion-colored glass one's body absorbs, one's cultivation will grow accordingly. At most, I can only delay it for half a year. After half a year, whether I am willing or not, I will have to break through to the origin-returning realm. If I succeed, I will have a glimmer of hope, but if I fail with my current cultivation, I won't be able to suppress the colored glass poison and will die. Although directly taking the blood-invigorating mushroom will greatly reduce its medicinal efficacies, which is a waste of heaven's precious treasures, this is all I can do for now. Is there no other way? Yang Kai frowned. Dai Yuan smiled gently. Many thanks for junior brother Yang's concern, but since I have decided to do this, I have already mentally prepared myself. Regardless of whether this time's detoxification is successful or not, at least I have tried my best. Compared to the previous senior who lived here and the previous elders who cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, Dai Yuan will not complain. Yang Kai sighed softly and no longer tried to dissuade her, instead nodding and saying, "Since you've made up your mind, then so be it. If you need my help, I will do my best." Hearing this, Dai Yuan was overjoyed and thanked him gratefully. "Many thanks, junior brother Yang. Now, I will tell you how to help me detoxify. Listen carefully. Once the process begins, I may not have much energy to instruct you." Immediately, Dai Yuan began explaining the detoxification method and various other details. Of course, these methods and details were all thought up by the senior from Colored Glass sect and perfected during her lifetime, so Yang Kai didn't think there was anything wrong with them and instead felt a great deal of admiration towards this senior from Colored Glass sect. However, while explaining these details and methods, Dai Yuan's face blushed and her eyes became watery. Her voice was low and restless, and even though her appearance wasn't that great, the shyness and flirtatious look in her eyes only added to her charm. Yang Kai finally understood why Dai Yuan hadn't been willing to tell him the details before. It turned out that this detoxification method actually required some intimate physical contact. It was no wonder Dai Yuan's face was flushed red when she explained the detoxification method. Any woman facing a man and telling him when to condense the medicinal efficacies on certain parts of their body would have the same expression. After all, if they really did this, it was inevitable that some awkward situations would occur. Although Yang Kai had never met Grandmaster Xiao from Colored Glass sect, he was certain that the other party should be an old man, otherwise, Dai Yuan wouldn't have said it was inconvenient. Of the 5 Grandmasters from Medicine Pill sect, 4 of them were also old men and only one was an old woman. Compared to facing these old men, Dai Yuan would definitely choose Yang Kai. Yang Kai was a heroic and extraordinary young man, so Dai Yuan's sense of rejection was slightly weaker. Of course, if she could, she would rather choose the old woman from Medicine Pill sect. After all, both of them were women, so there wasn't such a taboo. But she couldn't afford to pay such a big price. Yang Kai thought secretly, guessing the hesitation and scruples in Dai Yuan's heart. On top of that, she was an alchemist herself, so she was probably preparing for the detoxification. Unfortunately, she didn't have much time to mature in the alchemic way and was currently just a Saint King-grade alchemist, so she wasn't of much use. Dai Yuan explained shyly, but Yang Kai remained indifferent, not showing any superfluous expression, simply listening attentively, not wanting to miss a single detail. Seeing Yang Kai's performance, Dai Yuan also gradually relaxed. There was a saying that doctors should not avoid suspicion, and her current relationship with Yang Kai was somewhat similar to that of a doctor and patient. Thinking so, Dai Yuan's expression gradually returned to normal. After spending the entire night explaining, Yang Kai would take the initiative to ask about some key issues, and Dai Yuan also knew that this was a matter of great importance, so she naturally explained it to him in detail. After an entire night, Dai Yuan finished her explanation, and Yang Kai also memorized the detoxification method in his heart, knowing what to do at what time. "Junior brother Yang, have you memorized everything?" Dai Yuan looked at him and asked. Although she hadn't rested all night, she didn't show the slightest signs of sleepiness and instead seemed to be in high spirits, as if she had reached the most important juncture in her life. Chapter 1275. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded lightly, glancing at Dai Yuan thoughtfully for a moment before saying, "Your state of mind isn't very stable right now. How about this? You rest for 2 more days, then we'll begin." Although Dai Yuan couldn't wait to begin immediately, since Yang Kai had said so, she couldn't object. Nodding in agreement, she discussed a few more details with Yang Kai before leaving. After Dai Yuan left, Yang Kai sat down on the stone bed in his room, rubbing his chin as he pondered for a while. A moment later, he waved his hand and a large number of herbs appeared on his bed. Immediately after, he took out his alchemy furnace and released his conflagrated spiritual energy, wrapping up the various herbs and condensing the medicinal liquids contained within them. 2 days passed in a flash, and when Yang Kai opened his eyes from meditation and swept the room with his divine sense, he found Dai Yuan standing outside. After 2 days of recovery and adjustment, her mood and emotions had completely calmed down, and there was no trace of joy or sadness on her face. Standing outside the door, she didn't urge Yang Kai to come out, simply waiting for him to take the initiative to come out. Yang Kai smiled lightly, feeling that she had adjusted her state quite well, so he quickly got up, got off the stone bed, and opened the door. Dai Yuan heard the sound of movement and raised her eyes, but after seeing Yang Kai, she smiled faintly at him. "Let's go." Yang Kai gestured, to which Dai Yuan nodded and immediately led the way. Returning to the huge stone chamber they had passed by before, Dai Yuan led Yang Kai into another corridor. This corridor seemed to lead straight into the depths of the earth and had a series of artificial steps carved out of it, so it wasn't too steep. On both sides of the corridor, there were also some strange stones used for illumination, allowing the soft light to diffuse. As Dai Yuan walked down, Yang Kai didn't say anything, but he continued to spread out his divine sense. Halfway through the journey, Kai Yang suddenly felt a chill in front of him. This chill wasn't just pure cold, it was a kind of cold that made one's hair stand on end. Strictly speaking, this was yin qi. Only places where yin qi gathered would have this kind of cold. It seemed that the so-called yin pond was hidden below. Yang Kai suddenly understood. This kind of yin qi didn't cause any trouble for Yang Kai at all. He didn't even need to circulate his saint qi, he could easily resist it with his physical body. The same was true for Dai Yuan. Although her physique wasn't as good as Yang Kai's, her cultivation and the fact that this yin pond had been here for so many years, presumably Dai Yuan had come down here countless times in order to prepare for detoxification, so she naturally wouldn't be affected by it. The further down she went, the stronger the chill became. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai's divine sense and Dai Yuan. After walking down for a long time, the scene before her suddenly opened up. There was also a huge stone room below. However, there was nothing in this stone room. If one were to look at it with the naked eye, one would see that this stone room was filled with a dense and cold aura. Strand after strand, it filled every corner of the stone room. The walls of the stone room were also covered in white frost. The temperature here was so low that it would make one's hair stand on end. In the center of the stone room, there was a small pond that covered an area of less than 10 meters. The wisps of cold yin qi were emitted from this small pond. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. "Lady Dai Yuan, is this yin pond a 1,000-year yin pond or a 10,000-year yin pond?" Dai Yuan seemed to know what Yang Kai wanted to ask and smiled. According to that senior, this yin pond was formed at least 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Yang Kai frowned. "For such a long time, the yin qi in this yin pond is not something you can withstand. Are you sure you want to continue?" Yin ponds were also divided by age. Yang Kai hadn't heard Dai Yuan mention anything about this yin pond before, so he didn't ask too much about it, but now, this yin pond was actually 5,000 or 6,000 years old. With such a yin pond, it was likely Dai Yuan would immediately freeze into an ice sculpture if she were to soak in it. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. "Junior brother Yang may rest assured. Before this, I made a lot of preparations and mixed a lot of fire and yang attribute herbs into the yin pond's water to neutralize the yin qi. On top of that, I am also an alchemist and have cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so as long as I am careful, there shouldn't be any problems. What's more, If I don't continue now, I can only wait for death. If junior brother Yang were in this situation, what would you choose? Yang Kai fell silent, knowing that Dai Yuan had her own difficulties and had no other choice, so he no longer tried to persuade her. Junior brother Yang may rest assured, I have left a letter in my meditation room. If an accident really happens this time and I die, you can take this letter to my honored master. The letter explains everything. She won't embarrass you after reading it. My honored master is Elder Gong Ao Fu, who lives on Myriad Fathom Peak, so if you need to leave, you can go find her. Dai Yuan's appearance made it seem as if she was making arrangements for her death, causing Yang Kai to feel a little uncomfortable, but he still nodded, I understand. Dai Yuan smiled and nodded, beckoning to him, please come with me. A moment later, the two arrived at the Yin Pond. Yang Kai looked around and found that this pond wasn't very deep, only about a meter deep, but it was so clear that he could see the bottom, without the slightest impurities. The water was completely still, like a pool of stagnant water. However, if this pool of stagnant water were to be seen by a cultivator who cultivated an evil secret art, they would definitely be ecstatic and would pay any price to obtain this Yin Pond. Because this Yin Pond was simply too useful to them, it was no less valuable than some top precious treasures and precious medicines. At this moment, there were some traces of a spirit array around the Yin Pond. It should have been the senior from Colored Glass sect who had brought the Yin Pond here and used a spirit array to restrain it. Dai Yuan pointed to a spot nearby and said, Junior brother Yang, just sit here, I will cooperate with you. Good. Yang Kai nodded, his figure flickering as he sat down cross-legged. There's nothing else to prepare, right? Dai Yuan seemed to be talking to herself as she stared at the Yin Pond with a complicated expression. Suddenly she smiled and said, Junior brother Yang, no matter what, Dai Yuan must thank you this time. You are the only person who has been willing to help me in the past 20 years and the only friend I have made in the past 20 years. Saying so, she respectfully bowed to Yang Kai, her expression solemn. 20 years, Yang Kai's brow rose. It seemed that Dai Yuan's change in Colored Glass sect was not as simple as Wu had previously inquired about, which was 10 years ago, but rather began more than 20 years ago. As for Wei Guchang and Dong Xianxia, they should be friends she had made before coming here, so they didn't count. Yang Kai waved his hand lightly, Sister Dai Yuan is too serious, this matter is nothing more than a slight effort for me. Right, take this bottle of medicinal liquid. Saying so, Yang Kai tossed a jade bottle to her. This is... Dai Yuan caught the jade bottle and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. This is a medicinal liquid I formulated myself. Although I can't refine the blood mushroom pill, if you take this bottle of medicinal liquid together with the blood-invigorating mushroom, it should be able to stimulate 10 to 20% of the blood-invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies, which should have some effect on you. With my current level of alchemy, this is the best I can do, Yang Kai said with some regret. The blood-invigorating mushroom was rare, and the blood mushroom pill was even more difficult to refine, but the value of the blood mushroom pill was definitely not below that of an Origin King-grade pill, perhaps even higher. This was because the blood mushroom pill was a healing saint pill that could bring the dead back to life. For a cultivator who spent years adventuring, this was one of the most valuable pills. Unfortunately, Yang Kai couldn't refine it right now, so he could only use this method to avoid wasting too much of the blood-invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies. Over the past 2 days, Yang Kai had been formulating this medicinal liquid. Dai Yuan heard this and was pleasantly surprised. She gripped the jade bottle tightly, not even opening it to check its contents as she happily said, I've troubled junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan will definitely live up to your expectations. She felt that she had really found the right person to ask for Yang Kai, because even if she had asked Grandmaster Shao of her sect or the seniors of Medicine Pill sect, they might not have been able to produce this bottle of medicinal liquid that could stimulate 10 to 20% of the blood-invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies. With this bottle of medicinal liquid, her chances of success would be increased by at least 10%, so how could she not be happy? Next, I'll have to trouble junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan put away the bottle of medicinal liquid and said to Yang Kai with a dignified expression. Without waiting for Yang Kai to respond, Her figure suddenly spun and her clothes flew off in all directions. In the blink of an eye, only her undergarments were left. Dai Yuan seemed to have been prepared for this moment, so her undergarments were all black. Although they accentuated her exquisite figure, they didn't allow her body to be exposed for the time being. Even so, a faint blush appeared on her face and she didn't want to remain here for a moment longer, her figure flickering as she jumped directly into the Yin pond. There wasn't the slightest splash, and the moment she entered the Yin pond, Dai Yuan let out a groan as a look of extreme pain appeared on her face. After the Yin pond water was stimulated by the foreign object, it began to boil and a white mist appeared, spreading towards Dai Yuan as if it had a mind of its own. Kacha. With a crisp sound, a thin layer of ice immediately appeared on Dai Yuan's tender body, but Dai Yuan only needed to circulate her secret art slightly to expel this thin layer of ice from her body. However, the white mist did not relent and spread even more fiercely towards her body. Dai Yuan finally couldn't bear it and let out a pitiful cry as a dazzling light suddenly erupted from her body. This light was very unusual, as if there were tens of thousands of them. The moment this light bloomed, Yang Kai's mind suddenly froze as he felt his soul being shaken. His knowledge trembled slightly and he felt as if invisible shackles had suddenly been placed on his body, making his body feel heavy. Colored glass divine light. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of surprise as he stared at Dai Yuan's figure without hesitation. Although he had heard from Yang Yen that the colored glass divine light emitted by 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain had the effect of restraining one's soul, he hadn't expected it to be so strange and impossible to guard against. Chapter 1276. Fortunately, Dai Yuan wasn't deliberately targeting Yang Kai, and Yang Kai himself wasn't an ordinary person, so after a moment of shock, he immediately resisted the colored glass divine light's assault and released his conflagrated knowledge towards Dai Yuan. At this moment, Dai Yuan's face seemed to be distorted by severe pain, making her appearance even more unbearable to look at. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that not only did she seem to be lacking in looks, but her entire body was also like her face, covered with scars and bruises, making her look completely different from an ordinary woman's. Before, when she was wearing black undergarments, Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything, but when she entered the Yin pond and her undergarments were soaked in the water, Yang Kai immediately discovered this problem after using his divine sense to examine Dai Yuan. Her entire body seemed to be covered in scars and bruises, just like her face, with the exception of her two white and flawless hands, making it difficult to look straight at her. It seems that cultivating the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art is extremely harmful. Yang Kai immediately understood that the reason she was like this was definitely related to the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art. Junior brother Yang. Just as Yang Kai was slightly dazed, Dai Yuan grit her teeth and called out in a trembling voice. Yang Kai nodded and shouted, "Let's begin." The next moment, without hesitation, Dai Yuan opened an acupuncture point on her chest and began madly drawing the Yin pond's water into her body. After the bone-chilling liquid entered her tender body, Dai Yuan shuddered uncontrollably, but she still gritted her teeth, her lips turning blue as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai didn't say a word as his conflagrated knowledge also rushed into the acupuncture point and instantly engraved several alchemy spirit arrays into Dai Yuan's body. Conflagrated knowledge Dai Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. She hadn't expected this at all. Yang Kai actually possessed a conflagrated knowledge After all, according to her original plan, Yang Kai needed to place his hand on her chest and pour his Saint Qi into her body, using her body as a furnace. Using the various medicinal efficacies contained in the Yin pond's water as materials. Then using alchemy techniques to expel the colored glass poison from her body. While they were discussing various details before, Yang Kai hadn't revealed that he possessed a conflagrated knowledge but seeing it at this moment, Dai Yuan wasn't surprised. Because if this was the case, there was no need for Yang Kai to have any intimate contact with her body. This made her feel both shocked and relieved, After all, no matter what, she was still an innocent woman. Having her body touched by another man was still somewhat unbearable. Just as Dai Yuan's thoughts were racing, with the acupuncture point as the center, the Yin pond's water began to swirl rapidly. Under the control of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge C, the various medicinal efficacies that Dai Yuan had integrated into the Yin pond's water were perfectly integrated. An uncomfortable feeling spread from her chest, causing Dai Yuan's breathing to become heavy, as if something was blocking her from circulating her strength. However, as Yang Kai continued to engrave spirit arrays, under the effect of these spirit arrays, the various medicinal efficacies in the Yin pond's water began to clash and fuse together. A strange aura exuding a strange light was forced out of Dai Yuan's chest and into the Yin pond. However, this filament-like thing didn't dissipate and instead swam like a fish in the water, unhindered. Soon, another similar thing was forced out, and as time passed, more and more filaments poured out of Dai Yuan's body, filling the entire Yin pond with these strange glowing things. After half an hour, Dai Yuan suddenly felt the suffocating feeling in her chest disappear and the blocked Saint Qi in her body begin to circulate. The originally unbearable chill no longer posed any threat to her. Dai Yuan was overjoyed and hurriedly released her divine sense to examine her body. There was no longer any colored glass poison in the flesh with the previously opened acupoint as the center. Moreover, the skin on the surface had finally returned to its normal state. It was white with a tinge of rosy, snow-white and delicate, and no longer looked as ugly as it was before. However, because she had been soaked in the Yin pond's water, there were still some bruises, forming a stark contrast with the rest of her body. Dai Yuan's eyes suddenly became hazy and her heart trembled, almost allowing more of the Yin pond's water to enter her body. Guard your mind and don't think about anything else. Once everything is over, you can examine yourself properly. Yang Kai's shout suddenly rang in her ear, waking her from her pleasant surprise. Looking up at Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged in front of her, urging his conflagrated knowledge C to fuse with the medicinal efficacies, Dai Yuan found that his expression was calm and did not show any signs of embarrassment. Nodding, she opened another acupuncture point and allowed the Yin pond's water to enter her body. Yang Kai immediately cooperated with her without the slightest hesitation. Under the cover of his divine sense, although he could clearly see every part of Dai Yuan's body, essentially stripping her naked in front of him, at this moment, this was a matter of life and death, so Yang Kai didn't have time to think about anything else. With a serious expression, he poured all of his energy into the Yin pond's medicinal efficacies. Dai Yuan had already poured a large number of herbs into this Yin pond, so it wasn't difficult to dispel the colored glass poison. The difficult part was controlling the fusion of medicinal efficacies and Dai Yuan's own tolerance. The former was fine as Dai Yuan was an alchemist herself, so when Yang Kai used his conflagrated knowledge C, she only needed to cooperate slightly to stimulate the medicinal efficacies. However, the latter was not something Yang Kai could help with, it all depended on Dai Yuan's own will. The colored glass poison had already penetrated deep into her body, and every time it was expelled, not only was it expelling the toxins, but it was also expelling some of her life essence. Once or twice wouldn't be a problem, but once it happened too many times, she might not be able to pass this hurdle. This was indeed the case. Every time it was expelled, it took at least a stick of incense worth of time. Half a day later, less than a fifth of the poison had been expelled, but Dai Yuan was already on the verge of collapse, her face as pale as paper. Fortunately, Dai Yuan had made sufficient preparations. At this time, she took out some pills from her space ring and tossed them into her mouth, restoring some color to her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai also slowed down his movements, giving Dai Yuan enough time to refine the medicinal efficacies. However, Yang Kai and Dai Yuan didn't dare waste too much time. After all, soaking in the Yin pond for so long had consumed a great deal of Dai Yuan's vitality, so after a short rest, the two of them repeated the same process again. Time passed little by little, and the colored glass poison in Dai Yuan's body was gradually removed, but Yang Kai's expression only became more and more serious. He couldn't see if Dai Yuan could pass this hurdle because up to now, Dai Yuan had already begun to overdraw her life source to barely maintain her bodily functions and cooperate with him in expelling the poison, but doing this was not a long-term solution. Once she couldn't hold on any longer, she would undoubtedly die. Even if she could persist, Dai Yuan would need to rest for a long time afterwards. But now that things had come to this point, there was no turning back. Whether it was Yang Kai or Dai Yuan, both of them had to persevere until the end. Seemingly feeling Yang Kai's gaze, Dai Yuan, who was struggling to hold on, suddenly opened her eyes and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "I can do it, junior brother Yang, you don't need to hold back, just do as you please." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, but after feeling her determination, he nodded lightly and didn't say anything. His conflagrated knowledge burst out again as he carved a series of spirit arrays into Dai Yuan's defenseless body, drawing in the medicinal efficacies of the Yin pond to cleanse her body. Dai Yuan screamed again, sounding extremely desolate, as if she was suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Another day passed by and most of Dai Yuan's body had returned to normal. Under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that she indeed had some assets that ordinary women did not have. Her skin was white and tender, and her figure was incredibly voluptuous. Even her face was no longer as unsightly as it used to be. At this moment, besides her pale complexion, there was no trace of her former appearance. Clearly, she was a stunning beauty that was enough to make any man's heart beat faster. Combined with her current appearance after suffering so much torture, she appeared particularly delicate and charming. Yang Kai had already expected this, so he wasn't surprised and simply focused on his own task. At a certain moment, Yang Kai took back his conflagrated knowledge and suddenly shouted in a thunderous voice, "Hurry up and swallow the blood invocation mushroom." Dai Yuan didn't seem to have much consciousness left, her pair of beautiful eyes dim and lifeless. Before this, she only knew how to mechanically cooperate with Yang Kai's actions, the last trace of obsession in her heart keeping her from giving up. Hearing Yang Kai's shout, Dai Yuan's lifeless eyes immediately restored a trace of clarity and she quickly took out the wooden box containing the blood invocation mushroom from her space ring, opened it, and swallowed the blood invocation mushroom in one gulp. The next moment, she took out the jade bottle Yang Kai had given her and poured the medicinal liquid inside into her mouth. Once this medicine entered her stomach, Dai Yuan's condition finally improved a little, an abnormal flush quickly appearing on her pale face as her blood began to circulate rapidly. The huge vitality contained in the blood invocation mushroom began to spread throughout her body, making up for her lost life source. Yang Kai didn't wait for Dai Yuan to completely refine the medicinal efficacies of the blood invocation mushroom before enveloping her with his conflagrated knowledge again. Success or failure would depend on this final juncture. If Dai Yuan's willpower was strong enough, she should have a 30% chance of surviving, but if she couldn't, then she could only blame herself for running out of luck and having no one else to blame. Dai Yuan understood this better than anyone else and immediately cooperated with Yang Kai. In an instant, the entire Yin pond's water began to surge, madly pouring into Dai Yuan's body. Layers of white mist began to envelop her and thin threads of strange light were forced out of her body. Chapter 1277. 1,000 meters below Thousand Illusion Peak, next to the 10-meter Yin pond, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his brow furrowed slightly as a look of contemplation appeared on his face. He was fiddling with an inconspicuous gray bead in his hand. Expelling the poison from Dai Yuan's body had been completed, and Dai Yuan's luck had been quite good. She had managed to survive the last moment and successfully remove all the colored glass poison from her body. Just before she fell unconscious, she had suddenly opened her mouth and spat out this bead, only having time to tell Yang Kai that it was a colored glass bead before fainting. Yang Kai took her out of the Yin pond, circulated his Saint Qi to evaporate the cold Yin Qi in her body, then took off his clothes and covered her body with them before standing guard beside her. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to take her back to her room to rest, But she was only wearing her undergarments right now, so carrying her was a bit inconvenient. The bead in his hand didn't have anything special about it. Even if he threw it out, no one would be interested in it, but when Yang Kai carefully observed it, he was shocked to discover that this inconspicuous gray bead was actually exuding a dazzling light. This light was identical to the colored glass divine light and had the effect of restraining one's soul, easily penetrating his knowledge, defenses, and shaking his soul. Yang Kai immediately understood that this bead was probably an extremely valuable treasure. Although Yang Kai had never seen thousand illusion-colored glass with his own eyes, he vaguely understood that the formation of this bead should be related to the thousand illusion-colored glass art Dai Yuan cultivated and the thousand illusion-colored glass art she had ingested. However, after examining it countless times, Yang Kai discovered a very strange thing. This bead was somewhat similar to a pill, but also somewhat similar to an artifact refining material. It was difficult to tell which was which. While fiddling with it, Yang Kai's expression changed and he held the colored glass bead in his palm before turning to look at Dai Yuan, who was lying on the ground. Over there, Dai Yuan's long eyelashes were trembling slightly and her 10 slender jade fingers seemed to be moving slightly, obviously a sign that she was about to wake up. Looking at her completely different face from before, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Before the colored glass poison was expelled, Dai Yuan's appearance was unbearable to look at, but now, she had become an outstanding beauty. Compared to In Su Dai, Yang Kai was slightly stronger. Yang Kai didn't know what would have happened if she had entered the Yin pond like this. Could he still be as calm as still water? Thinking about it carefully, he would probably be a little distracted. After all, he was still a man. No man would remain indifferent in the face of such a beautiful and almost naked woman. After waiting for a while, Dai Yuan opened her eyes and moved her body slightly, only to discover that she was extremely weak and couldn't help groaning. Since you're awake, you should rest for a bit. Your current condition is not very optimistic. Yang Kai's faint voice came over. Hearing this, Dai Yuan lowered her eyes and immediately saw Yang Kai sitting not far from her, looking at her with a smile. Her expression changed slightly and she wanted to say something, but no words came out. After discovering that Yang Kai wasn't wearing his robes and that there was something covering her body, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of gratitude and security before she immediately closed her eyes again and silently circulated her secret art. 2 hours later, Dai Yuan sat up, dressed herself neatly, took out a number of pre-prepared restorative medicines from her space ring, stuffed them into her mouth, and continued to meditate. Another day later, Dai Yuan let out a deep breath and opened her eyes again. Her beautiful eyes were filled with vigor, and it seemed that her cultivation had also made some progress. Although her face was still a little pale, there was nothing wrong with it. As long as she calmed down and recuperated, she would eventually recover. Standing up, Dai Yuan walked over to Yang Kai and bowed deeply. Dai Yuan thanks Junior Brother Yang. This time, if it weren't for Junior Brother's help, I'm afraid I would have already fallen. Junior Brother Yang's great kindness will be engraved in Dai Yuan's heart and will never forget it. Yang Kai also stood up and waved his hand with a smile, saying indifferently, being able to break through the gates of hell was your own effort, I didn't have much to do with it. Dai Yuan slowly shook her head. Junior Brother Yang overestimates Dai Yuan. I know that if the one I invited this time was not Junior Brother Yang but instead Grandmaster Xiao or one of the seniors from Medicine Pill Sect, I definitely wouldn't be standing here right now. Without mentioning anything else, the bottle of medicinal liquid you gave me must have cost a lot of precious herbs, right? Without that bottle of medicinal liquid, I wouldn't have been able to hold on for the last few hours. She clearly felt that after she took the blood-invigorating mushroom and that bottle of medicinal liquid, her depleted vitality had actually been restored significantly, and as time passed, it was still slowly recovering. It was because of this that she had been able to hold on until the end, otherwise, she would have died long ago. Directly taking a blood-invigorating mushroom wouldn't have such a great effect. If it had been a blood mushroom pill, it might have been possible to cause such a change, but an unrefined blood-invigorating mushroom shouldn't have been able to achieve this, so the only explanation was that bottle of medicinal liquid. Although she didn't know how much time and effort Yang Kai had spent on that bottle of medicinal liquid, it was obviously not something ordinary. Yang Kai not mentioning it was because he was generous, so how could Dai Yuan not care? Seeing her say this, Yang Kai didn't try to deny it, nor did he admit it. What Dai Yuan didn't know was that although that bottle of medicinal liquid had cost him a lot of precious herbs, the most important reason was because he had dripped a drop of his golden blood into it. Yang Kai's golden blood contained an extremely powerful vitality, so it was the most suitable for restoring Dai Yuan's vitality at that time. In any case, Sister Dai Yuan has finally succeeded. Congratulations, congratulations. Yang Kai laughed and changed the subject. Dai Yuan also showed a charming smile as she turned her head and stared at the reflection of her peerless face in the calm waters of the Yin Pond, her beautiful eyes filling with a brilliant light. Yang Kai observed her expression from the side and tactfully didn't disturb her, allowing her to enjoy the joy and excitement of regaining her lost beauty. After a while, Dai Yuan suddenly stretched out her hand and a gust of wind swept out from her sleeve, causing the clear waters of the Yin Pond to ripple and shatter her beautiful face, which was enough to make any man's heart beat faster. Immediately, Dai Yuan circulated her Saint Qi and, under the stunned gaze of Yang Kai, her beautiful appearance once again reverted to the appearance she had when Yang Kai first saw her. Ugly, dry, and pockmarked, her appearance was unbearable to look at. Yang Kai frowned. There was no woman who didn't like to be beautiful, and Dai Yuan was no exception. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost her calm when that heaven-battling Union disciple provoked her back in Lu Yen Desert, nor would she have shown such a nostalgic look just now. However, since she had done this, she must have her reasons. Yang Kai didn't ask any questions, but what made Yang Kai curious was that when he swept her with his divine sense, he couldn't find the slightest flaw on her face. Dai Yuan's face seemed to have really returned to its previous ugly appearance. This surprised him greatly. After all, he had seen Dai Yuan's true colors with his own eyes. Yang Kai didn't ask, but Dai Yuan took the initiative to explain, "I've let junior brother Yang see something embarrassing. I don't think it's a good time to disclose this matter yet, so I can only confuse outsiders for now. When I break through to the origin returning realm, it won't be too late to explain everything to honored master." Young lady's considerations are quite thorough. Yang Kai nodded in agreement before immediately changing the subject and asking, "Dare I ask young lady Dai Yuan, what is the use of this bead?" Saying so, he took out the colored glass bead. Dai Yuan looked at this colored glass bead and smiled slightly. I was too busy spitting out this bead before to tell junior brother Yang how to use it. Dai Yuan was too careless. And let me put it this way, this bead is somewhat similar to a monster beast's monster core to me. A monster core? Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. Because the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art was created based on a monster beast's cultivation method. Junior brother Yang should know that some monster beasts are born with the ability to swallow all kinds of minerals, extract their essence, and store it in their monster core. After I cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art and consumed 1,000 illusion-colored glass, this bead was born in my body. Yang Kai was surprised and quickly asked, "If that's the case, won't losing it have any effect on your body?" "There will definitely be some effect, but it won't be great. It's just an existence similar to a monster core, but it's not as important as a monster beast's monster core. As long as I have enough time and 1,000 illusion-colored glass, I will be able to cultivate this kind of thing in the future." Hearing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, but also secretly sighed. The person who created the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art was truly a heaven-defying genius, actually being able to produce something similar to a monster beast's monster core in a cultivator's body. No wonder when he examined it, it was similar to a pill, but it was also similar to an artifact refining material. Dai Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Although this colored glass bead is important to me, it isn't that important, but to junior brother Yang, it is of great use. Please enlighten me, young lady." Yang Kai's expression became solemn. He had been investigating this colored glass bead for a long time but still didn't know how to deal with it. He had wanted to ask the Yang Inflammation Department about it, but now hearing Dai Yuan say this, it seemed she knew a way. If junior brother Yang can refine this colored glass bead, perhaps he will be able to comprehend some of its mysteries. After all, this is the condensed essence of thousand illusion colored glass. If junior brother Yang can really comprehend the mysteries of colored glass divine light, he will have an additional means to deal with his enemies in the future. With the help of this colored glass bead, I estimate that with junior brother Yang's aptitude, there is an 80% chance he will be able to refine it. Colored glass divine light. Yang Kai's expression changed. When he was helping Dai Yuan expel the poison, he had suffered a small loss from colored glass divine light, so he was naturally aware of its power. However, except for those who cultivated the thousand illusion colored glass art, no other cultivator could comprehend colored glass divine light. Now, with the help of this colored glass bead, Yang Kai could do so he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Chapter 1278. If this was really the case, then Dai Yuan's gift was not a small one. Junior brother Yang may rest assured, this colored glass bead is different from the thousand illusion colored glass I took. It is not poisonous, so as long as junior brother carefully refines it, there shouldn't be any problems. Consider this the reward Dai Yuan promised junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan has nothing on her, and all the resources she has accumulated over the years were used up in order to detoxify this poison, so I hope junior brother Yang will not refuse. Dai Yuan didn't tell Yang Kai that this colored glass bead was the fruit of her 20 years of hard work in cultivating the thousand illusion colored glass art. Although she had reached the minor accomplishment stage in this secret art and could still cultivate it again, it was impossible to do so without several years of accumulation. Yang Kai grinned and said, I am very satisfied with this reward. Lady Dai Yuan is quite considerate. Saying so, he put away the colored glass bead and glanced around at the Yin pond, which had lost so much of its Yin qi that it had almost been reduced to an ordinary pond. Yang Kai said, since we're done here, let's go back up. Good, after so many days of delay, I'm sure Lady Yang Inflammation is anxious. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and led Yang Kai back the way they had come. It seemed that because her appearance and body had been restored to its original state, her every move and action was filled with a myriad of emotions, completely different from before, causing Yang Kai to secretly admire her. Not long after, the two returned to their room on the upper floor. After separating, Yang Kai sat down in his room. After taking out the colored glass bead and playing with it for a while, Yang Kai's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something good, and a smile appeared on his face. At that moment, the door was pushed open and Yang Inflammation appeared in the room, wrapped in a black robe. Is everything done? Yang Inflammation asked. It's time to go. Yang Inflammation seemed a little anxious, but she didn't ask why Dai Yuan had invited Yang Kai here. What happened? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Nothing much happened. It's just that I feel that we shouldn't stay here for too long. Xiao has already been there for 7 or 8 days. It's time for it to come back. If it's too greedy, it might cause problems. Yang Kai thought about it and felt that what she said made sense. He nodded and said, okay, we'll leave after tonight. Although he was still inside Thousand Illusion Peak, Yang Kai could still use his divine sense to check the situation outside. It was still dark outside. It was naturally inconvenient to leave at this time. He could only wait until dawn to leave. After the discussion, Yang Yen also returned to his room to rest. The night passed uneventfully, and the next day, Yang Kai immediately bid farewell to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan very warmly invited Yang Kai to stay for a few more days. Moreover, he also had the intention to exchange alchemy knowledge with him. However, Yang Kai had a guilty conscience at this moment. How could he be in the mood to continue staying? After a while, Dai Yuan reluctantly agreed. She then personally escorted him and Yang Inflammation out of Grand Crystal Mountain Range. On the way, Dai Yuan told Yang Kai that after a few months of recovery, she would begin breaking through to the origin returning realm. Once she succeeded, she would definitely pay a visit to Dragon Cave Mountain to thank him in person. Yang Kai naturally agreed. Just as the two of them were talking, a world-shaking noise suddenly rang out from within the Grand Crystal Mountain range. Immediately, a pillar of light that emitted a myriad of rays of light shot into the sky, as if it wanted to pierce a hole in the sky. Even though the three of them were thousands of kilometers away, they were still able to see the pillar of light clearly. Colored Glass Mountain. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at this pillar of light and exclaimed. The place where this pillar of light came from was obviously where Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was located. It seemed that for some reason, the spirit array arranged around Colored Glass Mountain had become unstable, causing Colored Glass Mountain's colored glass divine light to erupt on its own. Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly as he exchanged a glance with Yang Inflammation, immediately thinking of many possibilities. But soon, Yang Kai's expression returned to normal and he asked, "Is there a problem with your noble sect's Colored Glass Mountain? And I don't know what happened, but it seems some kind of barrier has been triggered. Junior brother Yang, I originally wanted to accompany you for a while longer, but that won't be possible now. I cultivate the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass art, so I must hurry over. You and Sister Yang Inflammation must take care of yourselves. Since such a big thing has happened to your noble sect, Sister Dai Yuan really should make a trip there. We've already left Grand Crystal Mountain Range, so Yang Inflammation and I can travel the rest of the way on our own." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Good, then we'll have a good chat when I visit Dragon Cave Mountain." Dai Yuan smiled apologetically. Dai Yuan smiled apologetically before her tender body flickered and she turned into a stream of light, flying back the way she came at an incredible speed. After her figure disappeared, Yang Kai pulled Yang Inflammation and shouted, "Let's go!" The two summoned their star shuttles at the same time and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what had happened, he guessed that it had something to do with the stone mongoose, so how could he be willing to remain here? After all, there had been an accident last night when he was retrieving the stone mongoose. Fortunately, he had left today, otherwise, if something like this had happened, it would have been extremely difficult for him and Yang Inflammation to leave Colored Glass Sect. With Dai Yuan as his guarantor, Yang Kai didn't have to worry about being harmed in Colored Glass Sect, but if he were to reveal any clues, Colored Glass Sect would never let him off. At that time, even Dai Yuan's words would be useless. At the same time, next to the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain that Yang Kai had seen before, several dozen second or third order origin returning realm masters were floating in the air around it. Among them, there were more than a dozen peak third order origin returning realm masters, all of whom were radiating powerful auras. Half of these masters were shuttling back and forth around Colored Glass Mountain, constantly pouring their pure Saint Qi into an unknown barrier in front of them. After receiving so much Saint Qi, this barrier fluctuated in size and seemed to be trying to suppress the colored glass divine light rising from the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain. The other half were also secretly circulating their Saint Qi as they stared towards the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain with dignified expressions, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. What happened? A voice suddenly sounded, and immediately, a thin old man with 3 strands of long beard and silver-white hair suddenly appeared 1,000 meters away from Colored Glass Mountain. When the many origin returning realm masters saw this old man, they cupped their fists. "Greetings, Sect Master." This old man was none other than Sect Master Gong Xing He of Colored Glass Sect. Gong Xing He just waved his hand, motioning for everyone to dispense with formalities before turning his gaze to the 2 third-order origin returning realm cultivator, a man and a woman, who were flying over in a hurry. The man was middle-aged and had an imposing appearance. Although it was impossible to tell his exact age, the vicissitudes of life that appeared in the corners of his eyes indicated that he was not young. The woman was also a middle-aged beauty with a soft waist and a charming appearance. The two of them arrived in front of Gong Xing He and bowed together. "Elder Ma, Elder Du, the two of you have been guarding this place for the past few years. What happened here?" Gong Xing He looked at the two of them and asked with a dignified expression. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du exchanged a glance before the man surnamed Ma cupped his fists and replied, reporting to Sect Master, the situation is like this. Last night, for some reason, Elder Du suddenly felt that the spirit array under Colored Glass Mountain was showing signs of loosening. Immediately, she sent out her mountain quarrying beast to investigate, but what the two of us did not expect was that after the mountain quarrying beast went over there, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. No matter how we tried, we were unable to contact it, and even now it has not returned. But just now, the colored glass divine light suddenly erupted. The two of us guessed that the spirit array under Colored Glass Mountain was indeed damaged, otherwise, such a thing would not have happened. The spirit array was damaged? Gong Xing he frowned and quickly said, this has not happened for over 100 years. Every few years, we restabilize the spirit array, so how could it be damaged? The man surnamed Ma hesitated for a while, not knowing how to answer. Seeing him act like this, Gong Xing he naturally knew that he wouldn't be able to get any answers, so he turned to the beautiful woman and asked, Elder Du, is there only one mountain quarrying beast? The beautiful middle-aged woman smiled bitterly, there is more than one mountain quarrying beast, but the one that can withstand the colored glass divine light and approach Colored Glass Mountain spirit array is the only one. The others are not very useful. After all, this kind of thing was specially bought from the Myriad Beast sect in order to guard Colored Glass Mountain. The Myriad Beast sect did not tell us how to raise and enslave this monster beast. So, we have no way to investigate the spirit array under Colored Glass Mountain now? Gong Xing he immediately showed a displeased expression. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du lowered their heads and remained silent. We also don't know why this happened? Gong Xing he asked again. The expressions of the two Colored Glass sect elders became even more awkward. Seeing this situation, another elder nearby spoke up, although we don't know whether the damage to the spirit array is man-made or not, the most important thing right now is to suppress the eruption of the colored glass divine light. If this continues, the spirit array here may collapse and we may lose this treasure mountain. The second most important thing is to thoroughly investigate Colored Glass Sect and see if any outsiders have come here recently. If this is really man-made, it can only be one of these outsiders. That's right. Someone immediately echoed. Gong Xing he pondered for a moment before turning to the elder who had just spoken and nodding, I'll leave the matter of investigating the outsiders to you. For the outsiders who are still in Colored Glass Sect, don't let them leave for the time being, but don't make things difficult for them either. If this is really their doing, then they must have had ideas about the 1,000 illusion colored glass. I'd like to see who has such great courage to try and steal from us. The elder accepted the order and immediately withdrew. Not far away, In Su Dai, who had heard the commotion and rushed over, giggled and chased after the elder, seemingly having something to report. On the other side, another young woman with a graceful figure suddenly walked up and said to Gong Xing he, Sect Master, please calm your anger. In fact, if we want to investigate the spirit array underground, besides the mountain quarrying beast, there is another way. Chapter 1279. Seeing this young woman speak, Gong Xing he's expression relaxed slightly and he nodded. Fool, tell me, what is it? The young woman smiled when she heard this. Father, have you forgotten? There is another disciple in my sect who cultivates the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art. This young woman and Gong Xing he were father and daughter, and both of them were third-order origin returning realm masters. This situation was not unusual on Shadowed Star because the third-order origin returning realm was the limit a cultivator could reach. As such, in many great sects, there would be father and son, master and disciple cultivator with the same cultivation. From the way Gong Xing he addressed this young woman, it was obvious she was the one Dai Yuan had mentioned to Yang Kai, the Gong Ao Fu who lived on Myriad Illusion Peak. 1,000 illusion-colored glass art. When Gong Xing he heard these words, A trace of dread flashed across the depths of his eyes. The same was true for the other elders, all of them seemingly recalling something, their expressions becoming complicated. Is that the junior who lives on Thousand Illusion Peak? Gong Xing. He quickly withdrew the strange look in his eyes and asked indifferently. Gong Ao Fu nodded lightly. Where is she? Gong Xing. He asked. She seems to be on her way here, probably because she saw what happened here. As Gong Ao Fu spoke, she turned her head to the side where a blue streak of light was rapidly approaching. Everyone waited for a moment before the blue streak of light flew over and paused for a moment before revealing a graceful figure. However, when everyone saw the face of this figure, they all showed some surprise. This newcomer was naturally Dai Yuan, who had rushed here in a hurry, seemingly knowing that so many elders would be gathered here. As such, Dai Yuan did not show any panic and first bowed to Gong Xing. He in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Thousand Illusion Peak disciple Dai Yuan greets sect master. Gong Xing. He gently nodded but did not say anything. Dai Yuan then bowed to Gong Ao Fu before greeting the many elders present. Gong Ao Fu's brow furrowed slightly as she swept Dai Yuan with her divine sense, asking suspiciously, Yuan, what have you been doing these past few days? Why do you seem to have suffered some loss of vitality? Dai Yuan bowed her head and replied, Disciple encountered a slight setback in her cultivation. However, it is not a serious matter. Thank you for your concern. Although this was what she said, Dai Yuan's expression remained indifferent, as if she was just following a routine. Seeing this, Gong Xinghe frowned. He didn't care about her attitude. Your master said that you have a way to investigate the situation below Colored Glass Mountain, is that true? Investigate Colored Glass Mountain? Yes, we suspect that one of the restrictions underground has been damaged. It's just that I don't know if it was damaged by someone or by myself, so I need you to check it out. Are there any problems? The sect raised me, now that I have a use for it, Dai Yuan naturally won't refuse. Dai Yuan replied lightly. Hearing this, Gong Ao Fu opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She only said, if that's the case, then investigate and inform us of the situation. Disciple obeys. Dai Yuan did not hesitate, immediately closing her eyes and circulating her secret art. Soon, a colored glass divine light similar to the one erupting from Colored Glass Mountain burst forth from her tender body, but this colored glass divine light was less than a millionth of Colored Glass Mountains. The colored glass divine light only flickered around Dai Yuan for a moment before transforming into a streak of light that shot straight into Colored Glass Mountain. Seeing this, many of the elders who had never seen the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass art before showed looks of interest. Because the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was not restrained by the 5 elements and had the effect of restraining one's soul, even if their cultivations were far higher than Dai Yuan's, they were unable to release their divine sense or use any method to investigate the situation below Colored Glass Mountain. But now, Dai Yuan, who was only a third-order Saint King, was able to easily accomplish this feat, causing them to be both interested and shocked. They naturally knew about the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass art and the dangers of cultivating this secret art, so after a moment of contemplation, they no longer paid any attention to Dai Yuan and simply waited quietly. After a long time, the ray of light that shot into Colored Glass Mountain suddenly reappeared and rushed into Dai Yuan's tender body. Seeing this, many of Colored Glass sect's elders turned to look at Dai Yuan, waiting for her answer. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, still had her eyes closed, as if she was sensing something. After a while, she opened her eyes and bowed, reporting to Sect Master, Honored Master, the barrier under Colored Glass Mountain is indeed damaged, and next to it, there seems to be the corpse of a monster beast. It seems that because this monster beast triggered the barrier, not only was it killed, it was also damaged. Monster beast? The beautiful woman surnamed Du's face changed slightly. Could it be the mountain-quarrying beast? It shouldn't be. The man surnamed Ma also wore a puzzled look. Logically speaking, the mountain-quarrying beast shouldn't have damaged the barrier. It has explored this place many times without making any mistakes, so why was it like this time? The beautiful woman surnamed Du looked at Dai Yuan and asked with a slight smile, "Martial niece, could it be that you made a mistake? The mountain quarrying beast was a monster beast we bought from Myriad Beast sect specifically for use in this place. It shouldn't have damaged the barrier." "Then I don't know, but this is the situation I investigated. If Elder Du doesn't believe me, you can find another way to investigate." After Dai Yuan said these two words, her face became slightly pale, as if using the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art just now had exhausted her. The beautiful woman surnamed Du smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything more. If she had a way to investigate carefully, why would she need to rely on Dai Yuan's ability? It was just that she and Elder Ma had been guarding this place all this time, so now that something had happened to Colored Glass Mountain, they had to bear some responsibility. Since it's a problem with the mountain quarrying beast, it shouldn't be a big problem. All that's left is to repair the spirit array. Since the barrier underground is broken, we'll just have to find another way to fix it. Gong Xinghe's face flashed a thoughtful look, but he didn't ask Dai Yuan too many questions. "Father, since it's a problem with the mountain quarrying beast, should we investigate the guests who have visited during this time?" When Gong Ao Fu asked this question, she glanced over at Dai Yuan, apparently having learned from In Su Dai that Dai Yuan had also received guests a few days ago. "You can decide on this matter yourselves." Gong Xinghe waved his hand before turning around, his figure flickering and disappearing. As soon as their sect master left, many of the elders couldn't help secretly breathing a sigh of relief. The man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du glanced at each other before the former said, "Although according to Martial niece Dai Yuan's investigation, the destruction of the barrier here has nothing to do with outsiders, I still feel that something is wrong. Elder Du has been cultivating the mountain quarrying beast for more than 30 years and has never made any mistakes, but this time it has. Perhaps there is some unknown reason for this." When everyone heard him say this, they naturally understood that he was trying to shirk responsibility. If it was an outsider, then he and the beautiful woman surnamed Du's responsibility would naturally be lighter. Immediately, everyone laughed and said that this matter would be handled by the man surnamed Ma and the beautiful woman surnamed Du and that they wouldn't intervene. The man surnamed Ma didn't decline and naturally prepared to investigate the visitors with all their might. On the other side, Dai Yuan walked over to Gong Ao Fu with a pale face and bowed, "Honored master, disciple will also go back to rest." "Good, I've troubled you this time. Before you reach the minor accomplishment stage in the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, you generally cannot use the colored glass divine light. It seems that your loss of Yuan Qi this time is not small. Return to 1,000 illusion peak and rest for a few months. Take this bottle of 100 sifting pills. It should be able to make up for your loss of Yuan Qi." Saying so, Gong Ao Fu tossed a bottle of pills over to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan caught it, thanked her profusely, and immediately withdrew. Gong Ao Fu allowing her to rest for a few months was exactly what she wanted. She had originally planned to rest for a few months before attempting to break through to the origin returning realm. While the many elders of Colored Glass sect repaired the barrier and spirit array, Dai Yuan returned to 1,000 Illusion Peak and went straight to the room Yang Kai had lived in before. Standing inside the room and looking around, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a while, she began circulating her Saint Qi and the colored glass divine light burst out from her body again, drilling directly into the ground and disappearing. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Dai Yuan carefully examined her surroundings and after a moment, her tender body suddenly shook as a look of disbelief appeared on her face, whispering softly, "It really is you." When she was investigating Colored Glass Mountain before, she had noticed that there was a small hole at the bottom of Colored Glass Mountain that seemed to have been drilled into by something. On top of that, Colored Glass Mountain seemed to be missing a lot of 1,000 illusion colored glass. However, when she followed a small underground passage to investigate, Dai Yuan was shocked to discover that the location this passage led to was actually her 1,000 illusion peak. Although the entire passage had been deliberately repaired, there were still some imperceptible traces left behind, and under the cover of the colored glass divine light, these traces had nowhere to hide. Surprised, Yuan didn't dare to say anything because she vaguely felt that this matter might have something to do with Yang Kai. At that time, she wasn't certain and had only been careful, so she had pushed all the blame onto the mountain quarrying beast. However, the mountain quarrying beast had not been killed by the barrier and instead seemed to have been slapped to death by something. Now that she had returned to Thousand Illusion Peak and investigated, she immediately confirmed her previous conjecture. Underneath the room where Yang Kai had lived, there was a similar passage leading to Colored Glass Mountain. Over the years, Yuan had only received 2 guests, Yang Kai and Yang Yun, so it would be strange if they hadn't done something to this place. Yuan didn't know what kind of magical method Yang Kai had used to open up a passage to Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain from here and empty out such a large area of Colored Glass Mountain. However, she knew that if this matter was exposed, Yang Kai would definitely be hunted down by Colored Glass sect. His method of harvesting Thousand Illusion Colored Glass without using the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass art was definitely not something the elders of the sect would be willing to let go of. Chapter 1280. Fortunately, only those who had cultivated the Thousand Illusion-colored jade scripture art would be able to know about this. Even the sect master wouldn't be able to investigate unless the entire Colored Glass Mountain was moved. Previously, she had pushed all the blame onto the mountain quarrying beast, so presumably Yang Kai wouldn't arouse any suspicion. After a while, Yuan calmed down a little and decided to bury this matter silently in her heart, not telling anyone about it. She even tried her best to cover up the traces of the small passage deep under the chalk floor of the room where Yang Kai had lived. Yang Kai had never expected that Yuan would have a way to investigate this matter. He had thought that everything would be done without anyone knowing. Before leaving, he had deliberately ordered the stone mongoose to repair the passage under the chalk, but both he and Yang Yen had underestimated the mysteries of the Thousand Illusion-colored glass art and colored glass divine light. At this moment, Yang Kai and Yang Yen were already 100,000 kilometers away from the Grand Crystal Mountain Range and were currently flying towards a certain location. However, Yang Kai still had a subtle feeling that something was wrong, and his expression became dignified as he constantly used his divine sense to investigate the surrounding situation. "Why do I feel like you're being a little cautious?" Yang Yen frowned and asked. When the stone mongoose came out, it encountered a very strange monster beast. Although that monster beast was only at the 6th order and was killed with a single slap, the changes in Colored Glass Mountain must have something to do with it. I don't know if that monster beast sent some kind of message back, but if it did, we need to move faster. Xiao killed a monster beast? Yang Yen exclaimed. This was the first time she had learned of this matter. It should be a monster beast specially raised by Colored Glass sect. I don't know what kind it is, but I do know that it can ignore the various barriers under Colored Glass Mountain, so it was probably placed there by someone from Colored Glass sect to investigate the situation. Fortunately, the stone mongoose was smart and didn't give it any time to react before killing it. Otherwise, we would have been in a lot of trouble this time. While speaking, Yang Kai's figure suddenly came to a halt as he looked up towards the front, his expression changing slightly. What happened? Someone's coming this way. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yang Inflammation also looked in the direction he was looking at, but found nothing. However, she knew that Yang Kai was not an ordinary person, so she was not surprised. She just asked softly, "Are they coming for us?" If they were here for the 2 of them, they should have chased after them from behind. Why would they come from the front? It's in Su Dai. They really are coming for us. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Yang Yen pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems that Colored Glass sect has a space array connected to a nearby city. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. What should we do? What else can we do? If we avoid them now, we'll be giving ourselves away. Yang Kai shook his head. Instead, he pretended that he didn't see any traces of the people coming from the other side and went straight to meet them. Because he found that although In Su Dai wasn't the only one coming, there was no origin returning realm master accompanying them, so he wasn't afraid. 100 kilometers ahead, In Su Dai was leading 2/3 Order Saint King Cultivator over, her brow furrowed slightly. When she had heard that the sect master had ordered a thorough investigation of all visitors, she had been overjoyed. After all, a few days ago, she had suffered a small loss at the hands of Yang Kai when she used her beguiling technique, allowing him to take advantage of her, causing In Su Dai to feel quite annoyed. Without even mentioning this point, Yang Kai was Dai Yuan's guest, which was enough for In Su Dai to take him seriously. She had been worried about not having an opportunity to find trouble with Yang Kai, but now the opportunity had presented itself right in front of her. She really wanted to know what the relationship between Dai Yuan and Yang Kai was, and why she had brought Yang Kai back to Thousand Illusion Peak this time. How could In Su Dai have known that a thorough investigation of the visitors was all bark and no bite? In Su Dai excitedly went to report this matter to the Changchok old man who was in charge of this matter. When the Changchok old man heard that Yang Kai was just a second-order Saint King, he immediately lost interest in him and didn't even try to pursue him. However, the Changchok old man also knew what In Su Dai was thinking and didn't stop her from chasing after Yang Kai. As such, In Su Dai pulled in 2 strong helpers from Colored Glass sect and used the space array in the sect to teleport to 100,000 cities, just in time to intercept Yang Kai. Of the 2 cultivators beside her, one was tall and sturdy, as strong as a bear. His 2 exposed necks were bulging with muscles. At first glance, one could tell that he was a man of extraordinary strength. Between his eyebrows, there was a murderous aura surging, as if he was extremely cruel. However, when such a man looked at In Su Dai, his eyes were filled with tenderness and gentleness, and when he spoke to her, he deliberately lowered his voice, as if he was afraid he would offend this beautiful woman. The other person had a dignified appearance. At this moment, there was a faint light flashing in his eyes. He was looking around with a serious face, as if he was looking for something. Under his gaze, everything within a radius of 100 miles could be seen clearly. "Brother Luo, have you found him yet?" The burly man suddenly glanced at the other cultivator and asked, "You've been looking for him for so long yet haven't found a single clue. Are you not using your full strength? What are you urging for?" When the cultivator who was called Luo Shirgua heard this, a displeased look appeared on his face. They left the Grand Crystal Mountain Range long ago. Although we are in front of them, who knows which direction they will go? If Brother Ho is still worried, why don't you search for him yourself? I heard that brother has been cultivating his soul recently, so this is a good opportunity to test the results of your recent efforts. It seems that Master gave you a bottle of Spirit Clarity pills, so presumably brother's soul is much stronger than before, right? Listening to Brother Luo's ridicule, the burly man surnamed Ho couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. The secret art he cultivated didn't pay much attention to the growth of his soul. It could be said that his soul was his biggest shortcoming, and as his strength grew, this shortcoming became more and more obvious, so some time ago he had been forced to begin cultivating his soul. Now that his junior brother Luo had brought up his sore spot, and in front of such a beautiful woman, the burly man surnamed Ho couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. The 2 of them were normally fine, as brother and junior brother. There was no friction between them, but now in front of In Su Dai, it was inevitable that they would compete for her affections. Seeing the burly man surnamed Ho's embarrassed face, as if the anger in his heart was about to explode, In Su Dai quickly said, "2 brothers, please don't quarrel. This time, I invited the 2 of you to come out because I wanted to borrow your combined strength. Brother Luo's Spirit Eye technique is perfect for searching for someone in this situation, and after finding him, I'll have to trouble Brother Ho to capture him." 2 brothers must have seen the incident with the sect's supreme treasure, Colored Glass Mountain. The sect master and many Changchok elders suspect that it was caused by an outsider, but that surnamed Yang didn't leave earlier or later, but instead chose to leave at this time. There's clearly something wrong with him, so we can't let him escape. In Su Dai didn't show any signs of annoyance because of the 2's jealousy and instead wore a look of enjoyment on her pretty face, as if she couldn't wait for the 2 of them to quarrel as fiercely as possible. However, right now, tracking Yang Kai was more important, so she had to try to persuade them. Hearing her say this, the burly man surnamed Ho's face became gloomy as he took her words for real. So, it really was that little brat who did this? I don't know. In Su Dai shook her head with a smile. But this matter is of great importance, so we can't let any suspicious person go. Capture him and hand him over to the sect's Chong Chok elders. They will naturally decide what to do with him. She was using a chicken feather as an arrow to command orders, so how could she dare speak so confidently? Moreover, her words could only fool the burly man surnamed Ho, while the cultivator surnamed Luo wore a thoughtful look on his face, clearly understanding something, but he didn't say anything. For him, finding a person was just a piece of cake. Selling a favor to In Su Dai was the most important thing. Good, junior brother Luo, search carefully. When you find that little brat, this big brother will capture him. Daring to have ideas about our colored glass mountain? I want to see if this little brat has 3 heads and 6 arms. As he spoke, he bared his white fangs, giving him a terrifying appearance. Cultivator Luo was just about to speak when suddenly his spirit shook and he shouted, "Found him!" But In Su Dai also wore a happy expression and hurriedly asked, "That way, they're heading towards us." Cultivator Luo pointed and nodded lightly. It's exactly as junior sister described, a man and a woman, the woman wrapped in a black robe, that's them. Then there's no mistake, In Su Dai smiled tenderly. Interesting, they actually walked right into our trap. The burly man surnamed Ho also grinned and shouted, "Big brother will head over first, junior brother Luo, protect junior sister and wait for us to capture them." Seeing this, Luo Wu knew that this burly man was trying to steal the credit. After all, he was the one who had found them, so if he wanted to capture them, he could take advantage of this opportunity to enjoy some alone time with In Su Dai. Turning his head slightly, Luo Wu smiled and said, "Brother Ho is quite impatient. Junior sister, let's head over slowly. Presumably by the time we arrive, brother will have already finished his task." What kind of skill can a trivial second-order Saint King have? A strange light flashed across In Su Dai's beautiful eyes, but after hearing this, she nodded nonchalantly. This is all thanks to Brother Luo's spirit sight, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome to find someone in such a large area. Junior sister is too kind. If you need Big Brother's assistance in the future, feel free to ask. Big Brother will definitely not refuse. Your Myriad Crystal Peak is not far from our Flying Bird Peak, so if junior sister has time in the future, you can come to Flying Bird Peak for a few days. Big Brother can accompany you throughout the journey. It would be an honor for this Big Brother. Brother Ho actually took the initiative to invite her, his words full of affection. Hearing this, In Su Dai giggled twice, but did not deny it. Although she did not get a definite answer, her beautiful face and pleasant laughter caused Cultivator Luo to become absent-minded, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Immediately, his heart trembled as he realized that his junior sister had made progress in her beguiling technique. He had heard that as long as Grandmaster Xiao refined an origin-condensing pill, she would be able to break through to the origin-returning realm. It seemed that this rumor was true. Not good. The cultivator surnamed Ho shouted in his heart as he looked up, only to see that Yang Kai, who had disappeared, had appeared above his head at some unknown time. Yang Kai's actions were exactly the same as before, looking down at him from above. Yang Kai's eyes were extremely cold, like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens looking down at an ant, causing the cultivator to shudder. Yang Kai also stretched out his palm and slammed it down towards the brawny man, but this palm print was expanding infinitely, covering the entire sky in an instant, giving the brawny man a feeling that he couldn't avoid it. Ho Jian did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly condensed 10% of his strength, raising his palms above his head as if he were holding up the heavens. At the same time, his body flashed with a brilliant light as a layer of metallic armor appeared around him, protecting him. At the same time, from the center of his forehead, a jet-black light flashed and spun like a sharp awl, creating a whistling sound as it shot towards the giant palm print. The brawny man surnamed Ho was an elite disciple of Colored Glass sect, so even when the situation had suddenly changed, he was still able to make so many moves in an instant. However, his heart was still beating wildly and he didn't feel the slightest sense of security. Under his bewildered gaze, the pitch-black cone-like attack took the lead to collide with the huge palm print. When the palm print slammed down, the pitch-black cone-like attack's rotating force immediately disappeared, and the light dimmed, revealing its original appearance. It turned out to be a spinning top-like offensive artifact. As soon as this artifact came into contact with the heaven-covering hand, it was knocked to the side, seemingly having lost a great deal of its spirituality. Immediately after, the heaven-covering hand slammed into Ho Jian's body without any hindrance. Ho Jian's artifact armor, which was covered in several layers of metallic luster, instantly began to crack like a spider's web. In less than a breath of time, this artifact armor collapsed. The brawny man surnamed Ho grit his teeth and roared as he poured all of his Saint Chi into his arms, suddenly sending out countless fist shadows to meet the giant palm print. Seeing this, Yang Kai coldly snorted and pushed his Saint Chi once again, increasing the power of the heaven-covering hand by 30%. The countless fist shadows rushed into the heaven-covering hand like clay oxen entering the sea, not even creating a single ripple before they were swallowed up and disappeared without a trace. The cultivator surnamed Ho's face suddenly turned pale. Although they had only fought for 3 breaths, he could tell that he was not the opponent of this man his junior sister Yin was looking for. Understanding this in his heart, the cultivator surnamed Ho showed an unyielding expression on his face as his expression became more and more violent. Before he could do anything else, the heaven-covering hand had already slammed into him. With a loud bang, the cultivator surnamed Ho's body fell heavily to the ground, creating a large crater, but the heaven-covering hand did not collapse and instead continued to pursue him relentlessly. The ground trembled as a huge palm print appeared on the ground, covering an area of 1,000 meters. At the center of the palm print, the cultivator surnamed Ho was kneeling on one knee, his hands in the air as his body spasmed. His thick and solid arms were stained with blood and looked terrible. The clothes on his body were also torn, revealing his burly body. However, at this moment, his arms were bent at a strange angle. It was obvious that he had suffered heavy injuries. Even so, he stared at Yang Kai who was falling from the sky, his eyes filled with horror and resentment. A dumbstruck look flashed across Yang Kai's face, as if he hadn't expected this burly man to be able to withstand his heaven-covering hand without collapsing. It seemed that this man's burly body wasn't just for show, his physique must also be quite strong. Meeting the man's resentful gaze, Yang Kai raised his brow and landed lightly in front of the brawny man, immediately lifting his foot and gently placing it on the brawny man's shoulder as he grinned dangerously at him. The brawny man's face went pale. Although he knew what Yang Kai was going to do, at this moment his internal organs were severely injured. Not to mention resisting, even moving was extremely difficult, so even though he knew what was going to happen, there was nothing he could do. Chapter 1282. Under the uneasy gaze of the cultivator surnamed Ho, a powerful force suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. This force was so strong that he was unable to block it. The brawny man's body shrank and he fell directly to the ground. His face and nose were covered in dust, making him look extremely embarrassed. He struggled desperately a few times, but Yang Kai's foot pressed down on his shoulder, as heavy as a mountain, making it impossible for him to move. For a moment, his dusty cheeks flushed red with shame and indignation. 1,000 meters away, Yin Su Dai and the other cultivator surnamed Luo, who had just arrived, were stunned by this incredible scene. Neither of them could believe their eyes. The two of them had followed behind the cultivator surnamed Ho at a leisurely pace. Although they seemed to be chatting and laughing, they had also seen the scene of Yang Kai and the cultivator surnamed Ho fight just now. All of this could only be described as a flash of lightning. The cultivator surnamed Ho had launched an aggressive and majestic blow while shouting arrogantly for Yang Kai to crawl to the ground. Naturally, they had heard it clearly, but in the blink of an eye, the one crawling on the ground was not the Yang Kai they had imagined, but their fellow disciple who was not weak. Yin Su Dai and the cultivator surnamed Luo were naturally aware of the strength of the cultivator surnamed Ho. Among the Saint King Realm cultivators in Colored Glass sect, his strength could be ranked in the top 10, but such an elite disciple had actually been beaten to the ground by Yang Kai in a single blow. No matter how he struggled, he could not get up. How could Yin Su Dai and the cultivator surnamed Luo not be shocked? No Saint King Realm cultivator in Colored Glass sect could achieve this level of strength. Didn't this mean that this Yang Kai was much stronger than the elites in the sect? For a moment, the cultivator surnamed Luo's expression became gloomy as he secretly swallowed his saliva. Thinking about it, if he had been in his brother's position, he was afraid his end would not have been much better. Being defeated was not a big deal, but the key was that he had lost so much face in front of Yin Su Dai and had even boasted before. Presumably, this brother of his would no longer have the face to bother his junior sister Yin in the future. Thinking so, while the cultivator surnamed Luo was shocked, he also felt a sense of schadenfreude, secretly pleased. This was also the first time Yin Su Dai knew that Yang Kai was so strong. Although she had met Yang Kai several times before, she had never had a deep relationship with him, so how could she have known that such an unknown character could be so powerful? Even Fong Tian and Chu Dai's Yang Kai, right? Moreover, he had a relationship with senior sister. Thinking so, Yin Su Dai was not surprised. Instead, a different kind of light bloomed in her beautiful eyes as she stared at Yang Kai without blinking. Thinking quickly, she whispered to the cultivator surnamed Luo, "Brother Luo, do you see that woman in black robes over there? And what orders does junior sister have?" The cultivator surnamed Luo heard this and also looked towards Yang Yun. "Can you quietly capture that woman?" Yin Su Dai smiled sweetly, as if this was a trivial matter. The cultivator surnamed Luo's face changed slightly. Although he wanted to take charge, he hesitated and said, "Junior sister, look at the current situation. Even brother Ho couldn't withstand a single blow from him, so how can I capture that woman under his nose? Moreover, he doesn't seem to be someone to be trifled with. If we anger him because of this, the gains will not be worth the losses. Brother Luo, rest assured. Since junior sister has made such a proposal, she must have made arrangements." Yin Su Dai smiled. Yin Su Dai smiled lightly. "Leave him to me. Senior brother Luo only needs to capture that woman." The cultivator surnamed Luo still looked hesitant and did not agree immediately. Seeing this, Yin Su Dai's pretty face sank slightly, but a light flashed across her beautiful eyes as if she had thought of something. She said, "Brother Luo, I know what you are worried about, but I only asked you to capture that woman. I didn't ask you to hurt her, so you don't have to worry about that person coming after you. What's more, Brother Luo, although you are not his opponent, with the floating light escaping shadow secret technique you cultivate, he shouldn't be able to do anything to you, right? Or is it that brother can't satisfy such a small request from junior sister?" Hearing what Yin Su Dai said, the cultivator surnamed Luo pondered for a moment before nodding. "Good, since junior sister thinks so highly of brother, then I will leave that woman to brother. But junior sister, you have to be careful. This surnamed Yang doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. You must not suffer any losses at his hands." He seemed to be very confident in his floating light escaping shadow secret technique, so even after witnessing the scene of Yang Kai beating the cultivator surnamed Ho to the ground with one move, he still agreed to Yin Su Dai's request. Yin Su Dai giggled and said, "Junior sister shouldn't be his opponent in 10 moves in a head-on fight, but how could I give him such a chance?" The cultivator surnamed Luo turned his head and glanced at Yin Su Dai, suddenly discovering that his junior sister was emitting a faint halo. This halo was invisible, but when it appeared, it caused one's mind to sway. In the next moment, the tender body of this junior sister next to him seemed to be exuding an endless attractive force that attracted his mind, making him unwilling to look away from her. It was as if his entire being was being sucked in by her. The cultivator surnamed Luo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before his heart trembled. He bit the tip of his tongue and woke up from his daze, a look of horror appearing on his face. He no longer dared to look at Yin Su Dai. He knew that his junior sister's bewitching technique had improved greatly compared to before. Her charm was not something he could resist, so he immediately felt more confident in Yin Su Dai. At that moment, Yang Kai, who had one foot on the shoulder of the cultivator surnamed Ho, suddenly raised his head and looked at Yin Su Dai and Luo cultivator, as if he had just noticed them. He smiled and said, "Sister Yin, what a coincidence to run into you here. It seems we were brought together by fate." Fifth. Yin Su Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly, seemingly endlessly charming, as she said softly, "There is indeed some fate between us, but this time it's not a coincidence. I deliberately used the space array in colored glass sect to come to a nearby city and then came to find you." "Find me?" Yang Kai raised his brow and pretended to be surprised. "What's wrong? Does Sister Yi need something from me?" The smile on Yin Su Dai's face disappeared and was replaced by a sad expression. "It's nothing serious, but did little brother forget the agreement you made with me a few days ago? Didn't you say you would come to Myriad Crystal Peak when you had time? Why did you leave without even saying goodbye? Could it be that senior sister Dai Yuan was not a good host? If that's the case, this junior sister will apologize to her. Senior sister Dai Yuan is not good at communicating with others and does not understand the ways of the world, so I hope little brother will not bother with her." Saying so, Yin Su Dai really bowed, her every movement unconsciously revealing a myriad of amorous feelings as she stared at Yang Kai with her pair of beautiful eyes, unconsciously exuding a kind of power that seemed to draw in his soul. Yang Kai wore a flattered look and quickly waved his hand. "Sister is too serious. It's not that Dai Yuan was not a good host, it's just that this one has an important matter to attend to that made it inconvenient for him to stay in colored glass sect for long, so I was in such a hurry to leave." At the same time, Yang Kai's mind raced and he felt a lot more relieved. When that cultivator surnamed Ho came over, he kept saying that he had broken the barrier of colored glass mountain, but now Yin Su Dai had not said a word about it. It seemed that the stone mongoose's actions had not been exposed, so Yang Kai had nothing to worry about. "So that's how it is." Yin Su Dai nodded lightly, raised her jade-like hand, and brushed her hair behind her ear, revealing her small and delicate earlobes as she smiled sweetly. "If little brother doesn't mind, can you let go of my worthless brother first? It seems that there was some misunderstanding between the two of you just now. Now that little brother has punished him, can you let him go?" "He's your brother?" Yang Kai was surprised and a touch of apology appeared on his face. "So this one is also from Colored Glass Sect. I thought it was some blind fool who had come looking for trouble, so I didn't ask any questions and just beat him up. I'm really sorry about that, but since he is Sister Yin's brother, I'll return him to you." Saying so, Yang Kai casually kicked out, the back of his foot curling around the abdomen of the cultivator surnamed Ho. With a crisp cracking sound, the cultivator surnamed Ho, who was originally blushing from shame, suddenly turned pale and flew straight towards Yin Su Dai. Yin Su Dai's pretty face changed slightly. She did not expect Yang Kai to be so ruthless. That kick seemed casual, but judging from the sound of it, her brother Ho's sternum and ribs were likely broken. This kind of injury was not light, but it was not serious either, but it would require at least 3 or 4 months of bed rest to fully recover. A trace of anger flashed across Yin Su Dai's beautiful eyes as she secretly blamed Yang Kai for not giving her any face. Waving her jade-like hand forward, a pink cloud-like aura suddenly appeared in front of her. When the cultivator surnamed Ho's body hit the pink cloud, it caved in like cotton, but it also dissolved the force of the cultivator surnamed Ho's impact, allowing him to avoid a second injury. Yin Su Dai raised her jade-like hand again and placed it on the cultivator surnamed Ho's shoulder, spinning him around twice. When they came to a stop, the cultivator surnamed Ho was already standing firmly beside her, but his face was alternating between blue and white, as if he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. What made him even more uncomfortable was that Yin Su Dai did not even spare him a glance. After helping him dissolve the force of his attack, she completely ignored his existence, standing in place for a while without saying a word. On the opposite side, Yang Kai saw this scene and was secretly surprised. He had deliberately poured a bit of Saint Qi into his kick just now, but he had not expected it to be so easily dissolved by Yin Su Dai. It seemed that this woman was not as simple as she appeared on the surface. Since she was able to monopolize Colored Glass Sect, she really had some skill. If Sister Yin has nothing else to say, this Yang will take his leave. Yang Kai decided not to entangle himself with this woman any longer. After all, she was the chief elite disciple of Colored Glass Sect, so he could not kill her. If he continued to entangle himself with her, he would only suffer a loss, so he immediately said goodbye. After the mist barrier stabilized, the sad young girls all became naked and began to tangle together like water snakes, exposing all of their beauty to the air. Some in pairs, some in groups of 3, some in groups, some in pairs, 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 some in groups, all of them hugging each other's tender bodies, their beautiful legs entwined together as their jade hands wandered over each other's tender bodies, touching what they should and shouldn't touch. They were actually engaging in a series of sensual acts right in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched all of this with great interest. This was the first time he had seen such a scene, and it had to be said that even though he knew that everything in front of him was an illusion, this scene was still quite visually impactful. At the very least, Yang Kai felt that his body was reacting somewhat and his blood flow had accelerated significantly. Not bad, not bad. Yang Kai nodded lightly, greatly satisfied. Not immediately taking action to break the other party's beguiling technique was the right thing to do. At the very least, this kind of scene was not something one could enjoy normally. A cold snort suddenly rang out, as if Yin Su Dai had become angry out of shame. In the next moment, all of the young girls who were entangled with each other overflowed with a pink aura and their expressions all changed to one of extreme resentment, as if they had transformed into poisonous women as they glared at Yang Kai, more than 20 pairs of beautiful eyes flashing coldly. Chapter 1284. The moment Yin Su Dai's cold snort rang out, the young girls with bitter eyes suddenly rushed towards Yang Kai, their soft, boneless arms dancing like snakes as they sent a pink mist towards Yang Kai. In the midst of this fog, these young girls dashed back and forth like butterflies, their figures gradually blurring until they disappeared without a trace. However, the surrounding music suddenly became like a powerful army, clanging and intertwining with each other. This music contained a thick murderous intent, madly pulling at the ruthlessness in the depths of Kai Yang's heart, attempting to destabilize Kai Yang's emotions. At the same time, the pink mist seemed to have a mind of its own and silently invaded Yang Kai's body through his pores, affecting his judgment and the circulation of his Saint Qi. Yin Su Dai saw that she was unable to confuse Yang Kai, so she immediately gave up her previous plan and prepared to take action. She didn't really expect to be able to do anything to Yang Kai. She was simply trying to stall for time so that her brother Luo could capture Yang Inflammation. Inside the pink mist, Yang Kai's expression became dignified as a mass of black flames burst out from his body, burning him fiercely. All the pink mist that approached him seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis. disappearing without a trace upon contact. However, this pink mist was seemingly endless, and even though it was being burned by the demonic flames, it continued to surge towards Yang Kai like moths to a flame. Inside this pink mist, a number of beautiful figures suddenly launched a sneak attack. These figures were none other than the young girls who had disappeared before. From strange angles, they appeared at the most difficult times to guard against, their naked bodies waving their pink ribbons and wrapping them around Yang Kai. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was tightly wrapped in these pink ribbons. What's more, these ribbons were quite strange as they remained unscathed even under the burning of the demonic flames. This aroused Yang Kai's interest, and after taking a closer look, he was able to see some clues. These pink ribbons were not formed from the mist but were instead origin-grade artifacts that Yin Su Dai had summoned at some point. It was just that the color and shape of this artifact combined with her beguiling technique was enough to fool Yang Kai's attention, so he hadn't been able to detect it. On top of that, these ribbons seemed to have the effect of restricting the circulation of Saint Qi, causing the layer of demonic flames around Yang Kai's body to weaken significantly. Giggles came from all directions, making it impossible to tell where they were coming from. Immediately after, the ribbons tightened, as if they were trying to bind Yang Kai like a rice dumpling. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he grabbed one of the ribbons wrapped around his body and pulled it towards him. In an instant, a graceful figure was dragged out of the mist by this force. Not waiting for the shadow to approach him, Kai Yang's other hand clenched into a fist and directly punched the shadow's body. A shrill scream seemed to ring out in Yang Kai's ears as a young girl's tender body burst into a flower of blood and disappeared from his sight like a bubble, blending into the surrounding mist, causing the pink color to become even thicker. Seeing that this method was effective, Yang Kai's body immediately began spinning like a top, the powerful force he exerted causing the young girls on the other end of the ribbons to cry out as they were all dragged to Yang Kai's side. Black demonic flames flew out from Yang Kai's hand and smashed into the illusory figures that weren't even alive. Screams rang out one after another as the illusory figures of these young girls all burst into a bloody mist and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The moment these young girls were shattered, Yang Kai seemed to hear Yin Su Dai's snort. It was as if his actions just now had caused some damage to Yin Su Dai, who was using her beguiling technique. Yin Su Dai had indeed suffered a bit of backlash from her beguiling technique. She had not expected Yang Kai to be so ruthless, not showing any mercy to her at all. If it had been any other man trapped in her beguiling technique beguiling array, even if they knew these young girls were fake, they would not have acted so decisively. As long as Yin Su Dai had been given a little time, she would have been able to perform another of her beguiling array's subsequent transformations. This transformations not only had the function of trapping the enemy but also had extremely strong killing power. Yin Su Dai had thought that using this transformations to delay Yang Kai for the time it would take to drink a cup of tea should be possible. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai simply disregarded the young girls formed by her beguiling technique as if they were nothing and dealt with them cleanly. Yin Su Dai was unable to withdraw her beguiling technique in time and immediately suffered a bit of backlash. Yin Rant's backlash wasn't too strong and wouldn't affect her next battle, but Yin Su Dai's beautiful eyes still flashed a fierce light as she shouted, "Brother Ho!" "Got it." Cultivator Ho, who had been meditating behind Yin Su Dai, heard this and immediately got up, his figure flickering as he disappeared into the pink mist. At the same time, Yin Su Dai's divine sense moved and a number of graceful figures once again appeared from the mist surrounding Yang Kai, but this time, these figures were different from before. All of them were holding different weapons that exuded strong energy fluctuations, and some of them were even wearing glowing artifact armor. Yang Kai could not help but be taken aback when he saw this. Although he looked down on Yin Su Dai for repeatedly trying to use her beguiling technique to deal with him, he knew that this woman would not be stupid enough to repeat the same mistake. He had clearly shattered these figures with ease just now, so why would she summon more of them now? But what puzzled Kai Yang the most were the weapons in the hands of these new Shenpengs. Just as he was wondering, one of the young girls to the side suddenly waved a small fan in her hand and gently fanned Yang Kai. This small fan didn't look very eye-catching and was embroidered with some patterns of birds and beasts. But as soon as this fan was fanned, the roars of beasts immediately rang out and black streaks of light suddenly flew out from the face of the small fan. With a twist, these streaks of light transformed into monster beasts of various sizes. These monster beasts were exactly the same as the patterns on the small fan before. After the monster beasts appeared, the face of the small fan became empty. There were more than 30 of these monster beasts, some as big as buildings while some as small as snakes. As soon as they appeared, they directly rushed towards Xianxia. An illusion? Xianxia frowned, his expression suddenly becoming solemn as a long sword covered in demonic flames appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a sword wave that filled the sky. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out as some of the 30 or so monster beasts were unable to dodge in time and were split in half by this sword wave, while others were extremely agile and easily dodged it before continuing to charge towards Xianxia. As for the monster beasts that were split in half, their bodies transformed into black chi and reassembled, twisting and distorting before reappearing, as if they had not suffered any damage at all. However, if one looked closely, they would find that the color of these monster beasts' bodies was slightly dimmer than before, indicating that they were not completely unharmed. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia was surrounded by more than a dozen monster beasts that had rushed to his side. Among them, a monster beast the size of a building raised its huge claws and pressed them down towards Xianxia. Before the claws had even landed, an endless pressure pressed down, as if it wanted to crush Xianxia into a meat patty. Xianxia did not dodge and, in order to verify his guess, threw a punch upwards. His fist wrapped in demonic flames collided with the huge monster beast's foot. The monster beast was sent flying while Xianxia's body also shook and he could not help but retreat a few steps. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other monster beasts pounced on Xianxia, drowning him in an instant. Outside, In Su Dai saw this and couldn't help showing a smug smile, but just as this smile bloomed, it immediately stiffened. Inside the pink mist, among the monster beasts that had drowned Xianxia, a black light suddenly erupted and all the monster beasts whimpered, as if they had been sent flying by a great force. It's not an illusion. Good, Colored Glass Sect's chief disciple really has some skill. Xianxia shouted. It wasn't until this moment that he finally determined that the small fan and these monster beasts were not illusions. The small fan was an artifact, and the monster beasts were the manifestation of that artifact's power. Both were real. Not only the small fan, but the weapons in the hands of the young girls were also real artifacts. In this pink mist, only the young girls were illusions created by Xianxia's bewitching technique, existences that existed between reality and illusion. Little brother, don't struggle, just come with me obediently. In Su Dai saw that Xianxia was being so difficult to deal with and her pretty face went cold as she shouted. You want me to go with you? Let's see if you have the ability. Xianxia sneered again and again, his figure flickering as he disappeared from where he stood. At the same time, a long whip flashing with lightning lashed out at the place where he had been standing, causing a series of thunderclaps to ring out. However, as soon as Xianxia's figure appeared, another streak of light flashed in front of him and stabbed towards his face. Although this streak of light was extremely fast, Xianxia was still able to see it clearly. It was a dagger-like artifact that had been thrown out by one of the young girls and landed right in front of him, making it seem as if he had thrown it himself. Xianxia was furious and stretched out his big hand, releasing a blazing demonic flame aura as he grabbed the dagger. Immediately after, Xianxia coldly snorted and pushed his Saint Chi, causing his demonic flame to completely envelop the dagger. At a glance, it was obvious that this Saint King grade high-rank dagger was quickly melting like a snowflake under the scorching sun. In the blink of an eye, this dagger had turned into a puddle of molten iron that fell from Xianxia's fingertips. Now that he had determined that these artifacts were real, Xianxia naturally knew what to do. This In Su Dai's constant harassment had annoyed Xianxia greatly, so he had decided to use this opportunity to teach her a lesson and let her know the consequences of provoking him. Seeing a Saint King-grade artifact being destroyed so easily, the remaining girls all wore dumbfounded expressions. It was unknown if it was because they were connected to In Su Dai's soul that they were able to see her expression at this moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai grinned fiercely and pounced towards these young girls. In an instant, cries of alarm rang out as the young girls swiftly scattered, pushing the power of the artifacts in their hands and sending a barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai. Chapter 1285. It had to be said that the beguiling technique In Su Dai cultivated was ingenious and its power was not small. With this strange secret art, she could easily defeat cultivators in the same realm without even having to face them head-on. Unfortunately, using this beguiling technique to deal with Yang Kai was slightly inadequate. Firstly, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was much stronger than a cultivator in the same realm, so he would not be confused by her. Secondly, Yang Kai cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art, so he had a natural resistance to beguiling techniques. Amidst a burst of screams, the young girls inside the pink mist barrier were slaughtered by Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't target these phantoms themselves. In any case, these phantoms were all In Su Dai's illusions and couldn't be killed. What Yang Kai targeted were the artifacts on their hands or bodies. These artifacts were all Saint King-grade high-rank artifacts, more than 20 of them in total. In Su Dai being able to collect so many artifacts and even use their power was quite surprising. Even with the help of these young girl phantoms, In Su Dai herself had to first refine these artifacts before she could use them. Refining more than 20 artifacts must have taken a lot of time, so if they were destroyed, In Su Dai would definitely feel distressed. Sure enough, seeing the Saint King-grade artifacts she had painstakingly refined being melted into molten iron by Yang Kai's demonic flames and 5 or 6 of them being destroyed in the blink of an eye, In Su Dai was both shocked and angered. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "If you destroy any more of my artifacts, I'll teach you a lesson." Hearing her exasperated shout, Yang Kai's mood suddenly became much better and he turned around. He stared at a young girl standing next to the wine pool. The young girl was holding a long whip with lightning flashing in her hand. Every time she swung it, there would be a crackling sound. The lightning power was extraordinary. Among the 20 or so secret treasures, in terms of power and preciousness, it could be ranked in the top 3. The value of such an artifact would definitely not be low. If it was destroyed, In Su Dai's mood would only worsen. Yang Kai immediately rushed towards the young girl. His figure swayed a few times. Appearing in front of In Su Dai, this young girl was connected to In Su Dai's soul, so naturally, she immediately noticed Yang Kai's sudden attack, causing her pretty face to pale. Then, she shook the whip in her hand, creating countless whip shadows that enveloped Yang Kai. Streaks of cyan lightning shot out from the whip. Yang Kai snorted. With a wave of his large hands, the pitch-black devil flames immediately appeared in front of him like a curtain. All of the incoming lightning bolts came into contact with the devil flames. He immediately disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai reached out with his other hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. The sky full of whip shadows condensed and the long whip was immediately caught in Yang Kai's hand. The devil flames surged again and the long whip, which seemed to be refined from some unknown material, suddenly dimmed in color and lost much of its spirituality. It seemed that in a moment, it would be destroyed just like the other artifacts. At that moment, a dreamy whisper sounded in Yang Kai's ear. This whisper contained an infinite charm that rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body paused, and the devil flames in his hand also weakened significantly. The moment the murmuring sound rang out, a burly figure suddenly leapt out of the pool. This figure was abnormally tall, with muscles as firm as iron plates. His eyes were like those of a fierce beast as he stared fixedly at Kai Yang. In his hand was a blade that looked like a broken blade. This blade had not injured Kai Yang, but had instead cut his hand. But what was strange was that not a single drop of blood flowed out from the wound. Instead, the blood seeped into the blade and dyed the 3-foot-long blade red. The smell of blood filled the air, making anyone who smelled it feel like vomiting. This burly man turned out to be the cultivator surnamed Ho, who had been injured by Yang Kai before. At some point, he had sneaked into the pink mist barrier and hidden himself in the wine pool. With Yin Su Dai cooperating with him, even Yang Kai had not been able to discover any flaws. While Yang Kai's attention was attracted by the long whip artifact, Ho took advantage of this opportunity and suddenly launched an attack. With a shake of the blade in his hand, a blood-red light shot out from the blade and slashed towards Yang Kai's waist. Ho-Ho's face was filled with ruthlessness as his murderous intent surged like a tide, a cold grin appearing on his face. He had suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai before and knew how powerful Yang Kai was, but since he dared to rush out at this time, naturally he had full confidence in himself. The broken blade in his hand was an origin-grade high-rank artifact he had obtained when he went out for life experience. What's more, it was an extremely evil artifact that was 20 to 30% more powerful than ordinary artifacts. Originally, with his cultivation, Ho-Ho did not dare to use such an artifact casually. After all, if he used it too many times, it was very likely that the evil aura of this artifact would affect his temperament. But today, he had been humiliated again and again, so all he wanted to do was regain face in front of Yin Su Dai, so how could he care about such things at this moment? Immediately summoning this artifact, he prepared to deal a fatal blow to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's timing was perfect, precisely when Yang Kai was distracted by Yin Su Dai's whisper and was trying to destroy the long whip artifact. Yang Kai knew that no matter how strong Yang Kai was, it would be impossible for him to avoid this saber wave. If he was hit by the saber light, he would definitely die. Before Yang Kai could leave, he tied him up tightly. At the same time, the whip flashed with lightning, and the power of the artifact was instantly activated. Streaks of lightning swam around Yang Kai's body, crackling and exploding continuously, attacking his body. Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold and fierce. Raging flames burst out from his body, burning towards the long whip. In an instant, the long whip was destroyed, broken into countless pieces, and fell to the ground. But in this moment of delay, the blood-red saber wave had already arrived in front of Yang Kai, leaving him with no way to avoid it. Facing this saber wave that was so close and about to hit his body, Yang Kai calmly took out a purple shield and poured his Saint Qi into it, causing a purple halo to swirl around it. A huge rune suddenly appeared on the shield, and immediately after, this rune rushed out of the shield and burst open, the resulting explosion transforming into an even larger shield that blocked in front of Yang Kai. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a loud bang, the blood-red saber wave slammed into the shield, causing it to collapse. At the same time, the blood-red saber wave also disappeared. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Ho was dumbfounded. It seemed that he had not expected Yang Kai to have such an excellent defensive artifact, one that could even block his killing blow head-on. It seemed he had underestimated Yang Kai's heritage. When the purple shield was first refined, it was only an origin-grade low-rank artifact, but after being refined by Yang Inflammation, it was upgraded to origin-grade mid-rank. Later, in the Lu Yen Sandfield, Yang Kai used the purple shield to fight the artifact spirit, causing it to lose a great deal of its spirituality. After bringing it back and undergoing a second refinement by Yang Inflammation, the purple shield was now an origin-grade high-rank artifact. Compared to its previous defense, it was even more outstanding. Since it was also an origin-grade high-rank artifact, the purple shield was of the same grade as the broken blade, so naturally it was able to block its attack. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have taken it out so confidently. After blocking the blood-red saber wave, Yang Kai put away the purple shield and stared at the brawny man surnamed Ho coldly, a sneer appearing at the corners of his mouth. The other party's attack just now contained a strong murderous intent. How could he not feel it? This person already had the intention to kill him. If they had only wanted to bring him back to Colored Glass Sect before, Yang Kai wouldn't have killed them, but now, with a flick of his hand, A picture scroll appeared in Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as a series of mountain phantoms suddenly rushed out from the picture scroll. As soon as these phantoms rushed out, they immediately grew in size, blotting out the sky as they smashed down towards Ho Jian with great momentum. The face of the cultivator surnamed Ho changed drastically, and he no longer cared about anything else, hurriedly pushing the power of the broken blade artifact in his hand, madly pouring his blood into it and sending out a series of blood-red saber waves. The blood-red saber waves rushed forward and smashed into the bottom of the mountain phantoms, causing the first few mountain phantoms to sway and fall to the ground, creating a series of giant craters. But this time, Yang Kai had summoned more than a dozen mountain phantoms, each one bigger than the last. How could the cultivator surnamed Ho defend himself? After holding on for less than 3 breaths of time, he was powerless to continue. Seeing a mountain about to fall on him, the cultivator surnamed Ho's face turned ashen and his eyes became lifeless. He could see that he would die here in the next moment. For a moment, it was too late for regrets, feeling that he shouldn't have come out with Yin Su Dai. At that moment, the surrounding pink mist and the wine pool suddenly distorted and disappeared. Yin Su Dai's figure appeared in front of the cultivator surnamed Ho like a ghost, a dignified look on her charming face as she held a white bead in her hands. This bead exuded a soft light that spread wildly in all directions. Being illuminated by the light of this bead, Yang Kai suddenly felt the murderous intent in his heart lessen a lot. He became calm and even hesitated about whether he should kill the cultivator surnamed Ho. But in an instant, Yang Kai dispelled the hesitation in his mind and stared coldly at Yin Su Dai. He knew that the reason why he was in such a situation was definitely related to the bead in the other party's hand. At this moment, Yin Su Dai was staring at the bead in her hand, as if she was looking for something. In the next moment, her face lit up with joy as she looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes and asked softly, "Do you really want to do this? Won't you regret it?" When she asked these 2 questions, she stood in front of the cultivator surnamed Ho, ignoring the mountain phantoms that were smashing down on her as if they were nothing, as if she wasn't afraid of death. Even if she wanted to beg for mercy, she couldn't. The pain of her soul being drained was more unbearable than any pain she had ever suffered before, so she could only grit her teeth and hold on to the last trace of clarity in her knowledge sea. Even so, she knew that once the 7-colored lotus fully bloomed, she would really be finished. Sha sha. The sound of light footsteps approached from afar and Yin Su Dai reluctantly turned her head to look in the direction of the sound, only to see Yang Kai's face gloomy as he walked up to her and looked down at her indifferently, without the slightest emotion in his eyes. Yin Su Dai opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. With a crack, Yang Kai snapped his fingers. The 7-colored lotus flower that was slowly blooming in Yin Su Dai's mind suddenly stopped blooming and immediately turned into specks of fluorescent light that disappeared. Seeing this, Yin Su Dai's face filled with joy as she quickly examined the situation of her knowledge sea. At first glance, she was both shocked and horrified. Her knowledge sea had almost dried up. If Yang Kai hadn't stopped that strange secret technique at the last moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Even so, if she wanted to fully recover, she would have to pay a huge price and spend a very long time. From the time Yang Kai suddenly displayed the blossoming lotus secret technique until now, only 3 breaths had passed. During these 3 breaths, the brawny man who was being protected by Yin Su Dai didn't understand what had happened, but he knew that the 3 of them had really kicked an iron plate this time. Seeing that Yang Kai's attention wasn't on him, he glanced over at the distressed Yin Su Dai and steeled his heart, grit his teeth, and pushed his Saint Chi to escape. He didn't even have time to care about Yin Su Dai. But just as his body moved, a figure flashed in front of him and the indifferent Yang Kai blocked his path. The brawny man surnamed Ho's lips went dry as he stared at the figure in front of him, his eyes filled with horror, not daring to move. Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a jet of demonic flame, directly punching a hole in the brawny man's left chest. The brawny man didn't even have time to think about resisting as he let out a muffled groan and staggered back a few steps while clutching his chest, a look of disbelief filling his face as the light in his eyes quickly dissipated and he fell from the sky, his body engulfed in demonic flame midair and incinerated. After doing this, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he returned to In Su Dai's side. In Su Dai was still clutching her head with both hands as she gasped for breath. It seemed that the blossoming lotus secret technique just now had caused great damage to her, leaving her without even the strength to escape. Beside her, a white bead had fallen to the ground. It was unknown how she had been able to resist the cultivator surnamed Luo for so long. Did you succeed? Have you not woken up yet? Kai Yang sneered. In Su Dai's face alternated between green and red, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. At the same time, she stared coldly at the cultivator surnamed Luo, secretly blaming him for being useless. The cultivator surnamed Luo was also full of bitterness. He didn't expect that Yang Inflammation would have so many artifacts, and each one of them was very powerful. During his attempt to capture Yang Inflammation, the other party didn't fight back, only passively defending. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't break through that defense. At this moment, being captured by Yang Kai, he really didn't dare to look at In Su Dai. Seeing that In Su Dai was unwilling to talk, Yang Kai coldly snorted and opened his hand, sending a huge palm print towards the cultivator surnamed Luo. Under his horrified gaze, the cultivator was directly slapped to the ground. The sound of bones breaking rang out. This blow alone had caused the cultivator to suffer heavy injuries. But what made him feel lucky was that the other party didn't seem to have killed him. Chapter 1287. She and her senior brother and junior sister had chased after Yang Kai and thought that bringing him back to Colored Glass Sect would be a simple matter, but none of them had expected that one of them would be buried here while the other two would be seriously injured. Looking at Yang Kai's indifferent face, In Su Dai suddenly realized that she had done something wrong. Even if I wanted to overturn this world, she would only support me from behind, not stand in front of me and ask me if I regret it. Yang Kai suddenly said something that In Su Dai found somewhat inexplicable, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. A woman like you dares to transform into her appearance? You really don't know the difference between life and death. As soon as these words fell, a jet of black energy shot out and directly into In Su Dai's tender body. In Su Dai's beautiful face went pale as she thought she was doomed this time, 2 drops of tears involuntarily falling from her eyes. Just now, this jet black demonic flame had easily burned Brother Ho's body to ashes, so now that it had entered her body, how could she possibly survive? But to her surprise, this demonic flame was not as hot as she had imagined, but instead extremely cold. As soon as it entered her body, In Su Dai couldn't help shivering, as if her Saint Chi had been frozen, unable to circulate properly, a layer of white frost quickly covering her body. I won't kill you this time. Next time, if you dare to run into me again, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yang Kai coldly snorted before waving his hand and sending the golden thread-binding cultivator Luo Yang back into his body. Immediately after, under In Su Dai's complicated gaze, Yang Kai took Yang Inflammation and left. A long time after Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation's figures disappeared, In Su Dai and cultivator Luo dared to move. Although both of them had suffered serious injuries, they were not fatal. Cultivator Luo only had many broken bones in his body, but he wasn't seriously injured. In Su Dai's injuries were slightly more serious. Her soul had been damaged, and the cold chi in her body was constantly roaming through her meridians, making her feel very uncomfortable. Junior sister In, are you all right? The cultivator surnamed Luo forced himself to stand up and asked with concern. When he asked, he stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to help In Su Dai up. "Do I look fine to you?" In Su Dai's pretty face was a little distorted, and she unceremoniously slapped the hand of cultivator Luo to the side before standing up unsteadily. Her hair was a mess, and her hairpin was in disarray. Where was her previous graceful image? The cultivator surnamed Luo knew that she was blaming him for his incompetence, so even though he was angry, he did not dare to say anything. But then again, if he had known that this surnamed Yang was so powerful, he would not have run here with In Su Dai to intercept him. Wasn't that just courting death? Fortunately, that guy surnamed Yang didn't try to kill him in the end, otherwise, he would have died together with Brother Ho. Until now, he still didn't understand why Yang Kai only killed Brother Ho. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey? Junior sister, do you want to find a place to rest? This place is not too far from Myriad Beast Mountain, and there will often be disciples from Myriad Beast Mountain coming here. If they see us, it will definitely cause some trouble. The cultivator surnamed Luo took advantage of the time when In Su Dai was tidying up her clothes and asked softly. Although In Su Dai did not give him a good look just now, he did not dare to ignore her. If he really did that, he would definitely suffer when he returned. Hearing this, In Su Dai's face relaxed a little and she nodded. Let's find a place to heal first. Also, we need to discuss how to report this matter to the elders of the sect when we return. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. If I could, of course I would want to kill them all, but In Su Dai's identity in Colored Glass sect is different. If I really killed her, Colored Glass sect would definitely not let me off. On top of that, when they came out this time, others must have known. If not for this reason, I wouldn't have minded silencing them. If that's the case, then you shouldn't have killed one of them. Yang Yen frowned. Yang Yen frowned secretly. She had seen the battle between Yang Kai, Ho Jian, and In Su Dai before and had felt that either she didn't kill them or she had to kill them all. Now that she had only killed one of them, it was obviously not worth the loss. Yang Kai smiled. I killed him because he wanted to kill me, that's all. As for whether Colored Glass sect would target him or not, Yang Kai didn't care. It was impossible to say that he wouldn't become enemies with Colored Glass sect. After all, one of their disciples had died at his hands. However, the identity of Cultivator Ho was obviously not as good as In Su Dai, so even if there was some trouble, he wouldn't be targeted by all the elders of Colored Glass sect. Even if someone came to find trouble with him, it would only be a few. With the current defensive strength of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had nothing to fear. In any case, the Xie family was already targeting him, so adding one or two more enemies didn't matter. What's more, which great sect's disciples didn't have accidents every year? If these sects were always looking for trouble with others because of the deaths of their disciples, there would be no need for them to develop. As such, Yang Kai really didn't care about killing Cultivator Ho. In this battle, Yang Kai not only tested the power of his golden blood threads but also the power of the soul skill he had derived from his 7-colored soul warming lotus. The blossoming lotus secret technique was the soul skill Yang Kai comprehended after his 7-colored soul warming lotus had finished evolving. After testing it out, In Su Dai had been unable to withstand a single blow. However, although the blossoming lotus secret technique was powerful, the burden it placed on Yang Kai was not small, and it consumed a great deal of his spiritual energy. Yang Kai considered the gains and losses and secretly felt that this soul skill should be used when he was least expecting it. Now that he had the Space Blade, Blossoming Lotus Secret Technique, Golden Blood Threads, Demon Eye of Annihilation, Demonic Flame, and a variety of other secret techniques, as well as the 100 Mountains picture, the Purple Shield, the Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace, and the Artifact Spirit, Yang Kai was confident he could compete with an ordinary Origin returning Realm Master even though he was just a second-order Saint King cultivator. As for whether he could win or not, that would depend on his opponent's cultivation. However, Yang Kai wasn't sure he could kill Ling Qing from Star Emperor Mountain and Lu Yi from Flowing Cloud Valley, especially the former, who gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, one that wasn't inferior to his own. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be proven. After all, the two of them had never fought before. With some messy thoughts flashing through his mind, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Where are we now?" "Now you know how to ask?" Yang Yen pouted, "Why didn't you think about it when we were hurrying along yesterday?" A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face. He had been affected by Yin Su Dai's secret technique yesterday, and although he didn't feel anything strange at the time, he still couldn't help recalling some things afterwards. However, after a day of adjustment, his mood had now returned to normal. Yang Yen chuckled lightly. "Fortunately, we haven't strayed too far from our original goal." "If we go now, we'll only need to take a slight detour, so we won't be delayed for more than 3 days. "That's good," Yang Kai nodded lightly. On this trip, he and Yang Yen weren't just going to visit Colored Glass Sect. There was also another thing they needed to do, otherwise, Yang Yen wouldn't have followed them here. "But before that, shouldn't you release Xiao and let me see how much 1,000 illusion-colored glass it has swallowed?" Yang Yen suddenly proposed excitedly. Although Yang Kai had summoned the stone mongoose back last night, for the sake of safety, neither of them dared to investigate. Now that they finally had the time and opportunity, Yang Yen naturally couldn't wait to find out. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded lightly and released his divine sense to investigate the surrounding area. After confirming that there was no one else within a few dozen kilometers, he waved his hand and summoned the stone mongoose. The two of them no longer hesitated and headed deeper into the mountain valley. As soon as she entered the mountain valley, a rich frigid aura assaulted her from all directions, causing Yang Yen to shiver involuntarily. However, in the next moment, Yang Yan's fire attribute Saint Qi burst out from her body and dispelled this frigid aura, restoring her to normal. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about this cold Yin Qi. His physical strength was more than enough to resist this kind of attack. As far as the eye could see, this place was dilapidated and desolate. It was difficult to see any trees in sight. Occasionally there would be some grass growing here, but all of them exuded a gloomy aura and were dark and ugly. The howling of the wind that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves grew louder and louder by their ears. The fierce wind blew in from afar, sweeping past their bodies and strangely bringing with it a chill. This chill seemed to directly affect their souls, making it impossible to guard against. "Let's go!" Yang Kai called out, leading Yang Yen deeper into the mountain valley. Along the way, besides the extremely uncomfortable environment, there were only gusts of wind that blew from time to time. They didn't encounter any kind of danger, which surprised Yang Kai greatly, but he was also quite happy about it. A day later, the two of them had already entered within 3,000 miles of the mountain valley. At this moment, they were standing in front of a collapsed wall, somewhat absent-minded. There should have been a building here, but they didn't know when it had collapsed. The merciless flowing time Great Emperor had passed, leaving only some ruins behind. The edges of the broken wall had been smoothed out by the wind, and the gravel had become as smooth as a mirror. "Ha!" Yang Yen suddenly seemed to have discovered something and rushed a few steps forward, running to the front of the broken wall and circling around it. Yang Kai didn't stop her. Under the investigation of his divine sense, there were no traces of danger around. After a while, Yang Yen returned with a thoughtful look on her face. "What did you find?" "Barriers," Yang Yen said in a deep voice. "It seems that this used to be the site of a sect. There are traces of barriers here, but they have been destroyed long ago. It seems that we have to be careful in the future. Generally, the barriers of a sect are gradually strengthened from the outside to the inside. We haven't encountered them before, maybe because we haven't entered the range of this sect yet." Hearing what she said, Yang Kai immediately nodded and asked, "Which way are we going now?" Yang Yen took out the 2 map fragments and looked carefully, then pointed to a direction. "This way." Yang Kai immediately continued to lead the way. Along the way, the two of them did encounter some remaining barriers and arrays, but these barriers and arrays were not worth mentioning in the eyes of Yang Yan. Under her reminder, Yang Kai avoided all the barriers that could be avoided, and the ones that couldn't be avoided were broken by Yang Yan. None of these barriers and arrays could last more than 30 breaths of time under the hands of Yang Yan. However, Yang Kai didn't show any joy. Instead, her expression became much more dignified. Since this was the ruins of a sect, and from the looks of it, it was something that had happened many years ago. Even after such a long time had passed, the restrictions and arrays were still in effect. It was easy to imagine how powerful this sect used to be. And for such a sect, the restrictions and arrays set up inside should be extraordinary. Whenever Yang Yan broke those barriers and arrays, Yang Kai would stand guard, waiting for her to break them and then lead the way. The two of them divided the work and cooperated seamlessly. At this moment, Yang Yan broke a small illusion barrier and clapped her hands happily. Just as she was about to say something to Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold. His figure flickered and he rushed in front of Yang Yan, grabbing her shoulder with one hand and dragging her behind him. At the same time, his other hand gently pushed forward. A scorching black flame burst out from his palm. His palm struck the void, but strangely, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. This scream contained some kind of incredible divine might, sending out a kind of soul skill attack towards Yang Kai and Yang Yan's knowledge seas. However, this attack wasn't strong and couldn't break through the defenses of the two's knowledge seas, so it was blocked outside. Even so, Yang Yan's face turned pale. She hadn't noticed any danger at all before being attacked, so naturally she was frightened. After looking over at Yang Kai with rapt attention, he suddenly discovered that an illusory, almost invisible figure was being held tightly in Yang Kai's hand. As the demonic flames surged, the blurry face of this figure showed an expression of extreme pain before it was burned to ashes. "In soul." Yang Kai and Yang Yan blurted out almost at the same time, then glanced at each other, feeling a chill run down their spines. In souls were a very special kind of existence. After the death of a living being, their soul would not dissipate and would condense into a kind of existence similar to a living being. Generally speaking, after the death of any living being's physical body, their soul would not exist for long. Without a physical body as a carrier, their soul would quickly dissipate from the world and become a part of the world energy. However, if they were preserved with a suitable artifact or found a suitable physical body in a short time, they could preserve their soul and prevent it from disappearing. However, how could it be so easy to refine an artifact that could store a soul? Possession was even more dangerous. If one was not careful, they could be swallowed by the soul of the physical body's owner. For example, when the old demon wanted to possess Yang Kai's body, the result was that he was controlled by Yang Kai instead. In the end, he had no choice but to obey Yang Kai's orders. However, there was another situation that could prevent a soul from dissipating, and that was a very suitable environment. For example, this mountain valley was a very suitable place. The yin qi here was extremely rich, so if a soul was here, the speed at which it dissipated would be greatly reduced. If an opportunity came, it would not dissipate all year round and would instead become a yin soul. Of course, after transforming into a yin soul, this wisp of soul would also lose its sentience and become an evil spirit that could only act on instinct. The yin souls formed in this situation were very aggressive. Any living being or living being with a physical body was an enemy in front of them. They existed between reality and illusion, and if one did not have a suitable secret technique or artifact, it would be very difficult to truly destroy them. After Yang Kai's demonic flames transformed into a scorching hot attribute, it was the nemesis of these yin souls, so it could be killed with a single grab. If it were any other cultivator, it would not have been so easy. Chapter 1289. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had indeed dealt with this kind of thing before. Many years ago, when he was training in the evil cavern in the ash-gray cloud Evil Land, the evil spirits he encountered were similar to Yin souls. At that time, he had collected a lot of evil spirit essences, but unfortunately, after the Yin souls here dissipated, there was no such thing. After entering this mountain valley, Yang Kai had some doubts about whether there were Yin souls here, but since he hadn't found any along the way, he hadn't paid much attention to them, but now he had encountered one. What made Yang Kai's expression even more ugly was that since one Yin soul had appeared here, it meant there would be a second, third, or even more. Looking at Yang Inflammation's complexion, she obviously also thought of this and her expression became gloomy. As if to verify the two's conjecture, after the first Yin soul was destroyed, wisps of Yin Qi visible to the naked eye suddenly emerged from the ground in all directions, as if they had been awakened by the Yin soul's screams. These Yin Qi were either thick or thin, some almost imperceptible while others were thick like smoke. No matter what form they took, they only needed to twist and distort for a moment before transforming into humanoid Yin souls. Without exception, none of these Yin souls had clear facial features, and some of them didn't even have a complete set of limbs, giving them an extremely strange appearance. Seeing this, Yang Inflammation immediately activated her artifact armor and in an instant, a fiery red stream of light wrapped around her body. Yang Kai didn't say a word as he flicked his 10 fingers and sent out a jet of demonic flame that accurately pierced through the bodies of these Yin souls. Although there were many of these Yin souls and they seemed to be densely packed together, some of them couldn't even withstand a single blow. After a round of attacks, none of these Yin souls were able to resist and were all engulfed by the demonic flame, turned to ashes, and dissipated. Seeing this, Yang Inflammation seemed to have calmed down greatly. Her eyes darting around, she took out a disc-shaped artifact and poured her Saint Qi into it, activating its power. The next moment, a blazing red light centered on the disc-shaped artifact suddenly spread out in all directions, dispersing all the Yin Qi in the surrounding area. The Yin souls that had been condensed were unable to resist the power of this light and burst apart amidst shrill screams. The scorching red ring of fire continued to extend for a distance of 300 meters before it gradually lost its might and disappeared. As far as the eye could see, the originally densely packed Yin souls had already vanished without a trace. They had actually been completely annihilated by the ring of fire. Yang Kai was stunned. He looked at Yang Inflammation in astonishment. Hee, my newly refined artifact, isn't it good? Yang Inflammation smiled proudly at Yang Kai. It's suitable for the current situation, but if it's used against a single person, it's slightly inadequate. Yang Kai's vision was quite good and he immediately saw through the shortcomings of this artifact. Hearing what Yang Kai said, Yang Inflammation curled her lips and said, I have other artifacts that can be used to deal with a single person, but I'm too lazy to fight with others. It seemed that she was very unhappy that Yang Kai had spoken the truth. Yang Kai touched his nose and said lightly, let's go. Although these Yin souls are vulnerable, there may be other evil spirits among them. We can't be careless. The two immediately continued on their way. This sect ruins was indeed quite strange. Not only were there many remnant barriers, but there were also so many Yin souls. Each of them was holding a different type of artifact, and two of them were constantly urging the power of their artifacts to bombard the semicircular light curtain. Every time they attacked, the light screen would shake a little, but for some unknown reason, the light screen not only trapped the four of them inside, but also reflected their attacks back at them. After their companions attacked, the remaining two had to use their defensive artifacts to block the energy that bounced back to prevent their companions from being injured. The cooperation of the four cultivators was extremely skilled and it was obvious at first glance that they were familiar with each other, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break through the semicircular energy curtain in a short time. Moreover, it was unknown how long they had been trapped here, but the Saint Qi fluctuations in each of their bodies were fluctuating, clearly having consumed a great deal of their Saint Qi. Oh, It's actually a spirit array that can reflect one's strength. Interesting, Yang Yan's eyes lit up, seemingly very interested in this semicircular barrier. Yang Kai, on the other hand, frowned as he stared at a young woman with a pair of expressive peach blossom eyes among the four cultivators, a strange expression appearing on his face as he muttered, "It's her." He had felt that the auras of two people here were somewhat familiar, so he had come to investigate, but he hadn't expected it to be this woman. This young woman was none other than Xianxia Tao of Clear Sky Sect. Speaking of which, Yang Kai didn't have a deep friendship with this woman, having only met her a few times in Lu Yan's desert, but this woman seemed to have determined that he was a person of great destiny and had intended to rope him in to act together with her. But before Yang Kai could refuse, they encountered Xianxia, who was chasing after the dragon soul. As a result, her luck was quite good and she followed Yang Kai into an underground Saint Crystal lode. Later, Yang Kai left the underground Saint Crystal lode ahead of time, leaving behind only the people from Clear Sky Sect and Xianxia to mine for Saint Crystals. Yang Kai didn't know what their final harvest was. However, looking at Xianxia's harvest, it was obvious that their harvest was not small either. Added together, they should have at least collected hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals without taking any risks. What's more, Yang Kai was able to obtain the dragon bone, dragon bead, and 9-branched jade crystal tree from the underground Saint Crystal lode, so Xianxia Tao and the others may have had other opportunities and obtained other precious treasures. From a certain point of view, Xianxia Tao had indeed taken advantage of Yang Kai's luck to obtain such a great harvest. It was just that Yang Kai hadn't expected to meet Xianxia Tao in this kind of place. One of the familiar auras he had sensed before was her, while the other was a beautiful woman he had met at that time. This woman was a second-order Saint King, and at this moment, she was one of the people in charge of defense. "Do you know them?" Yang Yan tilted his head and asked softly. "Barely," Yang Kai nodded. "Do you want to help them?" "No need," Yang Kai decisively shook his head. Yang Kai shook his head decisively. "This woman is a bit troublesome. It's best not to be discovered by them. This barrier doesn't seem too dangerous and should only be able to trap them for a day or two. When the time comes, they will naturally come out." "But I want to study it." Yang Yan didn't finish his words before his beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared towards a spot not far away from Yang Kai. Yang Kai also sensed something at that moment and turned his head, his expression becoming ugly. Because not far away, there were several Yin souls flying towards them, seemingly attracted by the movement over there. Looking at their route, it was obvious they would pass by the hill where he and Yang Yan were hiding. Yang Kai was annoyed and quietly gestured to Yang Yan to retreat. Unexpectedly, just as they moved, the few ghosts seemed to have sensed something and looked over. Soon after, they let out shrill howls and pounced over fiercely. Although Yang Kai and Yang Yan's concealment was perfect and they wouldn't be discovered by a Saint King realm cultivator, these Yin souls could still sense them as long as they were alive. Seeing this, a cold, murderous intent flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he stretched out his hand and pinched towards the nearest Yin soul while at the same time releasing a few demonic flames from his other hand. Although she didn't really believe Yang Kai's words, she didn't ask any more questions, simply turning her eyes and asking, "This mistress is presumptuous, but can I ask little brother Yang for a favor?" "What kind of favor?" Yang Kai's scalp went numb as he immediately knew he was in trouble. "Can you and your companion attack this barrier from the outside? It has the property of reflecting attacks, so we really can't move freely inside, but I estimate that if we attack from the outside, there shouldn't be any problems." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before turning his head to look at Yang Inflammation, the latter gently nodding to him. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Of course." Xianxia Tao's pretty face lit up as she quickly said, "Many thanks, little brother Yang. After we escape, we'll come back to thank you in person." It's just a small matter, Sister Chen doesn't need to worry. Yang Kai waved his hand and motioned for the four of them to stand back before taking out the 100 Mountains picture and sending out a series of illusory mountain peaks towards the barrier. Yang Kai didn't use his Saint Chi mainly because he didn't want to expose himself too much in front of outsiders. The 100 Mountains picture was just an artifact, so others wouldn't be able to see anything from it. The illusory mountain peaks rumbled and smashed down with great momentum. Sure enough, as Xianxia Tao had expected, the rebound barrier only targeted those trapped inside, so attacking from the outside wouldn't affect it. Under Yang Kai's attack, the semicircular energy barrier soon began to crumble and its color gradually faded. It would likely break in less than a cup of tea's worth of time. Seeing this, Xianxia Tao and the delicate young woman couldn't help rejoicing. After all, the four of them had already been trapped here for 2 days, and although they would have been able to forcibly break out of this barrier in another day or two, it was naturally best to have someone help them out now so they wouldn't have to stay in this damned place for too long. The male third-order Saint King cultivator suddenly asked in a low voice, "Sister Chen, are you familiar with this person?" Xianxia Tao heard this and hesitated for a moment before shaking her head honestly. "I'm not familiar with him, I've only seen him twice in the Lu Yen sand field, but this person is very interesting." Very interesting? The male cultivator was taken aback, not understanding what Xianxia Tao's evaluation meant. Just as he was about to ask for more details, the other man who seemed to be in high spirits said, "Sister Tao, you said he also entered the Lu Yen sand field before?" "And I met him in the Lu Yen sand field." "Oh, he's actually a second-order Saint King. When he entered last time, he was only a first-order Saint King. It seems he really did have some kind of opportunity." Xianxia Tao's beautiful eyes lit up, seemingly having discovered something amazing. A first-order Saint King actually daring to enter the Lu Yen sand field? He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The male cultivator who spoke before suddenly snorted coldly, a look of disdain flashing across his face. This person being able to come out alive is really quite lucky. I'm afraid he was only active in the first layer's periphery at that time. For some reason, this person seemed to look down on Yang Kai very much. Although they had only met for the first time, he was trying his best to belittle him in front of Xianxia Tao. Xianxia Tao smiled and shook her head. He wasn't active in the first layer's periphery, he passed through the first layer. I met him in the second layer. He was able to pass through the first layer? The male cultivator looked surprised. After all, he had heard before that although the flame area of the Lu Yen sand field's first layer wasn't very difficult to pass, it was still somewhat dangerous. Many second-order Saint King cultivator with impure Saint Chi and insufficient preparation had been blocked. So what kind of ability did this first-order Saint King have to pass through? He wore a look of disbelief. Of course, Junior Sister Luing was also present at that time. "If you don't believe me, you can ask her," Xianxia Tao said as she pointed to the beautiful woman standing next to her. The beautiful woman called Luing nodded repeatedly, indicating that what Xianxia Tao said was true. "But, Brother Wang, you're right about one thing, his luck is really good." Xianxia Tao smiled meaningfully. "Luck?" Hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Wang slowly shook his head. "Luck is not strength. Junior apprentice Sister Chen, haven't you heard of the saying, the greatest fortune never comes? If we rely on luck for everything, then we don't need to cultivate." Xianxia Tao showed a look of disapproval. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Wang turned to the other man and asked, "Junior Brother Chen, do you think brother's words make sense?" "And brother's words make sense." The man who had the same surname as Xianxia Tao and even looked somewhat similar nodded heavily without hesitation, but he still looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked Xianxia Tao, "Elder Sister Tao, is this guy the one you mentioned last time?" Xianxia Tao gently nodded. "So it's him. If that's the case, I'll have to make friends with him." He had clearly received information about Yang Kai from Xianxia Tao a long time ago, so just like Xianxia Tao, he was very interested in Yang Kai. Seeing the two of them like this, the cultivator surnamed Wang snorted softly and no longer said anything. Outside, Yang Kai's brow twitched slightly, his expression indifferent. Although the voices of the people inside were very low, with his powerful divine sense, how could he not hear them? He had heard every single word of their conversation and immediately complained in his heart. He really shouldn't have been so curious that he had come all the way here. Now, not only was he being ordered around like a coolie, he had also attracted the attention of another person. However, for these 4 people to appear here, it was likely that they had other important matters to attend to. Otherwise, they would not appear in such a strange place. At that time, they might not be entangled with him. Perhaps they could not wait for him to leave as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately relaxed a lot and continued to push the power of the 100 Mountains picture to smash the barrier. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the barrier trapping Xianxia Tao's group of 4 finally reached its limit and began to crack. Seeing this, Yang Kai collected the illusory mountain peaks and the 100 Mountains picture into his body before standing in place and waiting. Xianxia Tao's group of 4 walked out of the place where they were trapped with smiles on their faces and walked towards Yang Kai to greet him. When they approached, a fragrant scent wafted into their nostrils, making them feel quite happy. Xianxia Tao smiled and said, "Little brother Yang, this mistress is truly grateful for your help. Sister Qin is too polite, it's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand and was about to exchange some pleasantries with them before immediately leaving when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yang Yun rush out silently, seemingly searching for something near the original barrier. Moreover, Dai Yuan also said that since then, many cultivators liked to come here in groups in search of opportunities because there were rumors that although the ancient Yang sect had been destroyed, there was still a hidden secret cave left behind that contained the countless years of accumulated treasures of the ancient Yang sect, so with the word "prophet" in front of everyone, it was only natural that many cultivators would come here. However, this place was heavily guarded and the yin qi was extremely rich. Many people came here, but many died, and the hidden secret cave had never been found. Over time, not many people cared about it. As for whether the destruction of the ancient Yang sect and Star Emperor sect was true or not, there was no way to verify. Dai Yuan herself had come here in person but gained nothing. Instead, she had been entangled by a wisp of cold qi that took her a long time to dissolve after returning to Colored Glass sect. Yang Kai recalled what Dai Yuan had said at that time and his expression became gloomy. If this place was really Grand Burial Valley, he would have to be careful. In the past, not only had Saint Kings come here, but even Origin returning Realm Masters had fallen here. Yang Kai knew that even if he was strong, he did not dare act carelessly. Could the 2 map fragments in Yang Yan's hands point to the hidden secret cave of the ancient Yang sect? Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he could not help feeling excited. If this was the case, it could really solve the current embarrassing situation of Dragon Cave Mountain. After all, the wealth of a great forces sect was quite astonishing. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai maintained a calm expression on his face. Xianxia Tao and the others seemed to be able to see that Yang Kai was contemplating something, so they did not interrupt him. After a long time, Yang Kai took a deep breath and cupped his fists to Xianxia Tao. "Many thanks, Sister Qin. If we had not run into you this time, I'm afraid my companion and I would not have known where we were." Xianxia Tao giggled. "You're really careless, didn't you ask around before coming here? Fortunately, your luck has always been good, otherwise, even if you have an Origin returning realm cultivation, you would not have been able to return." She put on a reproachful look, as if she was blaming Yang Kai for not cherishing his own life at all. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. Xianxia Tao, on the other hand, seemed to think of something and enthusiastically explained to Yang Kai, "Little brother Yang, don't think you're in any danger right now, but if this is really the ancient Yang sect's ruins, then this place is only the periphery. The barriers and spirit arrays on the periphery are not too strong, But if you go deeper, the barriers and spirit arrays you encounter will not be as peaceful as the ones that trapped the four of us before. You must be careful. Sister Chen. Wang Yuhan suddenly interjected. This friend only accidentally stumbled into this place. How could he continue to go deeper? It's useless to tell him this. Chen Shitao's brow furrowed, but she did not answer and instead turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, since I know this is Grand Burial Valley, I naturally won't go any deeper. I'm afraid all of you have other important matters to attend to, so this Yang won't disturb you any further and will take his leave. Brother Yang, take care. When Wang Yuhan heard this, he actually smiled and greeted Yang Kai, as if he couldn't wait for him to leave. Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes as the corners of his mouth curled upwards slightly, beckoning to Yang Yen before turning back to where they came from, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Looking at his back, Chen Shitao opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. After Yang Kai's back disappeared, she sighed softly. And this brother Yang is really interesting. Wang Yuhan gently nodded and sneered. Without any preparation, he actually rushed into Grand Burial Valley. Fortunately, he met Sister Chen, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Brother, you don't seem to like this person very much, Chen Fanlei asked with a simple and honest expression. Wang Yuhan chuckled. It's not that I don't like him, it's just that I look down on people who only rely on luck to survive. Brother, as I said before, luck will always run out, next time he won't be so lucky. Saying so, he glanced over at Chen Shitao intentionally or unintentionally, as if he wanted to persuade her, but Chen Shitao obviously showed some displeasure, making him feel helpless. Chen Shitao was naturally unhappy. It was rare for her to meet a person with such great luck like Yang Kai. She had originally wanted to invite Yang Kai to accompany her. After all, although the four of them had come to Grand Burial Valley this time for some reason, accidents were bound to happen. With Yang Kai accompanying them, perhaps they could rely on his luck to minimize the risks involved. But how could she have known that as soon as Yang Kai said goodbye, before she could even persuade him to stay, Wang Yuhan had already taken over? Aya, senior Sister Chen. Lu Ying, who had not spoken until now, suddenly called out, you forgot to ask where he came from again. When Chen Shitao heard this, her nose became crooked in anger as her full and soft breasts heaved up and down. Last time, she had intended to inquire about Yang Kai's origins so that she could get to know him better in the future, but after she collected enough Saint Crystals, she found that Yang Kai had already disappeared. When she asked Xianxia about this, Xianxia was also vague, not daring to disclose Yang Kai's origins too clearly. This was something Chen Shitao had always regretted. This time, she had a rare opportunity to meet him again, and if it weren't for Wang Yuhan's interference, she definitely wouldn't have forgotten about this matter. At the very least, she would have inquired about his origins so it would be easier for her to visit him in the future. Next time she went out on an adventure, she could also invite him to accompany her. Compared to traveling with others, she was much more willing to travel with Yang Kai, who had great luck. It was this Wang Yuhan who had repeatedly interrupted her conversation with Yang Kai, causing her to completely forget about it. Thinking so, Chen Shitao glared at Wang Yuhan unceremoniously, only to meet his somewhat flattering gaze. The latter was stunned, but before he could figure out what was going on, Chen Shitao waved her hand dismissively and said, let's go, we need to find that Thunder Pond as soon as possible and help Fan Lei break through his current bottleneck. Saying so, she immediately led the way. Lu Ying knew why Chen Shitao had become like this, so she naturally shot Wang Yuhan a glare before following after her senior sister. Chen Fanlei, on the other hand, seemed to be naturally slow-witted and didn't notice this at all, simply following after them. Wang Yuhan, who was at the end of the group, glanced in the direction Yang Kai left with a gloomy expression. Although the Extreme Path sect he and Chen Fanlei came from wasn't a small sect, it still couldn't be compared to Clear Sky sect, so he had long been interested in his junior brother's sister. Chen Shitao's appearance and figure were both outstanding, especially her pair of natural peach blossom eyes that seemed capable of seducing one's soul. Every time Chen Fanlei returned to his family, Wang Yuhan would find an excuse to follow him in order to see Chen Shitao. He had always wanted to impress her in front of her in order to win her heart. Chapter 1292. If he could really win this beautiful woman's heart, not only would Wang Yuhan have a beautiful companion in the future, he might even be able to enter Clear Sky sect, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How could he not be enthusiastic? However, after meeting her several times, Wang Yuhan had openly and secretly expressed his admiration for her, but Chen Shitao showed no interest in him at all. Over time, Wang Yuhan gave up and no longer intended to pester Chen Shitao, only to annoy her. However, the last time he was chatting with his junior brother Chen Fanlei, Wang Yuhan accidentally heard some shocking news from him. That news was that Chen Shitao now had a net worth of 1,000,000 saint crystals and several powerful origin-grade high-rank artifacts in her possession. This wealth seemed to have been obtained by her from Lu Yen's sand field. According to Chen Fanlei, his sister's luck was quite good. She had found a saint crystal lode in the Lu Yen sand field and collected a large number of saint crystals. Later, when she returned to the sect, although she turned over most of her harvest to the sect, she had still kept a small part of it. Moreover, the elders of Clear Sky sect had given her countless artifacts and pills. Those powerful origin-grade high-rank artifacts were the rewards from the elders of Clear Sky sect. Chen Fanlei wasn't a scheming person, it was as if he was born to be so carefree. His relationship with Wang Yuhan was very good, so naturally, he didn't hold back when talking about such matters. However, even though he spoke unintentionally, the listener was more interested, and Wang Yuhan, who had originally given up on Chen Shitao, was once again tempted. This time, Chen Fanlei wanted to use a hidden thunder pond to cultivate his secret technique in order to break through his current bottleneck. So Wang Yuhan immediately proposed that he invite Chen Shitao along. The process was naturally extremely smooth. Since her younger brother was about to break through his bottleneck, as his older sister, Chen Shitao naturally felt obligated to protect him. Immediately, she brought Lu Ying out of Clear Sky sect and met up with the 2 of them outside Grand Burial Valley before entering this place together. At first, everything went smoothly, but 2 days ago, they accidentally touched a barrier and were trapped inside. Then, a little brat named Yang Kai appeared, and seeing that Chen Shitao was particularly interested in him, Wang Yuhan naturally became vigilant, so he decided to target him. But now, it seemed that his approach had made Chen Shitao unhappy. Wang Yuhan stood in place with a gloomy expression and thought for a moment before helplessly shaking his head and following the other 3 towards the thunder pond. At the same time, he was secretly considering what method he could use to win Chen Shitao's heart. Now that he thought about it, he really thought of a good idea. He immediately smiled and prepared to find an opportunity to carry out his plan. On the other side, after separating from Chen Shitao and the others, Yang Kai took Yang Inflammation back the way they came. After walking a few dozen kilometers, the 2 of them stopped. This is the Grand Burial Valley? After listening to Yang Kai's description of the situation here, not only was Yang Yan not surprised, she instead showed a look of joy and eagerness. What do you want to do? Yang Kai asked with a frown, suddenly having a bad feeling. It's nothing, it's just that if this is really the ruins of a great sect, it must be full of barriers and spirit arrays. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes flashed a strange light. Yang Kai could see a look of excitement in them. Gently rubbing his forehead, Yang Kai said, "Since we've already come here, I have no intention of backing down, but where are the 2 map fragments pointing us to? If it's not too deep, there's no need for us to complicate matters." Yang Inflammation closed her eyes for a while and suddenly smiled, turning back to Yang Kai and saying, "There's a large spirit array here, I'm afraid it'll take some time to crack it." Can you bypass it? No. Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai pleadingly. Although I can bypass it, it's rare for such a spirit array to exist, so I have to break it. I told you before that as long as I keep studying spirit arrays and artifact refining, more and more information about the territory of these two territories will appear in my mind. This is a good opportunity. Cracking this spirit array will be no less beneficial to my growth than refining my own artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays. It'll also save me a lot of money on materials. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly and asked, "Is there any danger?" Absolutely not. Yang Inflammation shook her head vigorously. Alright, how long will it take you to crack it? Yang Kai asked. 2 to 3 days. You can do whatever you want to do to pass the time. Yang Inflammation spat out her tongue before immediately ignoring Yang Kai and focusing her attention on the large spirit array in front of her. Yang Kai didn't disturb her and instead thought about it for a moment before waving his hand and summoning the Origin King Grade high-rank artifact Refining Furnace. As its surface flashed, it rapidly expanded until it was about 10 meters in diameter. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the ground and with a single thought, a high-pitched cry rang out from the artifact Refining Furnace and the Firebird artifact spirit flew out, circled around the artifact Refining Furnace a few times before diving back in and spraying out pure fire attribute energy from its mouth to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead inside. Yang Kai didn't remain idle either, taking the initiative to pour his Saint Qi into the artifact Refining Furnace to enhance its power while at the same time continuing to cultivate his golden blood thread. Passing the time was quite easy. Whether it was cultivating the golden blood thread or refining the dragon bone and dragon bead, both were time-consuming activities, and for Yang Kai, doing so was not a waste of time. As such, he didn't object to Yang Inflammation cracking the spirit array here. If he couldn't do anything else, why would he waste his time here? Time flew by, but Yang Kai didn't feel anything and was immersed in comprehending the golden blood thread secret technique when suddenly, a slight noise came from in front of him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a large area in front of him flickering with light and the world energy in a chaotic manner while Yang Inflammation stood to the side with a grin on her face, taking back the things she had shot out before. A moment later, all the light suddenly dimmed and Yang Kai felt that the open space in front of him seemed to be missing something. He immediately understood that the spirit array arranged here had been broken by Yang Inflammation. His brow furrowing, Yang Kai put away the artifact Refining Furnace and artifact spirit before getting up and asking, "Are you done?" "Let's keep going. I'm beginning to like this kind of place more and more. Last time, I should have entered the Lu Yen sandfield with you. I heard there were many barriers there. If you had followed me in, I'm afraid you would have been disappointed. Although there were barriers there weren't many of them. However, I did see the ruins of an ancient sect there, and they seemed to be well preserved. Presumably, they would meet your requirements." Yang Inflammation sighed. "Unfortunately, you won't have a chance. I don't know how many years it will be before the Lu Yen sand field opens again." The two continued to talk as they continued on their way. Along the way, the barriers and spirit arrays they encountered became much fiercer. Every time Yang Inflammation cracked one, it took him a lot of time and effort. The moment the pale yellow aura came into contact with the black fireball, it was as if a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil. There was a huge reaction, and the pale yellow aura quickly faded, but Yang Kai's demonic flame also weakened a lot. A moment later, the pale yellow aura and the black fireball disappeared at the same time, and the abnormally tall figure's true appearance was suddenly exposed in front of Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation. After seeing this person's appearance, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Yang Inflammation, however, cried out in alarm, "Corpse soldier!" "Corpse soldier?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The abnormally tall figure in front of him was clearly not a living person. His face was dry, as if there wasn't the slightest trace of moisture in it. His skin was all skin and bones, and his eyes were sunken deep into his skull. His two green eyes were like the wisps, and although his figure was abnormally tall, just like his face, he was all skin and bones. His appearance was extremely terrifying, causing anyone who looked at him to shudder. From his body, Yang Kai couldn't feel any vitality, only a strong death qi and corpse qi. If it weren't for the aura fluctuations from his body not being inferior to that of a third-order Saint King, Yang Kai really would have thought he was a corpse. However, it was precisely this thing that seemed to be a corpse in front of him that had dispersed his demonic flame fireball with a single blow, causing his attack to fail in the slightest. The putrid aura that Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had smelled before had come from this corpse, but because it was blocked by the withered tree, it wasn't very clear. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "You can think of him as a kind of living creature." "Living creature?" Yang Kai's face changed, and just as he was about to ask something, the corpse soldier opposite him suddenly showed a strange expression. It seemed to be grinning, but because its face was dry, it looked particularly strange and ferocious. Immediately, a hoarse voice came from its throat. "Good, good, good, 2 more great tonics, especially this little girl. Her flesh is so tender, she'll definitely taste good." Hearing this, Yang Inflammation couldn't help shivering and quickly hid behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai's look of surprise quickly converged. Since Yang Inflammation said that this corpse soldier was a living creature, it wasn't surprising that it had sentience and could speak. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a strange creature, but after thinking about it for a moment, since there were souls, it wasn't surprising that there would be a corpse soldier. Grinning, Yang Kai looked at him and said, "You want to eat my companion? You have a problem with that?" The corpse soldier coldly looked at Yang Kai, its green eyes flashing with a dangerous aura. "Don't worry, you can't escape, you'll all become my food." "You want to eat me?" Yang Kai seemed to have heard something funny, his face cold as he shouted, "Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth?" As soon as his voice fell, his hand shook, and a black sword appeared in his hand. He immediately slashed forward, and a jet-black sword cut through the void, flying towards the corpse soldier with an imposing momentum. The corpse soldier wasn't afraid at all. He let out a strange laugh and didn't dodge. He crossed his arms in front of him, and the faint yellow aura that had appeared once before instantly filled his body. Just like that, he charged towards the sword rays. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, but he didn't do anything else and just coldly observed his opponent. He saw that the sword light that he had slashed out had accurately struck the other party's arms, but the other party's figure was only slightly shaken by the strong impact. His arms were unscathed amidst the tumbling light yellow aura, and only a series of crisp sounds of metal clashing could be heard. A corpse soldier's body is extremely strong, not something a cultivator of the same rank can compare to. It's no worse than a defensive artifact of the same rank. Yang Yan's reminder came from behind. "So that's how it is." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Little girl, you seem to know a lot about us. Haha, you'll be the first to be enjoyed later." The corpse soldier grinned again and rushed in front of Yang Kai in an instant, stretching out a big withered hand, its long black fingernails glowing with a cold light as it grabbed towards Yang Kai. Before the corpse soldier could reach him, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly, as if it wanted to twist Yang Kai's head off. Yang Kai raised his hand and sent out a punch to meet the corpse soldier's open hand. "You overestimate yourself." The corpse soldier saw that Yang Kai wanted to face him head-on and sneered. His 5 fingers tightened around Yang Kai's fist, and at the same time, he exerted force with his fingertips, wanting to crush Yang Kai's fist into dust. Unexpectedly, when he clenched his fist, his opponent's fleshy and seemingly fragile fist was actually extremely sturdy. Even if he used 70% of his strength, he couldn't tear through even a layer of his opponent's skin. On the contrary, the huge force coming from his opponent's fist made his green eyes twitch. With a strange cry, The corpse soldier's body flew out like a kite, his eyes full of shock. Yang Kai's body also shook and he hurriedly stepped back a few steps. He felt a cold chill on his fist. Looking down, he saw 5 dark fingerprints on the back of his hand, exuding a thick black qi. The black qi seemed to be alive, wriggling and struggling on the back of his hand, trying to invade his body. Be careful of his corpse qi. This kind of thing is extremely insidious. Once it invades, it is very difficult to get rid of. Yang Yun's timely reminder sounded. Yang Kai's face turned cold, and the demon flame came out of his body, turning into a scorching hot existence. The wriggling black qi seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis, and after a burst of almost undetectable howls, it flew out from the back of Yang Kai's hand and dissipated into the air. Seeing this, Yang Yun's heart relaxed. The most difficult thing to deal with corpse soldiers was their strong physique and strange corpse qi. Since Yang Kai wasn't afraid of either, she had nothing to worry about. Sure enough, seeing Yang Kai easily dispel his corpse qi, the corpse soldier who had fallen to the ground rolled his eyes, showing some hesitation. Originally, he thought that Yang Kai, a second-order Saint King, and Yang Yun would not be his opponent at all. He would be able to deal with these two quickly and devour their physique essence to enhance his own strength. He had done this kind of thing more than once or twice before, but now he found that this second-order Saint King cultivator was somewhat different from the ones he had encountered before. This made him wonder if he should continue to fight. While he was hesitating, Yang Kai had no intention of letting him go. With a flick of his finger, an imperceptible golden thread immediately flew out. This golden thread was silent, and it wasn't until it reached the corpse soldier that he noticed it. With a low roar, the corpse soldier opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of fangs, and spat out a thick corpse qi towards the golden thread. Chapter 1294. In an instant, a thick corpse qi enveloped the golden thread, but to the corpse soldier's horror, his corpse qi, which had always worked so well, was completely ineffective against this golden thread. The golden thread also seemed to have a spiritual nature as it shook slightly, releasing astonishing vitality and vitality fluctuations from within, instantly dispersing the corpse soldier's corpse. Immediately after, the golden thread reached his chest and pierced through his abnormally tough body like it was made of tofu. The golden thread coiled around him a few times before firmly binding him. The corpse soldier was greatly shocked, but before he could make any other moves, Yang Kai shot out a pitch-black blade-like attack. This attack did not have the slightest energy fluctuation, but the green ghost fire in the corpse soldier's eyes flickered wildly as he felt great danger from this attack. Hurriedly twisting his body, the corpse soldier narrowly avoided being hit in a vital position, allowing the pitch-black blade-like attack to cut into his arm. An extremely strange scene appeared. Without a sound, his arm actually fell off from his body. Moreover, the place where it was cut off was actually missing a part. It did not match his wound at all. Naturally, Yang Kai's space blade was the only one capable of this. Although the corpse soldier's body was extremely tough, the space blade's power was also boundless. Cutting through the void was enough to swallow a part of his opponent's arm and banish it there forever. However, Yang Kai could only see some light green liquid flowing out of the corpse soldier's wound without the slightest trace of blood, making it look extremely strange. Even so, the corpse soldier seemed to have suffered some kind of serious injury and issued a mournful howl before his entire body was wrapped in thick corpse qi. Yang Kai was just about to kill him when his face suddenly changed and he hurriedly waved his hand, summoning the golden thread binding the corpse soldier back. In an instant, the corpse soldier regained his freedom. Wrapped in corpse qi, the corpse soldier glared fiercely at Yang Kai before grabbing the broken arm that had fallen to the ground and turning into a yellow streak of light, fleeing at an incredible speed. Yang Kai stood in place with a gloomy face. He looked down at his golden thread and found that it was stained with a lot of black gas. After all, he hadn't cultivated the golden silk secret skill for a long time, so he still couldn't display its full power. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. Tied up, no matter how strong the corpse soldier was, Yang Kai could deal with him in a short time. With a flick of his hand, Yang Kai took the golden thread back into his body before pushing his Saint Qi to expel the corpse Qi from it. At the same time, he grabbed Yang Yan's shoulder and chased after the corpse soldier. The fight between Yang Kai and the corpse soldier was just a flash of lightning. Yang Inflammation didn't even have time to react before the corpse soldier, which she regarded as a great enemy, fled in panic. It wasn't until now that she suddenly remembered something and explained the origin of the corpse soldier to Yang Kai. Through her explanation, Yang Kai understood that the corpse soldier was actually just a name, a classification of this kind of creature. Just like how Yin souls could be born, these corpse soldiers were also born when the Yin Qi was extremely dense. When living creatures died here by chance, their souls and bodies would not disappear. Instead, they would become another kind of existence. These were the corpse soldiers. Of course, some corpse soldiers were not formed in this way. Instead, they were Yin souls that forcibly occupied other bodies and transformed into corpse soldiers through a method similar to possession. There were also corpse soldiers that were artificially created using some kind of secret technique. On Shadowed Star, there was no lack of such secret techniques in many evil sects. However, in general, the formation of corpse soldiers was much more difficult than that of Yin souls. As long as the conditions were right, Yin souls could be formed without their soul dissipating, but corpse soldiers were different. Corpse soldiers required both a soul and a physical body to exist and needed to be fused together, so the difficulty was naturally higher. This kind of creature could generally be divided into 3 grades: 100-year corpse soldiers, 1,000-year corpse generals, and 10,000-year corpse kings. Needless to say, the cultivation of a 100-year corpse soldier was extremely difficult for such creatures to cultivate because they were inanimate objects. Their bodies could not easily absorb world energy like living creatures, so their cultivation speed was countless times slower than any living creature. Perhaps a corpse soldier that had cultivated for hundreds of years would not even be able to compare to a Saint King realm cultivator in terms of cultivation. The difference in strength between corpse soldiers was also huge, ranging from the insignificant initial element realm to the powerful Saint King realm. For example, the one Yang Kai had just encountered was a peak Saint King realm existence. It was estimated that it had cultivated for at least 700 to 800 years to achieve such achievements. Once a corpse soldier was promoted to a 1,000-year corpse general, it would have strength no less than an origin returning realm master. As for the legendary 10,000-year corpse kings, they had the qualifications to compete with origin king realm masters. It could even be said that a 10,000-year corpse king was much stronger than an ordinary origin king realm master. A 10,000-year corpse king that had cultivated for 10,000 years had a body that was almost indestructible. Yang Yenyun's detailed explanation caused Yang Kai to be secretly shocked. He had never come into contact with this kind of creature before, nor had he ever heard of it, so he had never expected such a strange thing to exist in this world. However, Yang Kai was not an ordinary person. He had seen many strange creatures before, so he was only slightly interested in the indestructible body of the 10,000-year corpse king and did not show too much surprise. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of strange method the corpse soldier used, but it suddenly disappeared in a place 50 miles away. Yang Kai released his divine sense but was unable to find any clues. However, the faint corpse qi emanating from the corpse soldier's body still left some traces behind. Following this corpse qi, Yang Kai and Yang Yenyun chased after it until they arrived in front of a collapsed ruin. Looking around, for a radius of more than a dozen kilometers, this place was obviously the core of this sect, otherwise, there would not have been so many buildings. Don't you think this is most likely the place we're looking for? You mean, as long as we find where he's hiding, we'll be done? Yang Yenyun also thought of something and asked excitedly. Maybe, Yang Kai nodded. The two exchanged a glance before no longer hesitating and immediately began searching the surrounding area. Half an hour later, the two stood above some ruins and stared at a certain place in front of them. At first glance, this place looked inconspicuous, but if one looked carefully, they would find that there was something different about it, as if the space around it was somewhat distorted. It was another extremely well-hidden barrier, but this one only had a small concealment effect and didn't have any offensive capabilities. If it weren't for Yang Yenyun's deep understanding of spirit arrays, he likely wouldn't have been able to discover it. Chapter 1295. The more hidden this barrier was, the more certain Yang Kai was of his previous guess. After staring at the barrier for a long time, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he stretched out his hand to summon the Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace. Pointing his finger, he shouted, "Let's go in and take a look." Accompanied by a soft cry, the Firebird artifact spirit flew out of the artifact refining furnace and plunged into the spirit array without hesitation. As soon as the artifact spirit touched the spirit array, the surrounding space suddenly shook and the artifact spirit disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai frowned, but after noticing that the connection between him and the artifact spirit still existed, he relaxed. Standing in place and carefully accepting the information transmitted by the artifact spirit, Yang Kai's expression became gloomy. After a while, he said, "It seems this is the place. There is a completely different world inside, and the world energy aura is astonishing. It is very likely the place we are looking for." "Really?" Yang Yenyun was overjoyed. "But there is still a lot of corpse chi inside. It seems that there is more than one corpse soldier living here," Yang Kai said solemnly. Yang Yenyun was stunned and his expression became hesitant. If there was only one corpse soldier, Yang Kai wouldn't need to be afraid, but if there were too many of them, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to compete with them. Whether or not to continue exploring would require careful consideration. After a while, Yang Yenyun said, "Since this is the ruins of the ancient Yang sect, it means that these corpse soldiers appeared after the ancient Yang sect was destroyed. It is likely that many of them were originally disciples of the ancient Yang sect, but because of some kind of opportunity, they became like this after their deaths. In other words, they are the most powerful. They are just corpse generals that have cultivated for 2,000 years, at best equivalent to a second-order origin returning realm master, perhaps even slightly weaker." Second-order origin returning realm, Yang Kai murmured to himself with a thoughtful look. If that was all, he didn't need to be afraid. He might not be able to defeat a corpse general with such strength, but escaping with Yang Yenyun would not be a problem. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai made a decision. He nodded lightly and said, "Then let's go in." If Yang Kai had only sensed the corpse energy inside, he would have turned around and left. Although he was not afraid of the 1,000-year corpse generals. However, unnecessary fights were still avoided as much as possible. However, other than the corpse chi, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth inside was also extremely dense. It was obvious that something good was hidden inside. He and Yang Yen had come all the way here. Now, the target was within reach. Naturally, he didn't want to shrink back at the last moment. After saying so, Yang Kai released his Saint Chi. He wrapped Yang Inflammation in it and led her to take a step forward. With a stomp of his foot, heaven and earth began to spin. Soon after, the scene in front of them was very different. The two of them were actually in a cave-like place. The humming sound of the wind came from far away. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves, making people shudder. Around the cavern, there was an unknown fluorescent substance that gave off a green hue, like a ghost fire. However, inside this cavern, there was an extremely rich world energy aura. Yang Kai even smelled some subtle medicinal fragrances, causing his heart to tremble. He knew that he and Yang Inflammation had really found the right place. The location the two map fragments had pointed to was most likely the ancient Yang sect's secret cave. Yang Kai didn't dare to investigate too presumptuously, so he couldn't find any trace of this corpse soldier. Along the way, the pair passed through some deep forks and could clearly detect a strong corpse chi coming from the depths of these forks. However, these movements were extremely regular, and it was obvious that if there was no external force, these corpse soldiers wouldn't wake up for a while. Whenever they passed through these forks, Yang Inflammation couldn't help moving closer to Yang Kai, as if she was subconsciously looking for a sense of security. Fortunately, Yang Inflammation's artifact was excellent and the two of them were well prepared, so they didn't expose their auras as they went deeper. While the two of them were going deeper, in the depths of one of the forks, in a dark cave, 3 skinny corpse soldiers sat cross-legged on the ground. It was unknown what kind of secret art they were circulating, but as they breathed in and out, they were absorbing the surrounding white chi into their lungs to enhance their strength. These 3 corpse soldiers all exuded the aura of Peak Saint King realm. At the end of the passage, a figure flashed and another corpse soldier appeared, this one in a sorry state. One of his arms was broken at the elbow and his 2 fangs were exposed, making him look extremely hideous. As soon as he appeared, he was noticed by the other 3 corpse soldiers. The 3 corpse soldiers all opened their eyes and looked at him. In an instant, in the dark cave, 6 green eyes that looked like the wisps jumped about. "Hey, Brother Nya, how did you become like this?" One of the corpse soldiers glanced at his companion's severed arm and asked in surprise, "Did you encounter some kind of danger outside?" The corpse soldier's eyes flashed fiercely as he grit his teeth and said, "I did encounter some danger. I was careless and lost one of my arms." Such a thing actually happened. The corpse soldier who had spoken earlier was shocked. Hasn't there been no origin returning realm cultivator entering Grand Burial Valley since many years ago? Could another origin returning realm cultivator have appeared? It wasn't an origin returning realm cultivator, just a second-order Saint King. The corpse soldier seemed a little ashamed. This Nya was careless and suffered such a serious injury. "Ha, Brother Nya must be joking. If you and I were still in our human forms, this kind of severed arm injury would indeed be difficult to heal, but now that you've become like this, such an injury is nothing to be worried about. With just a bit of corpse chi, you'll be fine. I'm afraid Brother Nya's injury won't be able to heal completely." The other corpse soldier with long hair seemed to have discovered something and said in a pleasant voice. This corpse soldier turned out to be a woman. Although her full appearance could not be seen clearly, it was easy to imagine that she must have been a beautiful woman when she was alive. "What do you mean?" the corpse soldier who spoke earlier asked in surprise. "If I'm not mistaken, Brother Nya's severed arm is missing, right?" The female corpse soldier's eyes flashed. Hearing what she said, the other 2 carefully observed it. At first glance, they found that it was indeed the case. The severed arm brought back by the zombie soldier was indeed missing a part, and the incision was unusually neat, as if it had been cut twice. "A second-order Saint King is so powerful? Brother Nya, aren't you underestimating him too much?" the female corpse soldier said with some blame. "It's not that this Nya underestimated him, it's just that his strength is too strange. I've never encountered such an attack before." The severed arm corpse soldier recalled the pitch-black blade-like attack, and even though he was already a corpse, his face twitched slightly as a look of lingering fear appeared on his face. Chapter 1296. The broken-armed corpse soldier quickly recounted everything that had happened to him in great detail, even the details of his fight with Yang Kai. After hearing this, the female corpse soldier's body shook slightly, and she said in surprise and bewilderment, "You're saying that he can slash out pitch-black attacks that are like blades? And that attack didn't give off the slightest energy fluctuation, and even your corpse couldn't resist it?" "Yes, after that attack, I lost a part of my arm, and I don't know where it went." The broken-armed corpse soldier nodded heavily, turning his green eyes towards the female corpse soldier as he asked, "Do you know something?" The female corpse soldier hesitated for a moment before replying, From what you're saying, it sounds like the other party used Space Force. What? The other 3 corpse soldiers were shocked. Space Force? You're not joking, right? The female corpse soldier coldly snorted. Have you forgotten where I came from? The broken-armed corpse soldier was startled for a moment before suddenly seeming to remember something. So that's how it is. The female corpse soldier nodded lightly and whispered, among the elders of Heaven Battling Union, there has always been one who cultivates Space Force. I was fortunate enough to see Elder Mo Xiaoxing display this divine technique once, so I know more about Space Force than you. It's just that. Just what? It's just that if what Brother Nye said is true, then this intruder's attainments in the Tao of Space are simply too high. Back then, Elder Mo was unable to form a blade out of space and easily cut off his corpse, so how could a mere second-order Saint King achieve such a feat? That's why I said he used Space Force, but I wasn't too certain. That's right. I've heard of Mo Xiaoxing's name before. But it's been a few hundred years. I don't know if he's still alive. If that brat can really use space as a blade, it's a bit too terrifying. What's the use of saying such things now? Have you forgotten what kind of existences we are? Sister Lan, I know you have some kind of relationship with Elder Mo, but if you appear in front of him like this now, do you think he will let you go? Upon hearing this, the ghost fire in the eyes of the female zombie soldier, who had been changed to Miss Lan, suddenly jumped even faster, as if her emotions were unstable. By the way, Brother Nye, you didn't leave any traces behind when you came back, right? The corpse soldier who spoke first asked warily. Naturally not, and even if that person had found this place, he wouldn't have been able to break this barrier. This is a spirit array set up by the ancient Yang sect. If we hadn't learned how to enter and leave from them, even if we were at our peak, it would have been impossible for us to break this spirit array. How could a trivial second-order Saint King have such ability? That makes sense. The corpse soldier nodded, seemingly thinking of something and suddenly sighing, I really don't know whether I should thank those ancient Yang sect bastards or hate them. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have died, but if it weren't for them, I'm afraid I would have long since vanished. Now that I've fallen to such a state, the taste, heh. As soon as this remark came out, the other 3 corpse soldiers fell silent, obviously feeling the same way. After a long silence in the depths of the cave, the female corpse soldier said, Forget it, let's not think about these things for now. These 10 years, it's been our turn to guard this place, so just in case, let's go out and take a look, lest that master awakens and questions us. Very well. Lady Lan and I will go take a look. Brother Nye, you should quickly use the Yin Qi here to reattach your severed arm. Although it's missing a chunk, it's better than nothing. As he spoke, the corpse soldier also stood up and walked out with the female corpse soldier. At the same time, in another huge secret cave, Yang Kai and Yang Yen both snuck in and saw the rows of empty wooden shelves in front of them and the various boxes scattered on the ground. Yang Kai's face became gloomy and he almost couldn't help cursing out loud. He and Yang Yen followed the faint medicinal fragrance all the way to this place, and after a careful investigation, determined that there were no traces of a sleeping corpse soldier, they rushed in. How could they have known that they would see such a scene? This used to be the place where the ancient Yang sect stored spirit grasses and spirit medicines. There were at least 100 wooden shelves here, each of which had 3 floors and each floor could hold 5 or 6 boxes. But now, all of these boxes were scattered on the ground, as if they had been abandoned by the ancient Yang sect. All the boxes had been opened and the things that were originally stored inside had disappeared. After finally finding this place, and just when they were about to reap a great harvest, such a scene suddenly appeared. Yang Kai's mood could be imagined. There was no need to guess that these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had definitely been eaten by the sleeping corpse soldiers. Although this method of eating was somewhat wasteful, the corpse soldiers couldn't perform alchemy, so they could only consume spirit grasses and spirit medicines to strengthen themselves. This was the cultivation method of the corpse soldiers, just like the monster beast. However, after a careful search, Yang Kai still found some remnants of fire and Yang attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines from the open boxes. These herbs were no different from the most ferocious poisons to the corpse soldiers, so they naturally wouldn't swallow them. Unfortunately, all the boxes had been opened, and after such a long time, the medicinal properties and auras of these herbs had all been exhausted, making them unusable. This made Yang Kai's eyes pop out of their sockets, and he wished he could rush into the depths of the cave and chop all the corpse soldiers to pieces to vent his anger. After a gloomy investigation, Yang Kai and Yang Yen both sighed. The spirit medicine reserves of a great sect had been completely destroyed. Anyone who saw this would feel extremely distressed. Fortunately, in addition to this secret cave, there was a deeper place, so the two of them didn't hesitate and continued to explore. Shortly after the two left, the female corpse soldier and her companion also appeared here like ghosts. The two corpse soldiers sniffed the air gently before exchanging a glance with each other, their eyes flashing. "There are the auras of living people," the male corpse soldier whispered. The female corpse soldier nodded lightly, "And there are two of them. It seems that the people Brother Nye encountered really broke into this place." "What else can we do?" The female corpse soldier sighed lightly. "Since Master can't enter, we naturally can't either, so we can only wait here. However, it is said that the ancient Yang sect's hallowed treasure, Sun's true essence, is stored there. It has a strong restraining effect on corpses like us, otherwise, Master wouldn't have been unable to enter. And I've also heard of this. It is said that this true essence is extracted from the core of one of the sun's stars. I wonder who possessed such a heavenly method and how it fell into the hands of the ancient Yang sect." Chapter 1297. There's no need for us to worry about such things. Although they've entered with their cultivation, whether or not they can take away the sun's true essence is another matter. There's no need to worry about such things, the female corpse soldier sneered. The male corpse soldier also chuckled. The sun's true essence isn't so easy to obtain. Perhaps those two will suffer a big loss and fall here without us even needing to take action. All we need to do is watch the show. Thinking so, the mood of the two corpse soldiers brightened. After concealing their figures, they quietly hid and waited for something good to happen. Inside the cave, Yang Kai looked at the scene in front of him and almost couldn't help laughing. Inside this cave was a collection of Saint crystals and all kinds of rare ores. These pieces of Saint crystal were all high rank and were piled up into several small hills, each of which was more than 100 meters high. At a glance, each of these hills contained at least 3 million to 4 million Saint crystals. In other words, there were tens of millions of Saint crystals stored here. Previously, Yang Kai had been praying that this trip could really solve the current awkward situation of Dragon Cave Mountain, but now his wish had been granted so easily. Exchanging a glance with Yang Yen, the two of them saw a deep sense of surprise in each other's eyes. Not in a hurry to collect the small mountain of Saint crystals, the pair's eyes were instead attracted by a jade platform. This jade platform was snow-white in color and exuded a frigid aura, making the entire secret cave appear extremely cold. At first glance, it was obvious this jade platform was an extraordinary treasure. On top of the jade pedestal were 4 space rings and a strange or shrouded in a layer of energy. Walking over to this jade platform and carefully examining it, Yang Yen let out a low cry. "It's actually 10,000-year ice jade." 10,000-year ice jade. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he asked anxiously, "Are you sure?" "This is indeed 10,000-year ice jade, I can't be wrong." Seeing her confident look, Yang Kai naturally believed in her eyesight, and for a moment, his eyes filled with both surprise and amazement. Ice jade was extremely rare, and 10,000-year ice jade was even rarer. If one used this 10,000-year ice jade to make a personal artifact and carried it around, it would allow a cultivator who cultivated the ice attribute to better convert world energy into ice world energy, enhancing their cultivation efficiency. However, 10,000-year ice jade didn't just have this function. When refining an ice attribute artifact, if some 10,000-year ice jade was mixed in, it could increase the artifact's power by 30% and even release ice jade's cold chi. This kind of cold chi was beneficial to both the physical body and the soul. The 10,000-year-old ice jade was also known as one of the 3 great mysterious jades. A piece the size of a fist was already a priceless treasure. Now that there was such a large piece of 10,000-year ice jade in front of him, how could Yang Kai not be surprised? What shocked him the most was that this 10,000-year ice jade was actually made into a jade platform on which 4 space rings and a piece of ore were placed. The 4 space rings were probably just casually placed here, but that head-sized, inconspicuous piece of ore was definitely something special. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been protected by a barrier. Yang Kai glanced over at Yang Inflammation quietly and found that she was indeed observing the ore with a dignified expression, but had yet to speak. It was as if even she wasn't sure what this ore was, which made Yang Kai even more surprised. Let's take a look at these 4 space rings first. These ores contain space force, so the stone mongoose's stomach seemed to have formed a huge space, allowing it to swallow them infinitely. Otherwise, even if an ordinary stone mongoose had an innate ability to swallow ores, it wouldn't have been able to swallow as much as Yang Kai's. The stone mongoose swallowed the Saint crystals and ores at an incredible speed, so Yang Kai immediately stopped paying attention to it and focused on Yang Inflammation's movements. The barrier that enveloped this strange stone seemed to be quite complex, and even if Yang Yen took action personally, she would not be able to crack it in a short time. Yang Kai was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he quietly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. After investigating, he was surprised. Because in one of the secret caves the two of them had plundered before, there were 2 faint corpse auras hidden there. Although they were well hidden under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, they still gave themselves away and were discovered by him. But what made Yang Kai feel a little relieved was that these 2 corpse soldiers were only 3rd Order Saint Kings, and they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, simply lurking in place, motionless. Yang Kai was so happy that he pretended not to notice anything, paying attention to their movements while keeping an eye on Yang Inflammation's progress. For Yang Kai, as long as he could take away all the things here, he would have succeeded. When the time came, he could tear space and take Yang Inflammation away. Even if he alerted the countless corpse soldiers here, he could still easily escape. If it was before, he wouldn't have dared to tear space casually with someone. After all, the space he tore was extremely unstable, and there was a high chance of accidents happening during the process. He could cope with it alone, but if he brought another person with him, he couldn't guarantee their safety. But now, his understanding and comprehension of the Tao of space had reached a certain level, so it wasn't a problem for him to take someone with him and travel 1,000 kilometers in an instant. With such confidence, he naturally wasn't afraid of anything. The barrier covering the jade pedestal remained as strong as before even after Yang Yan's attack, but one could still see strange ripples flashing across its surface. As these ripples flickered, the barrier also began to fluctuate, sometimes expanding and sometimes contracting, giving it a strange appearance. Moreover, unlike the previous barriers, Yang Inflammation's expression this time was particularly dignified, his face flushed red, and he seemed to be having a hard time. As time passed, the light barrier began to tremble, and Yang Kai knew at a glance that it was about to be cracked. At that moment, Yang Inflammation suddenly shouted, "Be careful." As soon as her voice fell, the barrier shattered, and at the same time, a pure fire aura that caused both Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation to pale rushed out from the strange ore. In an instant, the entire secret cave became unbearably hot as a fiery dragon rushed towards them. Yang Inflammation's face suddenly turned pale. Although she had a premonition of danger, she hadn't expected such a thing to happen after cracking the barrier. Before the fiery dragon had even reached her, she felt like she was about to be melted. The power of several defensive artifacts on her body had been summoned at the same time she felt danger, forming a protective barrier in front of her. These artifacts were all origin grade low rank and were tailor-made for her. In terms of defensive ability alone, they were no worse than ordinary origin grade high rank artifacts. But even so, the fire dragon still rushed in front of her with unstoppable momentum. As soon as the pure and rich fire attribute aura came into contact with her protective shields, all of them melted away. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the 2 earrings on Yang Yan's earlobes shattered and the bracelet on her wrist also shattered. At the same time, the artifact armor she was wearing dimmed and lost its luster. The 3 layers of protective barrier were unable to resist the fiery dragon's invasion. In front of this fiery dragon, these barriers were as fragile as paper, and even the artifacts themselves were destroyed. Chapter 1298. The moment the 3 defensive artifacts Yang Inflammation had tailor-made for her were destroyed, Yang Inflammation couldn't help calling out in alarm. At that moment, a big hand grabbed her shoulder and dragged her back while Yang Kai's figure appeared in front of her. Yang Kai's expression was more dignified than ever as he waved his hands and sent out 2 black fireballs to meet the fire dragon. Demonic flames were born from the heart and transformed into a cold existence, but even so, when they came into contact with the fire dragon, they were annihilated, as if they were incinerated. Yang Kai's complexion changed as he hurriedly retreated. At the same time, a slight bird cry rang out from his body, and in the next moment, the artifact spirit flew out, spread its wings, and transformed into a several dozen meter long firebird. Opening its beak, it spat out a fiery red light, but this light was still unable to stop the fire dragon's advance. As soon as it came into contact with the fire dragon, the firebird's attack was completely destroyed. The fire dragon was like an unreasonable brute. No matter how Yang Kai tried to resist, it was able to easily tear apart his defenses. A human-like expression flashed across the firebird artifact spirit's eyes, revealing a hint of fear. Immediately after, a ruthless look appeared in its eyes as it spun around and shrank in size. With a flap of its wings, it turned into a streak of flames and charged into the fire dragon's body. The fire dragon's roar and the cries of the artifact spirit filled the secret cave, creating a lively atmosphere. When the artifact spirit rushed into the fire dragon's body, it was finally able to slow its advance for a moment, but this was only for a moment before the artifact spirit let out a sad cry and suddenly rushed out of the fire dragon's body, disappearing into Yang Kai's body in a flash. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He had already refined both the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace and the artifact spirit, so he could naturally sense the current state of the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit of this Origin King grade artifact refining furnace, which had been refined by the Earth Lung Fire Pond for tens of thousands of years, was actually severely injured. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? The fire attribute spiritual energy contained within the artifact spirit was already extremely rich and pure. What exactly was the fire dragon? How was it able to injure the artifact spirit so severely in a battle of the same attribute? However, although the artifact spirit was injured, the fire dragon seemed to have been greatly weakened. Not only was its color much dimmer, but its body had also shrunk significantly, but it still rushed towards Yang Kai, as if it would not give up until it burned him and Yang Inflammation to ashes. On the contrary, Yang Kai's expression calmed down as a mysterious wave of power flowed out from his body. Immediately after, he stretched out his 2 big hands and gripped the void fiercely, as if he had caught hold of 2 invisible doors. Then, gritting his teeth, he tore them apart. A bottomless void crack, seemingly capable of swallowing all things, suddenly appeared, and as Yang Kai tore at it with his hands, this void crack grew much larger in a single breath. As soon as the void crack formed, the fire dragon plunged into it. The void trembled and distorted as the torn void crack became extremely unstable, as if it would collapse at any moment. Yang Kai let out a low roar as he pushed his space principles to forcibly stabilize the void crack, not allowing it to be destroyed immediately. 3 breaths later, the fire dragon shook its head and disappeared into the spatial rift. At the same time, the spatial rift suddenly cracked like a mirror and shattered into pieces. Standing in place, Yang Kai gasped for breath while Yang Inflammation, who had been dragged behind him, wore a look of fear. However, after suffering such a calamity, Yang Inflammation seemed to have thought of something as she stared at the strange stone, her beautiful eyes trembling violently as she covered her mouth and muttered, "Sun's true essence?" Yang Kai's face twitched as if he had heard something incredible, his eyes bursting with light. Strangely enough, after the fire dragon was swallowed by the void crack, this piece of Sun's true essence, which Yang Yen called Sun's true essence, once again became ordinary and inconspicuous. Yang Kai couldn't feel the slightest burning heat from it, as if it was a stone that could be found everywhere on the side of the road. No one would care about it no matter where you threw it. However, there was no time to think about this at this moment. Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had sneaked into this place, and although they were being followed by 2 corpse soldiers, the 2 corpse soldiers had no intention of stopping them. But now, with such a big commotion, it was likely that many sleeping corpse soldiers had been disturbed. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai's face sank as he found that, just as he had guessed, most of the corpse soldiers who had been sleeping in the depths of the fork tunnels had awakened, and corpse chi fluctuations, both strong and weak, were rapidly approaching. At the same time, an oppressive roar came from the depths of the underground. This roar was like the roar of a fierce beast, carrying a thick evil chi and hostility. When Yang Kai heard it, he felt his soul become unstable and the ruthlessness deep in his heart showed signs of being drawn out, causing his eyes to become bloodshot. When the corpse soldiers that were rushing over heard this roar, as if they had received some kind of order, they all let out low roars from the depths of their throats, echoing the roar from a distance. All of them were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and their speed became even faster. In an instant, the entire underground cave was filled with wails and howls, causing one's scalp to tingle. The corpse soldiers that had been secretly following behind Yang Kai and Yang Yen had all revealed themselves at this moment, standing at the entrance of the secret cave, glaring at Yang Kai as they bared their fangs, a cold light flashing from the corners of their mouths. Seeing this, Yang Inflammation's heart sank and her face turned pale. However, the 2 corpse soldiers didn't seem to have any intention of attacking immediately. Instead, while staring at Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation, they were also secretly glancing at the piece of Sun's true essence, their eyes filled with dread. The moment the 2 corpse soldiers appeared, the originally ordinary Sun's true essence actually released a terrifying fire aura, but it didn't seem to want to leak out. It seemed that as long as the corpse soldiers didn't come close, it wouldn't show its power. Seeing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly stretched out his hand to grab the piece of Sun's true essence, wrapping it up with a massive amount of Saint Chi. Just as Yang Kai was about to put the Sun's true essence into his space ring, Yang Inflammation hurriedly shouted, "Don't!" Yang Kai gawked and immediately realized that something was wrong. The Sun's true essence flashed and burned away the divine sense and Saint Chi that Yang Kai had attached to it. Yang Kai couldn't help taking 2 steps back as he stared at the Sun's true essence in horror. He couldn't put the Sun's true essence into his space ring. Seeing this, the 2 corpse soldiers standing at the entrance unscrupulously grinned, the female corpse soldier shouting, daring to break into the corpse cave and even have ideas about the Sun's true essence. "When the master arrives, I'd like to see how you'll deal with this." The male corpse soldier also sneered, "These 2 seem to be our companions. Sister Lan should be a little more polite, perhaps we'll all be sharing the same room in the future." The female corpse soldier coldly snorted, "Do we need to be polite with them? It will take at least 100 years for them to gain sentience and transform into corpse soldiers, and who knows if they'll succeed. If they don't, they'll only end up as food in our stomachs." The male corpse soldier pondered for a moment before nodding, And if that's the case, there's no need to be polite with them. These two continued to exchange words, but Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them. Since the other party didn't dare to come in, there was no need for him to waste time killing them. On top of that, his actions just now had alarmed the corpse soldiers here, and listening to their conversation, it seemed that there were more corpse general-level existences on the way here. The most important thing now was to find a way to take away this sun's true essence. Turning his eyes to Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai saw that Yang Inflammation was also at a loss, causing his heart to sink. Yang Inflammation naturally knew how to transport the sun's true essence, but it was a time-consuming and energy-consuming method. Trying to take it away with a space ring was obviously unrealistic. Just as Yang Inflammation was pondering, the low roar he heard before seemed to be getting closer and closer. At the same time, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky and enveloped the secret cave. Third Order Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai felt the tyrannical power of this pressure and his face changed greatly. The situation here was quite different from what he and Yang Inflammation had expected. Before, he and Yang Inflammation had estimated that even if there were corpse generals here, they would have only cultivated for 2,000 years. Inferring from the difficulty of their cultivation, they would only have a second-order origin returning realm cultivation or even lower. But now, a third-order origin returning realm corpse general had appeared, one that seemed to have reached the peak and was only one step away from becoming a corpse king. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? On second thought, it was likely that the existence of this corpse cave had accelerated the cultivation speed of this corpse general. Yang Kai knew that even if he used all of his means, it was impossible for him to be the opponent of such a master. On top of that, he also had to protect Yang Inflammation. Do I have no choice but to leave? Yang Kai stared at the sun's true essence with a look of unwillingness. This was one of the most valuable treasures he had ever seen so far. For him, it was even more important than the 9-branched jade crystal tree and second only to the 7-colored soul-warming lotus. Because he still had a lot of profound sunflower water, if he could obtain this sun's true essence and use it to refine the profound sunflower water, the benefits he could obtain would be immeasurable. After refining the profound sunflower water in the earth lung fire pond last time, Yang Kai discovered that doing so could not only enhance his physical strength, but also the power of his demonic flame. At the same time, it could also increase his cultivation. Yang Kai could only pin his hopes on Yang Inflammation. If even Yang Inflammation couldn't come up with a solution, Yang Kai could only withdraw for the time being. Yang Kai believed that even if these corpse generals were incredibly strong, they wouldn't be able to obtain this sun's true essence, otherwise, it wouldn't have been left empty for so many years. In the next moment, the stone mongoose let out a muffled roar, as if it was enduring some unimaginable torture. The surface of its body glowed red, and the runes on its mighty armor appeared again. They exploded one by one, turning into a mysterious force that surged into its body, suppressing the terrifying fire power. After doing all this, the stone mongoose's body shrank again, and in an instant, it returned to its original size. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly put the stone mongoose into his black book space. Previously, he had seen how terrifying the sun's true essence was, so he didn't dare to casually put it into the black book space, but now that the stone mongoose had swallowed it, there was naturally no problem. Everything that happened here naturally didn't escape the eyes of the two corpse soldiers who were standing at the entrance and watching. Seeing that the two people who had rashly entered the corpse cave had a way to take away the sun's true essence, they could no longer remain calm. Letting out a roar, their figures flickered as they rushed over. 10 long black nails suddenly appeared on the 10 fingers of the female corpse soldier, and with disheveled hair, she grabbed at Yang Kai like a demon. The male corpse soldier opened his mouth and rolled out a thick corpse chi towards Yang Kai and Yang Yen. Yang Kai coldly snorted and sent out a golden thread towards the female corpse soldier. At the same time, he waved his hand and sent out a series of black blade-like attacks towards the male corpse soldier. Space Blade. The male corpse soldier had already learned about some of Yang Kai's methods from his companions, so when he saw them, he was naturally shocked and hurriedly dodged. However, the female corpse soldier's body was pierced by the golden blood thread and bound in place. Yang Kai shook his golden blood thread and a golden light filled the sky. This trivial golden blood thread seemed to transform into a sheet of gold that enveloped the female corpse soldier. Impossible! The female corpse soldier cried out in shock, as if she had seen something inconceivable. When the golden light disappeared, her corpse was scattered all over the ground, like a crystal cup that had been pushed to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. The male corpse soldier saw that his companion, whose strength wasn't any worse than his, had been killed in a single confrontation, and his green eyes flashed with fear. How could he dare to continue entangling with Yang Kai? Quickly retreating, the male corpse soldier was about to leave this secret cave. At the same time, a tall and mighty figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the secret cave. This man wore a blood-red robe, and although his figure was still somewhat thin, he looked no different from a living person. His face was full of flesh and blood, and his eyes were the same color as an ordinary person's, black and white. However, from his body, a tyrannical murderous aura and extremely rich corpse chi could be felt. As soon as this corpse soldier appeared, he set his eyes on Yang Kai, who was in the process of taking away the jade pedestal made of 10,000-year ice jade, and with a wave of his hand, the male corpse soldier, who had just managed to escape from Yang Kai's space blade, was instantly pulverized into dust and exploded. Yang Kai saw this scene and his eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Corpse General!" This was the powerful corpse general he had sensed just now. In just a short time, this corpse general had arrived here and killed one of his subordinates in an instant. It seemed he was extremely furious. When this corpse general saw that everything on the ice jade pedestal had disappeared and that there was no longer the aura of the sun's true essence here, how could he not understand what had just happened? Immediately, he let out a low roar. Yang Kai's figure flickered for no reason as he felt as if he was being torn apart. At the same time, his knowledge sea suddenly began to churn, as if it was boiling. Yang Inflammation, on the other hand, was in an even worse state. With a flash of light from her body, her small face paled and she spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly having suffered serious injuries. "Leave the things behind!" The corpse general shouted coldly as he strode towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not hesitate and once again sent out a dozen space blades while tearing open a void crack with both hands. Then, taking advantage of the corpse general's surprise to observe the space blades, Yang Kai took Yang Inflammation and rushed into the void crack. It wasn't until this moment that the corpse general seemed to realize that something was wrong, and with a roar, a thick yellow corpse chi spread out from his body, transforming into a giant tentacle that shot towards the void crack. But it was too late. By the time the corpse chi tentacle hit the void crack, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had already disappeared. Although the corpse general's attack had shaken the stability of the void crack, it was still unable to prevent the two from escaping. Space Force. The corpse general was stunned for a moment before exploding with rage, letting out a roar as a look of unwillingness appeared on his face. If these two had not cultivated this strange space force, how could he have allowed them to escape with his current strength? As long as he had 3 breaths of time, he would have been able to turn these two into meat patties and leave everything behind. A moment later, a number of figures appeared in the secret cave, all of them looking around with gloomy expressions. Each of these figures exuded an aura not inferior to the first corpse general who had arrived. All of them were peak origin returning realm masters, and there were as many as 4 of them. There were also first or second order origin returning realm corpse generals on their way here, causing the entire corpse cave to boil with excitement. Where's the sun's true essence? One of the corpse general wearing blue robes glanced at the original location of the jade pedestal and couldn't help frowning. It was taken away, the red-robed corpse general who was the first to arrive replied angrily. What? The sun's true essence was taken away? The other two corpse generals exclaimed in disbelief. Was this person an origin-returning realm master? But I clearly sensed that one of them was just a second-order Saint King. He was indeed a second-order Saint King, but as for how he took away the sun's true essence, I don't know, the red-robed corpse general replied. You couldn't even stop a trivial second-order Saint King? Junior brother Long, have you been asleep for too long? The blue-robed corpse general looked at the former and sneered. The red-robed corpse general glanced at him faintly and said indifferently, the other party cultivated the Tao of space and seemed to be very proficient in it, directly tearing space to escape. Does Brother Mo think you have a chance to stop him? Space Force? Tearing space? Impossible! The other three corpse generals all cried out in alarm, their eyes overflowing with disbelief. There are still some remnant Space Force fluctuations here, whether it is true or not, all of you can determine for yourselves. The red-robed corpse general didn't seem to want to explain too much and fell silent. The other corpse generals heard this and released their divine senses one after another, but after a moment, their expressions became extremely ugly. They really did feel some remnant Space Force fluctuations, so it seemed that the red-robed corpse general wasn't lying. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.